Namaste to one and all. Suprabhatam. And we are very happy to welcome you all for this pre-conference meditation, experiential meditation session. And this session is anchored by Srimati Akanksha Damini Joshiji. I would like to introduce her first. Akanksha Joshiji is a meditation facilitator, a writer, storyteller, and an award-winning filmmaker. She pulls in multidimensional experiences from her documentary filmmaking to design meditation sessions. Her filmmaking varieties ranges from social and ecological conflicts to spiritual traditions. Akanksha ji draws her inspiration from the philosophical basis of Natya Shastra, molding it with digital technology to create immersive experience for contemporary seekers. During the pandemic, she has been tapping her skills as a filmmaker into live streaming state-of-the-art meditation sessions online. So more about Akanksha Joshiji can be known in her website, daminijoshi.in. Thank you, Akanksha Joshiji, for anchoring this session. Now, I request you to take over.
Namaskar. Honored to have been invited for this session. The pre-conference, let's say the precursor or a meditation to make the ground sacred, to make ourselves sacred for this first ever conference on Hindu meditation traditions and techniques. Truly honored. Thank you very, very much for this honor. All right, let's begin. So, I'd like to begin by requesting your full presence in this virtual Rasa Sang. The reason why I'm calling it Rasa Sang is because Raso Vaisaha, Lord Himself is Rasa. So, beginning by requesting you to kindly turn your notifications off. And by notifications, I don't just mean your notifications in mobile, but your notifications in your highly mobile mind. Kindly just swipe and turn them off. And put your mobile mind on an airplane mode to prepare yourself for the ride. No seat belts are needed. Just sit easy and light. A super quick Dhyāna presence checklist. For without your full presence, there can be no experience of dhyana, meditation. First things first. Is your body present physically? All your senses, your eyes, your ears. Are you tuned in? Your emails, Facebook, Twitter, newspaper, everything off? Second, are your emotions here? You really want to be here for this meditation? Are you ready to invite the sacred? Is your intention right? An intimate check for your emotions. And finally, is your mind here? Or are your thoughts still lying in the bed? Maybe desiring a cup of chai, or jumping to the wedding party which is going to happen day after tomorrow, or perhaps to the stock market. Or has your mind slipped into yesterday? Who said what, or who tweeted what? To whom? Breathe out. A deep, relaxing sigh. And bring yourself, invite your whole self into this virtual Rasasank. As you invite your body, your emotions, your mind, here and now, I will give you a brief outline of how this next hour of your life will flow. After all, you are investing in this Rasamandap, your precious life, which we all know is uncertain. We take your life and time investment, your lifetime investment, sincerely. And we hope you do too. So, an outline of what lies ahead. The meditation weave is for the next 1 hour. We begin with an orientation of what we are going to do and why we are going to do what we are going to do. Then we do a little bit of tuning into our bodies, breath work, and some, let's say, connecting with our senses and embodiment work. Then there is a sutra from the non-dual Shaiva Tantra, dating some 7th to 8th century, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, a sutra called the Lotus Senses Sutra. That is what we step into, first as an explanation and then as a practice. Now the question arises, why all this? Why not jump right in? Why can't we just sit in front of the computer and go into a deep meditative space? Why this roundabout manner? Because temple. What do I mean by that? Hang on for a bit, I'll tell you. The temple. Close your eyes and just listen. Breathing in. Before we proceed, let's invoke the Lord's and the Guru's blessings. Making the ground sacred.
कोटिसूर्यसमप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव शुभकार्येषु सर्वदा श्रीवक्रतुण्डमहाकाय कोटिसूर्यसमप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव शुभकार्येषु सर्वदा। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः।
What you're seeing on your screens are the outskirts of a temple. This temple of the ancients. For us moderns, to step into this temple, we need to prepare, to bathe, to wear fresh garments, but not just at the level of the body. For from the times of our ancients, our bodies too have changed. Post-industrial man is different. Post-digital, soon to be metaverse man, is even more different. For example, the connections our ancients had with water is not what we have. They would drink water from the rivers. We not even from the taps. Most pre-industrial, pre-digital, ordinary men and women could sit for hours altogether, alone by themselves in nature. Farming, weaving, fishing, grazing their cows, working with their hands and feet. No one counted the steps they had to walk in a day. No one counted calories. Nature wasn't a luxury trip, huh? We do. Our world, our circumstances are different. The air, water, soil, the sensory cacophony is all different. Some is good, some is terrible. What we live in is different from what our ancients lived in. Now, meditation through diverse approaches is essentially an inward turning of the senses, which, given the sense cacophony of the digital age, never before in the history of humankind, ever this way, is challenging. So what we have chosen for you is a meditation on the senses. For these senses need the most love and relaxation in our times. I invite you now to prepare yourself to step into this temple with first placing a hand on your heart, Hriday par haath, and relaxing into wherever you are sitting. Watch your body. Ideally, sitting. If with your feet folded on a floor, perfect. If sitting on a chair, perfect too. Just watch your body sitting on relaxing into the surface of the earth which is holding it right now. Breathe into the touch of your body with the earth. Keep your mouth slightly open. Exhaling out through the mouth, inhaling through the nose. And as you exhale out, I would strongly recommend taking out a sound. Why I'm suggesting taking out the sound and why I'm suggesting breathing out has a scientific reason behind it, which we will go into in tomorrow's session. For now, just trust me with it and allow yourself. As if you are sighing out all your stress, all your challenges. For heaven knows what you'll be going through right now. Whatever it be, just allow yourself to be grounded in this body, on this earth, right now. Because to take off, you need a runway that only earth can give. So be grounded in your body and on this earth, this moment. As you place your hand on your heart, this is to remind you of the center of your being, Hridaya, which is actually your consciousness center. Not the physical heart, but the center of your being. As you find yourself coming more and more into this moment, watch. Is there a smile coming on your face? Because without a smile, without a relaxed attitude, no meditation can ever be done. Remember, meditation is not work. It's not a tick mark on a to-do list. Meditation is joy. It's ecstasy. It's ananda. Sat, Chit, Anand. That is what we are working towards. See that inner smile spreading over your face, lighting up your eyes from inside. Breathing out, allowing that stress to simply dissolve. Lord is also called Hari, the one who steals, जो हरते हैं सब दुख दर्द परेशानी, all your stress, anxiety, offer it in the feet of the divine. Your breath moving out, you're offering yourself as you are right now, perhaps with tensions, perhaps with some stress about tomorrow, some pain about yesterday. As you are right now, offer it in the feet of the divine. He accepts it all. Breathe it out. And breathe in His blessings. Slowly tuning ourselves now to our body, these senses. Perhaps you have never done this, or perhaps you did this a long time ago. No one can see you, so you don't worry, don't feel shy. Allow yourself. Remember, the first step to transcend this body, this mind, is to first become authentic, to become natural. Something as moderns we have to learn how to become. So, put your hands together and slowly, gently feel your hands. Very softly rub your palms together. Feel the sensation of touch. Very softly. As if you are touching a poppy flower. A poppy flower, once you touch it, the petals are so soft that they fall away. So you have to touch it very softly. Allow yourself to touch your hands, your fingers, softly. Maybe they are rough, doesn't matter. Allow. Remembering to breathe out. To be able to experience Lord as rasa, you first need to be able to experience this body which the Lord has gifted you. Take this touch and softly touch your face. Experience that touch from within. Putting a hand over your forehead, touch your forehead, breathing out. Touching the top of your head as if you are blessing yourself. Slowly take any finger and where we put the bindi, the center of your forehead, make round circle very gently. Rest it there. And relax into your breath. We are now ready to step into an understanding of the sutra, the meditation offered to us by the rishis. Sanatan Parampara. The collective Sanatan Parampara has an incredibly diverse richness of tools and techniques for all personality types. The meditation that we've chosen for you is relying on bhavana, creative contemplation, where the mind is directed with awareness. The roots of the word bhavana in Sanskrit is bhu. It means to become or to be. We use thought to go to a space of no thought. Imagination, creative imagination, is used to transcend the mind, the limitations of the mind. This meditation is from Advait Shaivagam, 7th or 8th century text from Kashmir, Vijnana Bhairav Tantra. It says, in this, Shiva is giving meditations to Devi. One of the meditations which he offers to her is this. He says, Hridayakashe Nilinakshaha Padma Samputta Madhyagaha Ananya Chetaha Subhage Param Saubhagyam Apnuyat. O Blessed One, if one merges one's senses in the space of the heart, in the center between the two halves of the heart lotus, with an undistracted mind, then, O Blessed One attains supreme blessedness, Param Saubhagyam Apnuyat. When the senses are turned inwards, the sense processor, that is the mind, moves into silence. The five senses, touch, smell, taste, sight, sound. When the mind relaxes, our limitations relax. From personality, we can dive into universality. Tantra is an offering of expansion. Your heart opening like a lotus. The imagery here is of two lotus, one on top of the other. The space in the center is the Hridayakash, the space of the heart. We are going to play with this imagery in the practice. Just keep this in your mind, keep this in your heart. The image of two upturned lotuses as we proceed. There is a deep philosophical understanding behind that, which we don't have time to go into in the practice, perhaps some other time. Now an invitation for the practice. Remaining with your breath grounded as we step into a time that really is Sanatan, a time that is timeless. You can use the imagery you're seeing on the screens to deepen your experience, or later you can close your eyes and allow this to stay within. I will be guiding you as we go along. Allow yourself. Shiva says to Devi, Devi, Shrudu. Devi, listen. For listening is always feminine. The ears don't give out, they receive. Allow yourself to be in that space of feminine receptivity. Anytime you feel your mind wandering, breathe out. Pull yourself back into this moment. Once upon a timeless. Devi, feeling compassionate towards us, decided to play a game. Devi went to Shiva and said, Lord, I feel very anxious these days. My mind is so distracted. I'm worried about Ganesh. Gosh, he seems to have put on a lot of weight. I'm worried about Kartikeya. He's always traveling around. And Nandi, he's always resting. Oof. So much of mental anxiety. Lord Shiva, understood her play, understood the Leela that Shakti was creating. he smiled, asked the goddess to sit next to him. She placed her head on his shoulder, and the Lord said, O Subhage, O Blessed One, Rityakashe Nilinakshaha Padma Samput Madhyagaha Ananya Chetaha Subhage Param Saubhagyam Apnuyat. O Blessed One, if one merges one's senses in the space of the heart, in the center between the two halves of the heart lotus, Ananya Chetaha, with an undistracted mind, then, Subhage, Blessed One, one attains supreme blessedness, Param Saubhagyam. When our senses are moving out into the world, they are called Indriya. When they turn inwards and they rest, they are called Karaneshwari Devi. Invoking the divinity of the senses. Becoming aware of the sense of touch. Wherever you are seated, or if your hand is on your heart, become aware of the touch between your hand and your heart. Using your breath, allow this sense of touch, sparsha, to move into the space between the two lotus. Use your breath. Guide your breath into your heart. You can keep your mouth open and breathe out. taking the sense of touch into the space between your heart, lotus. Invoking its divinity and inviting it to rest in the heart space. Becoming conscious of your breathing. Breath coming in near the nostril. Awareness of the nostril. The nose. Conscious of the sense of smell. Gandha. Using your breath to become conscious. And using the breath as a medium to take this sense into the space of the heart between the two lotus. Bringing your awareness now to your tongue, jiva. Puri chetna jiva par. See how the tongue is touching the palate, the saliva on the tongue, perhaps a little movement of the tongue. Use your breath and now invite the divinity of ras, taste, to emerge, inviting this sense, rasa, to move into the space of the heart between the two lotus. Each of the senses are now emerging in their divine Devi Swarup. Inviting through the eyes, becoming conscious of the energy which is around your eyes, dancing in your pupils. Breathing into your eyes, connecting with this energy. Connecting with this Indri and inviting her to reveal her divine form. आमंत्रण इंद्री को अपने दिव्य स्वरूप में विश्राम करने का। Using your breath to guide Roop into the space between the two lotuses of your heart. Shant Vishranti. Deep Shanti. Relaxation of the sight. Roop. Finally, inviting Shabd, near your ears. Sense that space. Karanendri, आपके कान के पास। Sense that. allow Shabd, the sense of hearing, to rest in her divinity. Into the space of the heart, the space between two lotus. Comfortable, silent, using your breath to guide the sound to rest into your heart. Subhage, Blessed One, allow. Allow the state of Param Saubhagya, supreme blessedness, in the resting of the senses, in the warm heart space. Each of the senses now not just Indriya, but Devi herself. Feel the blessedness through this divinization of the senses. Breathe the Saubhagya, Param Saubhagya. O blessed ones, breathe. Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. With this, now we are ready to step into this first ever conference on Hindu meditation, traditions and techniques. I invite the blessed Indica team to please take over. Pranam.
Namaste, Akanksha ji. Thank you very much for a meditative introduction, a meditative beginning to this conference on Hindu meditation, traditions and techniques. Just like the 8 limbs of yoga, all the limbs of yoga and also all the limbs of multimedia were used in your wonderful session to give an experiential, immersive dhyana practice. Gratitude to you, sincere gratitude. We look forward to your session tomorrow also.
Yes,
Thank you
look
very
forward
much.
to being there. All the friends who've been meditating, if you want to move into silence, you could do that. This session could actually easily carry on for another half an hour, but there are other things to do. I hope to be seeing you tomorrow for another session from another one of the amazing richness that Sanatan tradition has. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste. Namaste. So, Nagaraj, shall we commence?
Yeah, please start, Jeremy.
Namaste to one and all. A very good morning, Suprabhatam. We are all here for this inaugural session of the conference, the online conference on Hindu meditation, traditions and techniques, which is to be held today and tomorrow. And right at the outset, before we get into the proceedings of the conference, we are all aware that in a very tragic situation, General Bipin Rawat, the Chief of Defence Staff, passed away in a copter crash with 13 other military officials. So we would like to, on behalf of Indica, we would like to observe a minute's silence in the honor of General Rawat and the other military officials. So we will start the 1 minute silence session now. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. We would now commence this conference on Hindu meditation tradition and techniques with a couple of Vedic mantras as invocation. The first mantra is a Shanti mantra from the Taittiriya Upanishads. Sayanacharya says, the great commentator says, this is to overcome all the obstacles in the path of yoga. Yogantarayanam nivrityartham. And then the second mantra is the Narayana Sukta, which itself beautifully presents a model of dhyana. The dhyaya is described, and also the hridaya, which is the place of dhyana, is also beautifully mentioned in that sukta. So we will have these two suktas in the beginning as an invocation to this conference on Hindu meditation traditions and techniques. First, the Shanti mantra. Om Shanno Mitrasham Varunaha Shanno Bhavatvaryama Shanna Indro Brihaspatihi Shanno Vishnururkramaha Namo Brahmane Namaste Vayo Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma Vadishyami Ritam Vadishyami Satyam Vadishyami Tanmamavatu Tadvaktaramavatu Avatu Mam Avatu Vaktaram. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Now the Narayana Sukta. Sahasrashirsham Devam Vishwaksham Vishwashambhuvam Vishwannarayanam Devamaksharam Paramam Prabhum Vishwatah Paramam Nityam Vishwannarayanagam Harim Vishvamevedam Purushastadvishvamupajivati Patim Vishwasyatmeshwaragam Shashvatagam Shivamachyutam Narayanam Mahajneyam Vishwatmanam Parayanam Narayana Param Brahma Tattvan Narayana Paraha Narayana Paro Jyotiratma Narayana Paraha Yaccha Kinchit Jagat Sarvam Drishyate Shruyate Piva Antarbahishchatat sarvam vyapya narayana sthitaha anantamabhyayam kavigum samudrentam vishvashambhuvam padmakosha pratikashagam hridayam chapyatho mukham adho nishtyavitas Yante nabhyamuparitishthati Hridayam tadvijaniyad vishwasyayatanam mahat Santatagam shilabhistulam bhatyakosha sannibham tasyante sushiragam sukshmam tasmin sarvam pratishtitam tasya madhye mahanagnar vishvarchar vishvato mukhaha sogra bhugvibhajan tishthannaharamajara kavihi Riyagurthvamadha shayirashmayastasya santata Santapayate swandehamapadatalamastakah Tasya madhye vanhi shikha aniyorthva vyavasthita Nilato yadamadhyastha vidyullekhe vabhasvara Nivarashukavatan vipita bhasvatyanupama Tasya shikhaya madhye paramatma vyavasthitaha Sabrahma Sashivasendra Sokshara Paramaswarat. Now, in this inaugural session, I would like to invite Sri Nagaraj Paturiji, who is the director of Indic Academy, to give the background about this conference on Hindu meditation traditions and techniques. A few words of introduction about Professor Nagarajji. Dr. Nagarajji is the director of Inter-Gurukula University Center for Indic Knowledge Systems of Indic Academy. And Sri Nagarajji is trained in Samskrita, Advaita Vedanta by his hyperglot, polymath, and spiritually accomplished Sakala Shastra Parangata father, late Sri Paturi Sitarama Anjaneyaluji. And for the last 30 years, Sri Nagarajji has been teaching Vedic aesthetics, poetics, as applied to classical literature, traditional Indian grammar, and modern linguistics to postgraduate level students, parallel to his university career in cultural studies, specializing in folk classical Vedic interface through his fieldwork-based research. He has been teaching courses in cultural studies related courses such as qualitative research, ethnography, semiotics, cognitive cultural studies to students of design, communication, classical dance, business management, and so on, employing Vedic science approach in suitable portions of the course. Sri Nagarajji is also a distinguished member of various academic councils in various academic research organizations like Chinmaya Vishwavidyapeeth, Kavikula Guru Kalidasa Samskrita University, Veda Vijnana Gurukula. Sri Nagarajji also has been formerly a senior professor of cultural studies in the Flame School of Communications, and Nagarajji has also been a former visiting professor at the University of Chicago, United States. Around 50 publications and 60 conference, seminar, workshop papers are there to his credit. So consultancy to numerous cultural research and theater and dance innovative projects are there, and scores of creative writing works for classical dance, modern theater, and magazines are there to the credit of Sri Nagarajji. Now I would like to request Nagarajji to kindly give the background of this conference.
Thank you, Dr. Jayaramanji. I am proud and excited to talk about the background of this conference. As it happens with all our activities, including these conferences, the whole idea of the conference always started, and it has started in this case also, from Sri Harikiran Vadlamaniji's ever incessantly creative mind. He keeps on getting these ideas how only Saraswati Devi knows, because she inspires him with newer and newer ideas. And there is a whole list of titles for various conferences he generates. And if you have observed the recent announcements for the future conferences and the past few conferences and the present one, there is a tendency in the titles of these conferences. We have been consciously and deliberately been using the word Hindu in them. Our organization is called Indic Academy, Indica. We have a Center for Indic this, Indic that, and the word used to be Indic earlier. But gradually we realized that unless the word Hindu is consciously, deliberately, and emphatically, repeatedly used in our terminology, in our communication, the deliberate attempts to hide this identity in various aspects of our traditions and cultures cannot be countered. So we began this journey. We have been consciously titling our conferences with the word Hindu for this purpose. Particularly when it came to this particular conference, Hindu meditation, traditions and techniques, when Sri Harikiranji suggested this topic, imagine there was a resistance from within Indic Academy's scholars themselves. This has been happening. Whenever Sri Harikiranji suggests the word Hindu, there have been expressions of resistance. The common thread in all these resisting expressions is that there will be a resistance in reception from the contemporary audience. That is the level to which the Macaulay education has taken Indian society today, that the communicators, teachers, academics, scholars, conference organizers hesitate repeatedly to use words like Hindu as an adjective to anything. If the name of any other religion is used as an adjective to any other thing, any aspect of culture or tradition, and there is a conference organized on that, it is considered to be a broad-minded, a global, a big picture perspective. But if the same society uses its own name as an adjective to its own aspects of culture, its own aspects of traditions, there is this resistance. For example, you call it meditation, just meditation, without any adjective, no problem. I'll get audience, I'll get students, I'll get registrations. But don't call it Hindu meditation, was the approach from our own friends from within. But as you know, Sri Harikiranji has his own way of taking things forward. So finally we are here. We are now organizing this conference with the same name, Hindu Meditation Traditions and Techniques, as decided by Sri Harikiranji. And we have a tagline also. In the tagline, we included the word Dhyāna. Actually, the word Hindu meditation is an English word. Meditation is an English word used all over the world. Hindu is a new coinage to refer to the culture of Bharatakhanda, Bharatavarsha, Bharat. We have used both, but Dhyāna is the insider word, emic category, to refer to what we are going to discuss for the next 2 days. Let us see the irony. All over the world, Zen Buddhism, in my young days, it was very popular. It was fashionable for youngsters to quote a Zen monk, Zen Buddhist monk. And even now, Zen is a very fashionable word. Among those who do not want to be religious, but want to be spiritual, among those who do not want to claim themselves to be Hindu, also, being Hindu, they don't want to claim their Hinduness, also, the word Zen is very popular, fashionable. And if you go to any source, random source, to know the origins of the word Zen, it takes you to Dhyāna. It says the word Zen comes from Dhyāna, the Sanskrit word. And when you study the origin of these words, it also tells you that in Chinese, it is Shan, and it is in Korean, Theon. And we can easily see the similarity of the words, and we can see how the pronunciation of the Sanskrit word dhyana has changed into all these different words. And with those names, strands of Buddhism, branches of Buddhism, sects of Buddhism are very popular. Fashionable, not just popular. But we failed in making dhyana similarly fashionable among fashionable circles. Dhyana obviously is a Vedic word. We are using Hindu. Actually, we have been pushed from history to limit the word Hindu to refer to Vedic strand of Bharata culture only. Though actually in the beginning, the word was used in reference to the entire cultural complex, including Buddha and Jaina paramparas also. The entire culture that was available here for the foreigners crossing Indus River, for them, the whole cultural complex here was Sindhu culture. For them, Sa is H, so Ha, so it came to be known as Hindu. But today, because we are limiting that to Vedic, and let us see if Vedic can be used or Hindu can be used today for the purpose of identity, which is consciously being hidden, diverted by scholars of Indology and other researchers all over the world, who deliberately want to show that all the yoga aspects, meditation aspects, asceticism aspects that are found in the Vedanta side, in the Upanishad side of Vedic tradition have been borrowed from Buddhism, and they are historically post-Buddhist. This argument is being countered. Actually, nowadays I see a new trend among the youngsters from Western Indological circles themselves resisting these deliberate politicizing conspiracies of hiding the Vedic origins of all these things. These youngsters are bringing out, for example, there was a recent article by one Dr. Garrity on the Om meditation being in Rig Veda at the time of death, Om meditation, Pranava meditation at the time of death being a very essential practice of Rig Veda, countering Dr. Bronkhorst, who argues to the opposite. He says Bronkhorst's Greater Magadha theory proposes that everything like yoga, meditation, dhyana, all the spiritual side, all the ascetic side of Hinduism is borrowed from Buddhism. He counters that. That new trend is emerging now. Probably the days of these manipulators are to be counted from now. And India is awaking. We're all awakened now. We're all claiming Hindu-ness of all these traditions and techniques through the titles of these conferences and through all the papers. We are so lucky to have got. Actually, we were excited. See, Harikiranji, Jayaramanji, and myself were so excited to receive such a very great reception from the scholars and practitioners. Such a diversity of topics has been covered. People have come up with wonderful ideas. Shri Manish ji, who was there throughout during the formulation of the ideas of this conference, brought up a wonderful and pertinent topic of whether the word Dhimahi in Gayatri Mantra, how is it interpreted? That is crucial. That is the key of the whole origin, Vedic origin of the idea of dhyana. And what people do usually is nowadays, in this attempt of manipulation, is that there is a derivation of the word dhimahi from another dhatu, dha, to hold, which is the origin dhatu for dharana of yoga. They take this and they say dhimahi comes from that dhatu, not from the other dhatu. That is useful for them. So they go with that. Though technically the word dhimahi can be derived from both the dhatus in the same sense. Sayanacharya in his Bhashya for Gayatri Mantra takes dhi only as the origin. We go with our parampara, we go with our Bhashyakaras like Sayanacharya, and we go with dhi only. So if we go with the dhi as the meaning, not only because Sayanacharya has said that, friends, please remember the whole Nitya Karma of Sandhya Vandana, its formulation, its inclusion in Vedic rituals, and inclusion of Gayatri Mantra in Yajña Karmas throughout, everywhere, and the discussions in Brahmanas and Aranyakas about Gayatri Mantra also take this meaning only, deriving it from dhi only. So they refer to dhimahi of Gayatri Mantra, which is part of Rig Veda mantras, as referring to dhyana only. That's a different topic for a different day, but So all these things show how deliberately things are getting manipulated. Dhyana as a concept from Vedic tradition is being misinterpreted and misrepresented. So it is time we repeatedly use this word dhyana, 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 and make it popular, fashionable, accepted term, coming from Vedic tradition and Hindu tradition. The word dhyana has been used in various aspects of Hindu practices, like take it from Agama, Vigraha Pratishtha to Yajña, everywhere. Actually, I am so excited to see that there is an invited speech by Sri Ramana Sharma about the use of dhyana in Yajñas. That's a wonderful topic. So we have involvement of dhyana in every aspect, in multiple aspects. All those things are getting covered by the papers in this conference. The reception, the response to the conference through these papers shows that people have been waiting. And Sri Harikiran Vadlamani ji was able to see the pulse like a great doctor. He saw the pulse of the society, pulse of the scholarly circles, and he came up with this topic, and he was right. His diagnosis was right. All the hidden excitement, all the hidden interest among scholars got manifest in the form of a great reception, a great response in the form of wonderful papers to this conference. So I welcome all the panelists, all the paper presenters to present papers and enlighten people. These papers are going to be both scholarly, and also they are going to cover the practices, techniques also. So as the title clearly mentions, it talks about not just traditions, it talks about the details of techniques also. So I request all the scholars to be conscious about the objective of this conference and emphasize the Hindu-ness of dhyana in each and every presentation in this conference. Thank you very much. Namaste. Now, Dr. Jayaraman Mahadevan ji is going to talk about the concept of this conference. Dr. Jayaraman Mahadevan is currently serving as director of our Indic Academy's Textual Studies in Yoga wing, a center for textual studies of yoga. He is the research department head, director in Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, Chennai. As people know, among the stalwarts who popularized yoga internationally, Krishnamacharya ji was one of the leading figures. And there is Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram in Chennai. He is the research department head there. And he gives the scientific industrial research organization. He has a PhD in Sanskrit from the Department of Sanskrit, University of Madras. His thesis was titled The Doctrine of Tantra Yukti, a Study. In fact, my excitement to get introduced to Dr. Jayaraman Mahadevan is also because of this Tantra Yukti only. Tantra Yukti, for the benefit of the audience, let me tell you, is the research methodology book composed for Ayurveda. Though it was composed only for Ayurveda, It covers research methodology for any scientific discipline, even contemporary scientific disciplines. It covers both the researching methodology and research draft writing methodology. Interesting. Coinciding with the contemporary books on research methodology, contemporary books on research methodology also cover both the researching methodology and research draft presenting methodology, both. This book also interestingly has the same approach, written hundreds of years ago, centuries ago, for Ayurveda. It covers the same. He has done his PhD on that. And I think after a few years, his name is going to be synonymous with popularizing the ancient Vedic research methodology through the book Tantra Yukti. He has presented 20 papers in various national and international conferences and has given talks in universities, colleges, and institutions of national eminence. He has also written books, organized seminars, funded projects, and been the guide for students pursuing their PhD. His areas of interest are yoga, Tantra Yukti, Vedanta, and he is also a great Sanskrit poet. He keeps on composing Sanskrit poetry wonderfully, every time taking up new meters and new styles of composing Sanskrit shlokas. And he is an expert in manuscript studies also. That is one of the reasons why he has taken up textual study of yoga for Indic Academy. Over to Dr. Jayaramanji.
Thank you very much, Nagaraji, for the introduction and also the context setting initial talk, which gave the background for the conference. Your talk covered the very vital, very important aspects of the conference. So I will just briefly present the concept and also the wonderful, give a bird's eye view of what we have in store for the today and the next day of the conference. And as you had rightly mentioned in your introductory talk, that right from the Vedas, we have a lot of reference to the idea of dhyana, focusing the mind, calming the mind. We have even in that introductory detailed note of the conference, inviting papers, we have quoted from the Aitareya Vedic literature. It says, Yasyai devatayai havir grihitam syat tham manasadhyayet vashat karishyan. So before making offering into the Yajña Kunda, into the Agni, so the divinity to which the offering is to be made has to be brought into the mind. So this and many other such references in the Vedic law, repeated references in the Vedic Samhitas themselves. Krida Pashyanti Manasa Manishinaha. And this and many other such references are there to very clearly indicate the Vedic origins of Dhyāna. Once I had an opportunity to do a paper on the expression Manasa, by the mind. So there is this expression Manasa, the Tritiya Vibhakti instrumental case, the word Manas is used. So by the mind, what did the yogis, what did the people of the Rigveda Samhita do? In the Rigveda Samhita, there are about 104 references to the word Manasa, Tritiya Vibhakti Ekavachanam of the word Manas. And very interestingly, we see that the paper emerged, so which I presented in one of the Vedic conferences organized under the Maharshi Sandipini Veda Vidya Pratisthana. So there we see a lot of meditative activity which were embedded into the practice of Yajña. In the practice of Yajña, this Manasa expression got connected with that. So meditation on the consciousness, meditation on the prana, all those were referred right in the Rigveda Samhita itself. So based on these textual references, we can see that in this way, we can see the very Vedic origins of Manas. And from those Vedic, very ancient origins till the current day, the normal day-to-day puja at our residences, at every Hindu residence, we see Dhyāna, Dhyāyami. Asanam samarpayami, padayoho padyam samarpayami. In the Shodashopachara puja, every festival, every puja that we do in day-to-day life, so there also dhyana is there. From the very ancient Vedic Yajñas till the normal Kalpokta pujas that we do, dhyana is a pervasive concept, which is found in every kind of literature that we see in our Vedic Hindu tradition. As indicated by Nagarajji in the introduction itself. So take the Vedas, then the Upanishads, then the Itihāsas, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and then comes the Purana lore, the Ashtadasha Puranas, the Mahapuranas, the Upapuranas, and then we get the Āgamas, the Shaiva, Shakta Āgamas, and when we come, and then the yoga literature proper, where we see the Patanjali Yoga Sutras and the Hatha Yoga literature. There again we find Nadanusandhana, Pranalaya Upaya, and then Manolaya Upayas. So, and the entire Hatha Yogic, Raja Yogic literature that we have, and then the Yoga Upanishad literature. There again we have innumerable references to Dhyāna, and then the Yoga Vedanta combination. There are evident in those Yoga Upanishads, and also later we see in Yoga Vasishta. There also, which is a convergence of Yoga and Vedanta. There also we see a lot of Dhyana related practices discussed elaborately there. And not only in these texts, there are also living traditions of Dhyana in every part of the country. In every part of the country. One is Krishnamacharya tradition, then we have the Shivananda tradition, then we have the Kuvalayananda, Swami Kuvalayananda's tradition, and in Haridwar and Rishikesh, so many such centers of living traditions of yoga, living traditions of dhyana in the Hindu culture we see. So in this way, but as indicated by or mentioned, as clearly mentioned by Nagarajji, so we don't associate the adjective Hindu, unfortunately, for various reasons. So to overcome that hesitation, to connect, to rightfully claim that these are Hindu, Vedic, Sanatana practices. So this is one small step in the guidance of Hariji, Sri Hariji, Harikiran Vadlamaniji, our founder. As indicated or as mentioned in the Dhyana session by Akankshaji, Harir Harati Papani. So the one who removes the sins from the mind, he is a Hari. Means we have, that is, there might have been hesitation or reluctance to connect the term Hindu. So that reluctance, that even is a Papa. So that Papa has to be overcome, and the guiding light in that direction was Hariji. So in that sense, he is Harir Harati Papani. So under his guidance and also with the inputs and guidance of Nagaraj Paturiji. So we are here now in this conference as we see that wonderful papers cutting across the entire spectrum of the Hindu, Vedic, Sanatana Dharma literature. We find both, we have wonderful invited talks and also paper presentations. We see the talks in four major themes. So the practice dimension of dhyana is covered in these paper presentations, where the pranayama aspect, the Hindu temple worship aspect, the Manasa Puja aspect, and even the Sattvika diet prescription for the conducive practice of dhyana. So all these have been covered under the all papers on these topics you can expect in the practical dimension of dhyana. And of course, the psychological and philosophical dimension of dhyana is also very well covered and represented by various scholars who are going to present papers on the emotional aspect, on the awareness, in the transformation of consciousness aspects, and is dhyana mindfulness, all such, and the concept of pratiprasava, how dhyana leads to it, elaborations and deliberations on these topics under the theme of psychology and philosophy related inputs on dhyana. And then of course a lot of papers on textual inputs on the various practices of dhyana, right from the Upanishads, and then from Mahabharata, from the Vedantic literature, Shaivāgama, Ribhu Gita, and such other literature. The dhyana inputs that we have will be discussed by scholars. And very interestingly, so dhyana's internal is not only as a practice which has implications for the within. Dhyana is a practice which has an implication without also, the outside also. It is as it is an absorption within. It can also be through a wonderful aesthetic expression without. So in that dimension, outside also the very meditative expression of art, music, dance, and then architecture itself. So the landscape, the dhyana related landscapes, all these are again covered in the papers by scholars. And of course, these are the topics for the papers. And then invited, very interesting, very insightful, invited talks are also there. Education scenario is there, and how dhyana was integrated, and how it can be now in the context of new education policy, how dhyana dimension can be integrated into the education system. And then the connection between text and practice. So the texts, how they support or how they make the practice more enriching. So the textual traditions, their importance in practice will be highlighted. And then global impact of this Hindu dhyana tradition, how it has been. So an experiential perspective on that will also be presented by scholars. And then teaching experiments and teaching experiences of dhyana for so many decades. So it will be shared by experiential practitioner, teachers. And then of course, as mentioned by Nagaraj, how in the very ancient Shrauta Yajña procedures, dhyana was very much integral part. So in this way, that this conference, though it is with the this is a humble attempt in the direction of bringing out the Hindu contributions in the realm of dhyana, it is rich in content, and it is hoped will enrich the teachers, the practitioners, the professionals in the field of yoga and in the field of the practitioners of dhyana. So in this inaugural, I would like to conclude my introductory or kind of a note which introduces the concept and also the content as such in the conference, which is upcoming in the next sessions. So here and then now in this inaugural session, we also have the holy presence of Swami Advayananda ji, Chief Acharya, very, very important Acharya in the Chinmaya tradition. I would now like to request Professor Nagaraj ji to introduce Swami Advayananda ji for in this before he delivers his benedictory address and blesses us with his talk.
Namaste, Pranam Swamiji. Swami Advayananda of the Chinmaya International Foundation began his spiritual journey with the Chinmaya mission at the young age of 18. Inspired by Pujya Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda, he joined Sandipani Sadhanalaya and was bestowed Diksha by Pujya Gurudev himself in 1992. He was initiated into the Holy Order of Sannyasa in 2003 by Pujya Guruji Swami Tejomayananda, the head of the Chinmaya mission. While he served the mission initially at their centers at Kodaikanal and Trichy, Swami Advayananda took charge of the spiritual and cultural education at Chinmaya International Residential School, Coimbatore in 1996. After sculpting the lives of a generation of young adults, he became Acharya of the Sandipani Vidya Mandir in 2000 and conducted the Vedanta course in Tamil and English for young monks. Since 2003, at CIF, Chinmaya International Foundation, the research wing of the Global Chinmaya Mission, Swami Advayananda has overseen a significant expansion in the research publications and home study courses of Chinmaya International Foundation. An accomplished teacher of Vedanta with many Gita and Upaniṣads, Dhyāna Yajñas to his credit, Swamiji has authored several books such as the Holy Gita, Ready Reference, a course in Advaita Vedanta, and research articles titled Vedanta Unveiled, a series of articles, Tapovan Prasad. He has also edited Vedantic works in English and Sanskrit, including the Foundation Vedanta course, a course in Bhagavad Gita, Ishvara Darshanam, and Sukti Sudha. Swami Advayananda was part of the team that researched and coordinated the Upanishad Ganga, a Doordarshan teleserial produced by Chinmaya Creations. He also served as Acharya of the 15th Vedanta course at Sandipani Sadhanalaya, Mumbai. Most recently, Swamiji has overseen and co-redacted the publication of the 2-volume Brahma Sutra Chatussutri Shankara Bhashyam, a profound and student-friendly English translation of the Adi Shankaracharya's commentary on Brahma Sutra with a detailed exposition that is extensively footnoted from 10 sub-commentaries. Sandipani, I request Swami Advayananda ji to deliver his inaugural address to this conference. Pranam Swamiji.
Srinivas,
Sir, couldn't find Swamiji here, sir.
have you checked?
I tried calling him, but no answers.
Sundar or somebody you have called? He has received the link. Who was coordinating?
I received a call from his secretary, Shefali ji. And I think Shefali ji is here. No, even Shefali ji is not available. She said Swamiji will be here. Okay. I think we can have the talk by Swamiji once he joins the conference. We can go ahead with the first session of the conference. Dr. Jairam.
So yes, we will, as Swamiji comes, we will have his benedictory address. Now
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Swamiji joined as an attendee and I promoted him just now. Kindly bear with me.
Hari Om.
First time Pranam Swamiji.
Yeah. Hari Om.
Pranam Swamiji.
Yes, yes.
That was a technical problem. Probably
Yes,
you
yes.
joined as attendee. So, okay,
Oh,
thank
I
you.
joined
Thank
as
you.
attendee. Okay.
Thank
okay.
you very much.
So Nagaraji, now it's 9:55. How much time would you think that I should speak?
Please take as much time.
Yeah, please,
Swamiji.
as much time as you need,
Your
Swamiji.
blessings are most important for us.
Yeah, your words are important for us.
Oh. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Om Shri Saraswati Namaha. Om Shri Guru Namaha. My most loving and respectful regards to everybody here. It is such a joy to be present for this conference on Hindu meditation traditions and techniques. I did hear, as I was attending the program, of the wonderful papers that are going to be presented. I wish all congratulations to the Indic Academy team. And can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Little bit, if you can move the mic towards.
Volume is low, Swamiji.
Volume is low.
Yeah. So if there is anything that can be done to increase the volume, either the mic should be closed or if there is a volume control, probably that could be raised.
Please raise the volume. Is it okay? Raise the volume if required. There's a maximum. Is it audible now?
If you can keep the closer to your mouth.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, better. Yeah.
Better, but not perfect.
Yeah, you have to perhaps speak a little louder than.
Louder?
Yes.
All right. So first of all, hearty congratulations to the Indic Academy and special regards to Sri Hariji, Nagarajji, Jayaramanji and everybody. As I was attending the program, I came to know of the very excellent papers that is going to be presented. That's a very great delight. The word dhyana and such an important word in all the Indian traditions, and what then to speak of the mother of all the Indian traditions, the Hindu tradition. Right from beginning, not just everywhere, the importance of human mind is very well recognized in all success, in all achievement. You have a very ancient story in the Mahabharata where people go and complain to Dronacharya that is very partial to Arjuna. And because of which alone Arjuna is able to excel well in archery. So Dronacharya smiles, and then there is an incident where he organizes for all of them a certain competition. He places a bird made of cloth right on top of the tree branch there, right on the top. And then he requests each of his students to come and try their hand at hitting that bird right on top. So he first invites Bhima to come, and then he asks Bhima, come on, hit it. So Bhima takes the aim, and as he takes the aim, Dronacharya standing near him asks him, what do you see? So Bhima tells, I see the tree. Then what else you see? I see the branch. What else you see? I see the pigeon. Then what else you see? I see all my brothers. And then Dronacharya says, now come on, you just move, next person. Like that, each one is called. And then you have also Duryodhana. What do you see? I see the pigeon. What else you see? I see the leaves. What else you see? I see the sun behind. What else you see? I see you also. Then this kind of, he says, now you now one after each one, Arjuna comes, and then Arjuna, what do you see? He says, I see the eye of the pigeon. I see the eye of the bird. What else you see? Nothing. Do you see anything else? He says, nothing I see. Shoot. And the moment Arjuna shoots, definitely it hits right at the eye of the pigeon, eye of that bird. And that bird made up of cloth falls down. You see in all traditions the importance of human focus. This ability to focus the mind is called dhyana. Now, as you go see the various various texts of the tradition, you will find that this word dhyana is given so much of importance in every aspect of human endeavor, especially, of course, every aspect of human endeavor, no doubt, but especially also in the spiritual context. You have Patanjali, Sage Patanjali defining the various terms. Dhyana is a state which is preceded by dhyana. And dhyana is a state which precedes another state of enormous concentration and focus and absorption, which is called samadhi. So you have dharana, then you have dhyana, and then you have samadhi. Sage Patanjali, he defines dharana, desha bandha chittasya dharana. Ability to hold the mind strong to a particular point of focus. That is dharana. And then defining dhyana, Sage Patanjali says, tatra pratyaya ekatanata dhyanam. The thoughts which is made to focus in dharana, when it becomes pratyaya ekatanata, pratyaya is thought, ekatanata is one single flow. What sometimes is termed as sajatiya vritti pravaha. Pravaha is also flow. And sajatiya vritti pravaha, a single flow of thought of the same nature. The thought, next thought is also the same thought. Next thought is also the same thought. In this way, when there is a pratyaya ekatanata, when there is a sajatiya vritti pravaha, that is called as dhyana. So initially you get the mind to hold to one object of focus, concentration. And when you hold it, and then you make the thoughts flow of the same object, then that is termed dhyana. Dhyana further progresses into absorption. Now, Sage Patanjali, he defines tadeva. Tadeva means what? That very dhyanam itself. That dhyanam itself matures and graduates to become samadhi. Tadeva arthamatra nirbhasam. Swarupa shunyamiva samadhi. And then, you see, in what happens when we are in dhyana, you are focusing on that object of your attention, and then the thoughts are maintained by you. There is an effort involved. But then in absorption, what happens? When effort is involved, what happens? You are there, then the object of meditation is there, then the continuous flow of thought about the object of meditation is there. In other words, the practitioner, the object of focus, and then the thought about it, which we term as triputi. Nyatru, Nyeya, Jnana, Bheda. Here the Dhyatru, then the Dhyeya, and the Dhyana. So you have this triad of the meditator, meditated, and meditation. Yes, there is a continuous flow of thought of the object of meditation, and you are enabling it with effort. But there is a state further wherein this triad also ceases. That very dhyana, tadeva, arthamatra nirbhasam. Arthamatra nirbhasam means what? That only the dhyaya, the object of meditation, remains. And swarupa shunyamiva. In meditation, you have an effort. In dhyana, you have that effort. But here, what has happened? Swarupa shunyamiva. That iva is important. As though. Iva is as though. Swarupa shunyamiva. It becomes effortless. It becomes thoughtless, so to say. What do you mean it becomes thoughtless? It is like this. Suppose a person, an artist, and the artist is painting. Now, initially, what happens when the artist is starting that work of art, is painting, there is a awareness, I am painting. And then the object of painting is there. And then one puts the effort. All those things are there. But as the person becomes involved into it, then what happens? At that time, only that painting is. There is no feeling, I am painting also. In other words, the attention is so much drawn into the object of meditation that only that object of meditation shines in all effulgence and all fullness. This is termed samadhi or absorption. And thus, if you look at this concentration itself, if you look at this focus itself, if you look at this dhyana itself, it has an earlier stage of dharana. It has a stage of immense attention with effort. And then it progresses into a state of absorption, where the object of meditation supershines. And then dhyana reaches its perfection. Now, when we speak of dhyana, there one more important word which should be looked into, and that is upasana. Usually what happens, that dhyana, what we are doing is upasanam in its manifold forms. Sri Adi Shankaracharya, in his commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, he defines what is upasanam. He says, upasanam nama yata shastram upasyasya arthasya vishayikarena samipyam upagamya taila dharavat samana pratyaya pravahena dirghakalam yad asanam tad upasana. Now, this is a Sanskrit definition. To explain it in English, what is upasana? Upasanam nama. What is upasana? Upasana is defined as yata shastram, as the shastra enjoins, as per the guidance of the shastra. Yata shastram upasyasya arthasya vishayikarena. When you can comprehend that object, what ought to be contemplated upon, vishayikarena, by comprehending that object. Samipam upagamya, that upa is there, right? That upa means samipam. You have reached into the proximity of the object of meditation. How have you reached to the proximity to the object of meditation? By comprehending that. But then, okay, you are comprehending it, and then what? Taila dharavat. Taila dhara? Taila dhara is when you have that flow of oil. How does the oil flow? The oil flows because it is viscous in nature. The oil flows without any kind of break. Taila dharavat samana pratyaya pravahena. The thoughts of the object of your contemplation, how is it? Taila dharavat, it flows. Samana pratyaya pravahena. The same thought is repeated and there is a flow. In this way, dirghakalam, for a sufficient duration of time, yad asanam, your proximate sitting, you are sitting down. Sitting down is not physical. Here, sitting down is that the mind has become established in that single flow of thought. This is called as upasana. Now, later on, we can see this, when we talk of upasanam, here again, the upasana can be divided into so many forms. in the spiritual context, that upasana is divided into Saguna Brahma Upasana and Nirguna Brahma Upasana. Now, we can see how, you find in the Kaivalya Upanishad, a description of how this upasana is done. Vivikta deshe cha sukasanastaha, shuchis samagri shirashariraha, atyashramasta sakalendriyani, nirudya bhaktya swagurum pranamya, kritpundarikam virajam vishuddham, vichintya madhye vishadam vishokam, achintyam avyaktam anantamurtim, shivam prashantam amrutam brahmayonim, tatadi madhyanta vihira mekam, vibhum chidananda marupa madbhutam, uma sahayam parameshwaram prabhum, trilochanam nilakanta prashantam, dhyatva munir gacchati bhutayonim samasta sakshim tamasah parastat. So how it is to be done? Vivikta deshe sukhasanastha, sitting comfortably in a place where you will not be disturbed, where you will not be called about for this or that. It is a time when you're devoting yourself for this practice. Sukhasanastha, sitting in a way in which you can transcend your mind. If you're sitting in a very uncomfortable posture, then what happens? You cannot withdraw yourself from the body. At the same time, you are sitting in a posture where the energies of the body and the way you're sitting is so comfortable that there's no question of falling down or tripping down. Such kinds are not there. So therefore, sitting in a way in which you can shift your attention from the body, and then in your heart, you're meditating, you're contemplating upon the Lord. Uma sahayam parameshwaram prabhum trilochanam nilakantam prashantam. So in this way, the physical attributes of the Lord are also given for you to hold on. And at the same time, the nature, the true nature of the Lord as Vishuddham, Vishokam, Adi Madhyanta Vihinam, free of infinite, free of beginning, middle, and end, free of any kind of sorrow or all those mental modifications. In this way, you worship the Lord, holding on to the support of the physical features which the Shastra describes. Yata Shastram. Upasanam is always as the Shastra describes. So you hold on to it as the Shastra describes, and then you merge your attention in that. So these are called Saguna Upasana, Saguna Brahma Upasanas. Because the Lord you are worshipping is with certain qualities. Uma Sahayam, Parameshwaram, Prabhum, Trilochanam, 3 eyes, etc., etc. If you can go through these texts, you will see how the Saguna Brahma Upasanas are described. The Vishnu Sahasranama also you have Shantakaram Bhujaga Shayanam Padmanabham Suresham Vishwadharam Gagana Sadrisham Meghavarnam Shubhangam. Shantakaram, peaceful form. Bhujaga Shayanam, lying on that mat, lying on the bed of the snake, Adishesha. In this way, various qualities are given. Now these are physical. Now you see. Vishwadharam, Gagana Sadrisham, Meghavarnam Shubhangam. So Vishwadharam, he is the Bhagavan Vishnu there. Narayana is the substratum of the entire world. Now the true nature of God is also given. So the physical aspect is given for you to hold on, because we are used to the physical. So the physical becomes easy for the mind to hold. Then even as you holding to the physical, shift your attention to the physical and go to the reality aspect of the Lord. This becomes Saguna Brahma Upasana. Now, among the Saguna Brahma Upasanas, when you many Saguna Brahma Upasanas are there as per the form of the deity. You can take Devi, you can take Subramanya, you can take any form of deity as the Shastra describes, and then you can meditate upon. And you will find in all of them a certain physical aspect is given for you to hold your attention, And then the truth of the Lord is also given for you to lift your mind beyond the physical and go to that reality aspect of the Lord. So this is Saguna Brahma Upasana. Nirguna Brahma Upasana, Saguna with the gunas, Nirguna without the gunas. Now, that is also given. Now, when you say Nirguna Brahma Upasana, what is meant? It is meant Brahman, the ultimate reality in its absolute nature, of the nature of pure existence, pure consciousness, and supreme bliss. This is the true nature of the Lord. This is not the guna. Guna is a property. What it is, nature. So what do you mean guna and what do you mean property? Suppose I take some water, and in the water I have some color put. Then I can say it's a blue colored water, or I can have a red colored water. I can have a green colored water. That is guna. The color can come, can be more, can be reduced. But the nature of water is H2O. That is the nature. Color you can increase or decrease. But nature, you cannot increase or decrease. It is H2O ever. The same way, the ultimate reality is of the nature of Satchidananda. That is nature. That is Swarupa. It is not Guna. It is Swarupa. And very subtle. But when you can lift your mind to that subtlety and hold on your attention to that ultimate, for example, Pratasmarami hridisam spuradatma tattvam Satchit Sukam Paramaham Sagatim Turiyam Yat Swapna Jagara Sushuptimavaiti Nityam Tad Brahma Nishkalamaham Nacha Bhuta Sangaha. Or for example, the famous Shivoham Shivoham Satchidananda Swarupoham Asangoham 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 Punah Punaha. Now these are all what? These are all Nirguna Brahma Upasanas, which is a little bit tougher. But yet, if somebody is keen about that way, then the Shastras also give you that variety. Now, among the, we have seen now Saguna Brahma Upasana, Nirguna Brahma Upasana, we have seen. Among the Saguna Brahma Upasanas also, there are some very, very specific Upasanas which are called Ahangrahopasana. Now, what is this Ahangrahopasana? Ahangrahopasana is when you take, see, what are you doing in Upasana? In Upasana, you are worshipping, you are meditating upon the Lord in the spiritual context, meditating upon the Lord as distinct from me in Saguna Brahma Upasana, right? Now, in Ahangrahopasana, what are you doing? You are not keeping yourself away from the divinity that you are contemplating upon. In other words, what is happening? You are making yourself also part of the divinity. You are making yourself, the individual also, as part of the divinity. Not keeping yourself separate, but merging yourself in the divinity, and that way you are contemplating. This is called as Ahangraha Dhyāna or Ahangraha Upasana. The famous example, which we can see in Shiva Manasa Puja, Atma Tvam Girija Mati Sahachara Prana Shariram Griham Pujate Vishayopabhoga Rachana Nidra Samadhi Stitihi Sanchara Padayo Pradakshina Vidahi Stotrani Sarvagiro Yad Yad Karma Karomi Tattadakilam Shambho Tavaradhanam. So here, how is the Upasana done, you see here? You are telling Lord Shiva, what are you telling? Atmatvam. Oh Lord Shiva, the self in me is you. Girija Matihi. And Girija, Parvati, your consort, who is she? This Mati, this mind of mine is that Girija. Prana, the very pranas are your sahachara, or your sevaks, my pranas. The prana, apana, vyana, udana, etc. All of them are your servants. Is your devalaya. Shariram griham is your devalaya, is your abode. Now what is happening here? You yourself, you merge in the divinity and you worship the divinity. Not just worship, you contemplate upon your divinity, on that divinity that way. Now these kind of upasanas are called as ahangraha upasanas. There are other ahangraha upasanas also. For example, Ashtamurti Brudupasana, where all the 5 elements, then the sun, the moon, and the individual, all of them are considered as form of the Lord. If you go to the Ishavasya Upanishad, you will find Sambhuti Upasana, Asambhuti Upasana. A lot of these upasanas are there. And they are all very, very special. Why they are special? Because you take yourself, you put yourself into the divinity and remove that individuality. You merge yourself into that. These are called ahangraha upasanas. Now, as we see this upasana and all those things, if you just go to the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, you will find the statement, Atmavare drashtavyaha. You must realize yourself. How? Shrotavyo, mantavyo, nididhyasitavya. By Shravana, by Manana, by Nididhyasana. Shravana is the understanding of the scriptural import from the Guru. Manana is reflecting upon that so that doubts end. And Nididhyasana is now this is now we are going from this Nididhyasana. What is this we are talking of? This is a little different from the upasanas what we saw so far. This is also dhyana. This is also meditation. But this is very different. Why this is very different? See, now what I have here is a kerchief. Okay. Now, suppose I look at this kerchief and I say this is kerchief. Now, what is happening here when I say this is kerchief? This is kerchief is not my mental Shastra given idea. Example, let me give a simpler example. Suppose you take, when they say Shalagrama Upasana or Shivalinga, Shiva, worship of Shiva. Take this worship of Shiva. Then in Shiva worship, they have the Shivalinga. Or in the case of Bhagavan Vishnu, they have the Shalagrama, which is a stone from the river Gandaki. Or Shivalinga, what do you have? You have a stone. Or even Ganesha, what you take a little turmeric and then you make a conical thing and this Ganesha. Now here, the Shastra is telling you, the Shastra is telling you, this stone you worship as Vishnu. It is stone, you see the stone, but what are you doing? You are saying this is Vishnu. The Shastra has given you the tip, what is to be done. And based on that, you are doing. And then you are worshipping continuous flow of thought of Vishnu. It is Vishnu, Vishnu. Now that becomes Upasana. Dhyana of the nature of this Upasana. Now, when I see this kerchief, I am seeing this as kerchief. This is revealed to be kerchief by what? By my own eyes. In other words, the knowledge this is kerchief, even though I maintain this is a kerchief, this is a kerchief, this is a kerchief, this is a kerchief, this has nothing to do with my mental thinking. Yes, this kerchief is a thought of the mind, no doubt, but the thought of the mind is generated through the means of knowledge the I. And here, it is not because the Shastra is telling me. In the case of that Shalagram, in the case of Vishnu, I take a stone and worship it as Vishnu. I take the stone and say, this is Lord Shiva. You see here, based on the guidance given by Shastra, I am doing it, and I have to create that thought myself. Even though I see the stone, I create a thought in myself saying, this is Vishnu, this is Shiva. In other words, you are placing a higher notion on a concrete object which is different from that. But you are doing it based on Shastra injunction. But here, when I say this is kerchief, then what is it happening here? When I say it is kerchief, the idea this is kerchief is generated by my means of knowledge. I myself see it as kerchief. It is not that I see in this kerchief Ganesha or Lord Shiva. No, kerchief I am seeing as kerchief. In the same way, after I listen to my guru's teaching about the nature of the self, Shravana, after I have no doubts about it, Manana, then I meditate upon myself as what? I am that ultimate Satchidananda, existence, consciousness, bliss. This is what? This is knowledge per se. This is not thinking this to be something else. This is knowledge per se. Now, this is called as Nididhyāsana, which is again a dhyana. But this dhyana is not based on your mental construct. This is based on the knowledge. Even though it is a thought, yet it is based on knowledge itself and knowledge alone. This is called as Nididhyāsana. So thus you see various varieties of dhyana. Saguna Brahma Upasana, Nirguna Brahma Upasana. This is all dhyana. In Saguna Brahma Dhyana, you have a very unique type called Ahangraha Upasana or Ahangraha Dhyana, the fruit of which is considered to be Krama Mukti. That is a different topic by itself, but the fruit of it is considered to be something very high called Krama Mukti. And once you understand your nature through Shravana and Manana, and then you maintain a continuous flow of thought of that nature, then that becomes Nididhyāsana, and that gives you liberation here and now. So the ultimate, the doorway for liberation, Jivan Mukti, is also dhyana. And dhyana of various natures, the Saguna Brahma Upasanas purify the mind, make us single-pointed. Chitta Shuddhi, Chitta Ekagrata they provide. And with that, one goes higher into Nirguna Upasana, which is again a dhyana. And then one comes to Nididhyāsana, which is again a dhyana. So the entire path, the spiritual path, is paved by dhyana. Such is the importance of dhyana in the tradition. Such is the primacy of this spiritual practice. And this itself is considered to be the highest tapas. The Mahabharata would say, Manasascha Indriyanam Aikagryam Paramam Tapaha. This kind of focus of the senses and mind into the single object of focus is itself the greatest tapas. In fact, it is said the Lord also created this whole universe by tapas of the nature of just comprehending in a single thought the entire creation. Satapo tapyata, satapastatva, idagam sarvamasrujata, tapasa chiyate brahma. In this way, you find plenty of references in the Shastras, in our tradition, in the Hindu tradition, in the Upanishadic tradition, in the Vedic tradition, in Sanatana Dharma tradition, about all these various aspects of meditation. So with these few words, thanking all of you who are present here and wishing you all the best for this wonderful conference on Dhyana. And I invoke the Lord's grace, my own Guru Pujya Swami Chinmayananji's grace and blessings, and the grace and blessings of all saints and sages who have nourished this great tradition, our great tradition of Hinduism, and who have shared with the whole world this beautiful technique of dhyana or meditation. So invoking the grace and blessings of all saints and sages and wishing you all the best. Thank you very much. Hari Om.
Namaste, Swamiji. Pranam, Swamiji. That was an excellent exposition of dhyana, particularly from the Hindu perspective, because the characteristic Hindu aspects like Saguna Upasana, Nirguna Upasana, all these were focused on in actually this talk itself took us into a dhyana about dhyana. It was Taila Dharavat, we were focusing only on dhyana. So well organized, well focused on the characteristic Hindu aspects of dhyana. And now probably the audience and the paper presenters also have got another word, upasana. Upasana as synonymous with dhyana, and a very shastric exposition of the whole topic was done by you as a guidance to all our panelists, Swamiji. Pranams, and grateful to you for this exposition. Namaskar.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Swamiji. Now we move to the.
Pranam, Swami.
Now we move to the next session of this conference, where we have Professor Ramachandra Ji Bhatt Ji. This is an special invited session before the commencement of the paper presentation. Now we have this another special invited talk on the role of dhyana in traditional teaching learning processes and its application in current day educational scenario. And this talk is by Professor Ramachandra Bhatt Ji, who is my guru, my Shastra guru in Veda Vijnana Gurukula. Acharya Ramachandra Bhatt Ji is a great scholar in Vedanta and Prachina Nyaya. He is the convener of the Gurukula education in Karnataka. There are 3 Gurukulas: Veda Vijnana Gurukula in Bangalore, Maitreya Gurukula for girls in Mangalore, and then Prabodhini Gurukula for boys in near Sringeri, Hariharapura. So he guides, he is a Margadarshaka for the entire Gurukula system of education that's happening in Karnataka. And then Acharya is also the Margadarshaka in the Bharatiya Shikshana Mandal institution under the Gurukula Prakalpa. Sri Ramachandra Bhatt Ji was former Vice Chancellor of S. Vyasa University, Yoga University, Bengaluru, and is serving chairman of Veda Vijnana Shodha Samsthana. It's a Bengaluru-based research center which works in the area of Samskrita and Indic studies. Professor Ramachandra Bhatt Ji has guided over many students in a PhD on yoga. He has authored 13 books on culture, Gurukula education, teaching methodology, yoga psychology, and he has been awarded D.Lit from the Tumkur University for his monumental work titled Veda Vijnana Paramyam, and several awards and recognitions have come his way. including Bhavabhuti Puraskara, awarded by Madhya Pradesh government, and Guru Gauravam by Jnana Prabodhini Pune, Acharya Pravara by Shri Sonda Swarnavalli Samsthana Karnataka, Vidvat Satkara by Rashtriya Samskrita Vidyapitha Himachal Pradesh, and many other organizations. In recognition of his expertise and scholarship, he has been nominated both in the past and present as a member of many prestigious academic, administrative, and advisory bodies across the country, including Karnataka Knowledge Commission, Government of Karnataka, Higher Education Planning Committee, Government of Gujarat, Yoga Education Planning Committee, Higher Education Department of Government of Karnataka, Central Committee of Maharshi Sandipini Veda Vidya Pratisthana Ujjaini, and so on. Such an illustrious scholar, my guru, Sri Ramachandra Bhattji, is here. Now I invite him to deliver his special invited lecture on Dhyana and its implication on the education, past and present.
Om Namah Pranavarthaya Shuddha Jnanaikamurtaye Nirmalaya Prashantaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha. Muditosmi Pramuditosmi. Today, you, the highly respected organizers of various spiritually based, scientifically connected subject areas, on behalf of, on the aegis of Indic, these areas are so attractive to me because they are actual, factual, and very much experiential and experimented. In particular, the field which is most liked in my life, which was the main foodstuff throughout my life journey, that is education. Bharatiya Jnana Parampara Yuganukula Paksha. So that very happy and very much Abhinandanam for you all. I just qualified this particular subject domain with many adjectives. Yes. As soon as I just started contemplating on this subject area, I just go back to that Himalayan water source, Ganga, Gomukha, that is the Vedic sources, Rugajusama, Atharvangirasaha. Already that part very much cultured by the most revered Swamiji just now, referring to many Upanishadic sources like Atmavare Shrotavya, Drashtavya Shrotavya, Mantavya, Itihāsatavya. My area is very much connected to the present problem. That is where I wanted to give some justice and nurture and culture that domain. Because now NEP is there before us. national education policy or new education policy, where we wanted to bring novelty, and using that recommendation, we wanted to revolutionize the whole education system, whether it is Shala Shikshana or higher Shikshana, upper. I am very much connected and active in that field. And through education, whatever values we imbibe and impart to the next generation, that will have very perpetual, permanent bearings and values in uplifting our moral and many standards, cognitive standards, many standards. That is why I am very much interested to give justice as much as possible. Sitting here in this Gurukula ambience, I am very much value added. I am supported by actual and factual, something experiential and more experimented, more evidence-based. That is very small introductory part of my talk. Now I come to the factual part. As we know, we have three khandhas: karma, dhyana, jnana. These are all the real, very important core, essential parts of the whole Veda. Dhyana builds a bridge between karma and jnana. If you want to have so much efficiency and result-oriented activity at karma kanda level, you must have dhyana. It must be supported by dhyana. Otherwise, your karma will be not so much useful. So, kayena vacha karmana, whatever you do, it must be supported by dhyana. Ekagrata, ekatanata. All these words are understandable to this audience, I think. They are all very much acquainted with these idioms and words. Shastri, Shabdavali. In the same time, we talk about cognitive clarity, Jnana Pramanyam, which takes us to the highest pinnacle of purest form of cognizance. There again, without dhyana, you cannot move a step ahead, forward. That is why this is very, very important. We are in karma paksha. We are in dharma paksha. Because dharma is defined like that. By three karanas, whatever we do, anugrahascha dhanancha satam dharma sanatana. Kayena vacha buddhya. So using all these God-given instruments embedded in our inner personality, we proceed further and try for that ultimate purushartha moksha also, crossing three dharma artha kama. Everywhere, if you want to go for excellence, dhyana value addition is very much inevitable. With this understanding, you have to proceed. In the educational journey, starting from womb to tomb, which is very popularly known in the educational field, we must go for this value, dhyana value. Very much actual, factual, very much experiential. Where that particular stuff, it is very well cultured, nurtured from very womb level. If parents take this part, dhyana part means what? It is nadanusandhana. That means concentrating on some Onkara or some Japa. When that new progeny is just blossoming in mother's womb, if mother starts this type of dhyana, its impact is so wonderful. That is why dhyana got its role to play from womb to toe. I don't go for the samadhi toe part. That is wonderful part for yogis and Vedantis. So much we heard about that. But at very starting level, beginning level, Atha Om of our life journey, if mother, father both take this value, Ishtadevata Dhyana, that is whatever deity they like, there they concentrate and channelize their mental power so that they will be proper modules for parenthood. Udatta Mata, Udatta Pita. Just to make them supporting for Adishila, we must go for Dhyana. We must take this part. Adhishila level I am just now attending, which we call it Adhishila in our Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. So, Shila is that part which is naturally transmitted from parents, that too through the mother. So, mother is so much funded with this understanding, Suputro Jayeta, Kuputro Jayeta, that part will be very much time-friendly problem now. Shankaracharya told, Kuputro Jayeta Kuchit Kumata Nabhavati. But now it is sometime otherwise. Mothers are not properly educated about their motherhood, their culture. That Shila, Sadachara, for which mothers are the real role models. They are Samskriti Vahinis, cultural ambassadors for Shila. Because that blossoming progeny, Santanam, it takes that acquaintance from that source. That is the real model. Matra Chaya, it is called in our terminology. So Matra Chaya is very much nurtured and cultured by Dhyana. Such mother's role model, it is there in our tradition. Arundhati was that type of mother. Are so many Sita, Draupadi, all such Brahmavadinis they are called. Brahmavadini Parampara, it is called. Brahmavadini Parampara is that tradition which stands for motherhood, not for just womanhood. It is not only Stritvam, it is Matrutvam. What is the difference? More and more channelization of mind and samskara among mothers, that will help you to cultivate that Adhishila Shikshana at that tender age, up to that 7th or 8th, or in this particular period, modern age, it is 11th to 12th, that particular span of time of everyone's life span, life journey, that is called Adhishila. So in that Adhishila Shikshana, Dhyana got its own very, very importance. That is why when mother is there growing in her mother's womb, or it takes birth and gradually growing up, you must arrange that Dhyanam. What Dhyanam it is? Nadhanusandhanam. So that child will be always while going for sleep and just waking up. You facilitate that Onkara Dhvani or Pratasmaranam or some ragas like Bhopali like Hamsadhvani, like so many such, Shankarabharana, Bhairavi. You need not go for its scholarly competency part, but its impact, which helps for emotional culturing. That is called emotional culture. Some ragas are so much, they are very much helpful for purification of mind. For that, we can just organize that type of Nadopasana, it is called. It is called Nadopasana. In that particular age, Nadopasa or Nadanusanthana. I don't go for any big, any jugglery or something, Dhyanam or something, Upasanam. They are very great. For Shastric exercise, understanding and research, that is wonderful. For education, for the sake of education, that too for tender children, growing, blooming, blossoming children. This Nadopasana, this Nadanusanthana, it is very much helpful. It cultivates the Shila. What is the Shila? It is training our karma, jnana, indriyas, and all our emotional faculties. Like basically they are on other side, Shraddha will be there, on other left side, Kama also there, instincts will be there. What that particular emotion to be cultured through that mechanism, your dhyana mechanism, that is very, very important dhyana. There. If you just play flute and play some ragas, and so while just listening to that very waves, dhvani, nada, children get motivated. And their prana shakti covering all 72,000 nadis will be activated and vibrating. And gradually, when pranamaya kosha is purified and manomaya kosha is sublimated, emotionally purified, gradually child's growth physically also very much healthy. In the same time, intellectual growth also becomes very natural. Consequently, from that very age, whatever you say, that what is an emotional quotient, or intelligence quotient, everything will be blooming. Because spiritual quotient is very much addressed by you parents. Once this Adhishila is properly taken care of, very basic, strong basic foundation is laid down, after that the child grow very naturally. That is why for that again another supporting thing added, that is called Dvitiya Janma Upanayana. It is irrespective of their gender and color, this and all that. Upanayana is Dhi Diksha, that Dhi Diksha, Gayatri Upasana is a wonderful validation in that natural process, growth in that academic and research area. These basic things are culture and nurture. Child will take care of its own growth and identifies its own distinct areas of its interest and aptitudes. Then whether it is brilliant in mathematics or science or in something activity centered cultivations or Vanijya Shastra or Vijnana Shastra, any Shastra, Vedanta, Nyaya, Mimamsa, Vyakarna, any area they can grow. That is what the system laid down in our Rishi Parampara. Next, you come to the Chitta level, Adhichitta. Chitta level, it is after more or less 10th of one's age or 12th. In that particular juncture, that very necessity arises and child naturally takes a small shift. So that more than Matri Chaya, it only prefers and likes to be in the company of knowledgeable people, those who can share their knowledge. Those who can give more and more light of knowledge, information, knowledge and wisdom. Because child will develop that type of inquisitiveness, questioning, prashnika pravritti will be more. It starts asking questions and questions while moving in the garden, while moving with friends. Why, what, where, which, how, all series of that interrogative utterances comes from that child. Then you have to address naturally. That is called karanikaranam, pramanikaranam, abhivyakti-karanam, samajiki-karanam. That is how these words we use at Atichitta level. Whenever it raises that question, you go on answering and answering. So it will be asking about cause and effect. Sometimes it will be asking about impact. Sometimes mathematical questions for basic competency related mathematical questions. Gunakara, bhagakara. Somewhere even why this man is laughing, why this flower is blooming. Like that inquisitiveness grows. More and more questioning, more and more answering, or eliciting answers. This process is very active at Adhichitta level. That is why we call it Karanikarana. Karanikarana also, it presupposes that mental channelization, because the child will be watching. So this ant is moving slowly. And this was yesterday in that closed posture. Now it is blossomed. Why it is? That is why every activity, every sound, every form, every structure, everything creates more and more inquisitiveness. It is leading to that. So question will be freely expressed by growing Kumara. So that Bhagavata says, that is the real area of cognizance, expansion of cognizance. Kaumara acharya prajnaha dharman Bhagavata niha. Srimad Bhagavatam says. So in this Kumara Bhava, adolescence, more and more karve karna, reasoning, analyzing, synthesizing, calculating, computing, whatnot, everything. It grows. This is Chitta level. All these basic competencies will be ignited, activated. So beautiful it is. So that this Abhivyakti-karanam also. Abhivyakti-karanam means it starts expressing. So more and more language. We are talking in national education policy, we talk. At that age, they have wonderful, enormous competency, capacities to grasp many languages. You give 1, 2, 3. Now so much discussion going on about Sanskritam. Is it so tough? Nothing tough. I myself in my Agrahara, how could I study Mahakavyas, Champu Ramayanas, Champu Bharatas, Adi Kavi, Panchamahakavya, everything so easily? Because that much competency will be embedded, God given. That we utilize and channelize. That's all. For that, it is again Dhyāna meva. That is why you get up early in the morning and Brahma Murta, go for Pancha, Pranayama, Onkara Dhyāna, and Gayatri Japa. That is called again another part of Nadam Sandhana. And in the same time, when you just move around in the garden, look and learn, start children or Kumaras, adolescent boys, they go on grasping and understanding. In our Gurukulam, we create that type of. So small group with accompanied with Mataji or Acharya, just move around. Whenever, whatever type of questions are asked, we go on addressing and sharing our knowledge. Sometimes they give knowledge to us, sometimes we give. There is no any classification between teacher and taught or Acharya and Antevasi. Going together, enriching each other's cognizance, knowledge level. That is Adhichitta. And then it is leading to Adhiprajna. So that prajna vivekam labhate bhinnaihi agama darshanaihi. That is how Bhartahari puts it. Prajna vivekam labhate. What is that ingredient of prajna shakti? It is viveka shakti. What is that viveka shakti? Distinguishing good and bad, acceptable, unacceptable. That viveka. This viveka buddhi arises slowly at prajna level. For that, it is Guru Upasadanam, Guru Pada Padme eva bhutva adhyanam. It is not something online, pratyaksha shikshana. That is why we want acharyas and matrisris, who are the real role models by their practice, not mere preaching. Such acharya, by very presence, they spread that vibration. That type of atmosphere we create in a Gurukulam. That is only Gurukulam where these parts are well taken. Not only just juggleries or mental exercise. Not only kutarka or something. Now in the name of college education, this and that, creativity, scientific, this, that, sometimes it is more negative. It must be made people friendly, pupil friendly. For that, this prajna level. Vivekam labhate, Āgama darshanai. That is the correct word, underlined, to be underlined. Āgama darshana, that means Āgama darshana is only under the divine feet of gurus. They are the real gurus who impart that Āgama and darshana. With that, they develop that prajna. And not last, it has no end at all. Because when you come to that Navanuvalmesha Adhishila, more and more you are concentrated, one-pointed, focused totally, then only you can go for creating something, some documentary things or something in the name of research papers or research works. Otherwise, we go for just cut and paste. Something, everything frail. No, we don't want. So that when you come to that Shodha level, gradually crossing Bodha level, in that Adhiprajna, when you come to this Adhipratibha, it is focused on Shodha. But without Bodha, what is your Shodha? Now we are, what is that research going on? That's why Adhipratibha, Prajna, Nava Unmesha. There, without Dhyāna Shakti, without contemplation, without concentrated mind power, mental power, we cannot go for Shodha. That is why whole educational journey starting from Adhishila, it is only Dhyanam. Without Dhyanam, no karma. Without Dhyanam, no Jnana. That is how this Dhyana, it builds between the greatest human values. That is karma and Jnana. So, education is my focus. Now, I am very happy. This much I could share with you all. Only one thing, we have 3 kandas. It is Dhyana Kanda, guided by Vyasa Maharshi. Another one is Dhyana Kanda, guided by Sankarshana. And another Karma Kanda, guided by another great Rishi, Jaimini. Now all these branches of Shastras to be restated, researched in the light of modern needs, that too NEP, National Education Policy, because total personality development is our main aim. There Dhyana is the highest value. Some may argue Jnana is the highest level. Now we are talking, ours is knowledge-based society, this and that. Okay. For that knowledge also becomes pure when it is supported by Dhyana. That is Santata Shakti, Prasantata Pravaha. Okay, that is fine. So that Nadaanusandhana, Rupanusandhana, and again it is Kriyanusandhana. That also we must go for that in every schooling center before we go to our Omkara Dhyana, and that is very much important. Even Kriya Dhyana means inhaling, exhaling. There also that exercise also we have to exercise to be brought. So with that Kriyanusandhana and Nadanusandhana, once a child enters any learning center, that learning will be effective learning, creative learning. Otherwise, you will be pouring water, that water is wasted. So, Dhyāna is the highest and practical and factual and experienced, experimented, evidence-based means for education. Itham Shastriya Vicharam Bhavatam Savidhe Nivedya Vinamami Dhyānena Atmani Vindanti Keshid Atmanam Atmana. Om Swasti. Sarvebhyah Dhanyavadaः. Samarpayate.
Kritagnaha vayam, dhanyaha vayam acharyaha. So the dhyana, the another dimension or Hindu perspective is that came out through this talk that as I observe is as in Yoga Sutra we see Prakasha Kriya Sthiti Sheelam Bhogapavargartham Drishyam. So dhyana, as it has a apavarga dimension, it has a laukika dimension also, where it slowly, this, if we call it as bhoga or in the worldly experience dimension also, it slowly takes us through the various stages of life and finally leads us to the apavarga dimension. So these two aspects, bhukti mukti, bhoga apavarga. So these are the two sides which are never ignored in Hindu traditions. And the educational role or dimension of dhyana in the educational dimension, we were blessed to hear that from you, Acharya. And for the participants who are listening this, I would like to say that what Acharya ji was speaking was not jnana, it was jnana vijnana sahita. Means it is the adhishila, adhichitta, adhiprajna and adhipratibha shikshana has been implemented for the past 25 years in the 3 gurukulas of Karnataka. So one can visit those gurukulas to see how dhyana has been effectively implemented in these 4 levels of education. Orientation has been given, and batches after batches of students have slowly imbibing this value of dhyana in the process of learning. Various aspects are opening up their knowledge or preparing themselves for the life ahead. So I thank you very much, Acharya, for having consented to be here and guide us on this very important topic of implications of dhyana in the educational scenario. Dhanyasmaha.
Sure.
So now we move on to our regular paper presentation session. I know we are a bit behind schedule, means this session should have started by 10:30. So half an hour, we have rather 40 minutes, we are behind the schedule. So now we right away go to the first session in this paper presentation session, which is the practice of dhyana dimension. Now I would like to invite Aravind V. Iyer-ji to present his paper on pranayama in Sandhya Vandana, assistance, preparation and inspiration for mantra japa. Just before commencing this is a input or instruction. You would have already received, all the paper presenters, that 15 minutes for presentation. So wrap up your presentation in 15 minutes and then for 5 minutes, so that we can have some interaction based on your presentation. Now I invite Aravind ji.
Hari Om. Let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Please let me know when you're able to see.
Screen is visible, ji. Yes.
Om Tat Sat. I'm grateful to begin the paper presentation sessions on pranayama in Sandhya Vandana, assistance, preparation, and inspiration for mantra japa. Sandhya Vandana traditionally considered is a ritual which is supposed to be as regular as the daily course of the sun itself. The picture you see from the opening scene of the well-known movie Adi Shankaracharya has this message that as long as Sandhya Vandana proceeds unhindered, Sanatana Dharma thrives. The ritual itself has a Vaidika mantra core drawing on Shruti. It has its specifications laid out in Smritis, and a lot of Puranic imagery has been laid on to it as well, and hence it's very fundamental to Sanatana Dharma. This is another picture from the same movie, and here we'll recognize another very familiar scene, an image as associated with Sandhya Vandana as the sun itself. This pose, which we recognize as a pose of pranayama, is something familiar to us, not just in a very traditional setting like this, but also in a yoga class, in a park, maybe even in a fitness center. And universal as it is, it also has its roots in a tradition as ancient and as continuous as Sandhya Vandana. Pranayama we associated with in the popular imagination primarily with Ashtanga Yoga. And in Sandhya Vandana, though, it is endowed with mantras. The mantra component is very much emphasized in pranayama in the context of Sandhya Vandana. As I said, it's a key component of the Sandhya ritual, and not just once, it's a recurring item in the ritual. And here is a brief roadmap of the Sandhya ritual itself, which has several components. This is not exhaustive, it just has a brief landmarks, but suffice it to state that pranayama is to be performed before key steps like sankalpa steps, which is the formal resolution for a ritual, arghya, which is offering of water, and most importantly, it is stressed before the performance of the Gayatri Mahamantra Japa. As many as 108 mental recitations of the Gayatri mantra constitute this japa, and the pranayama that's performed before this receives particular emphasis, and that will be the emphasis here as well. As for the ritual itself, it is learned traditionally through live instruction at a very early age. Here is another picture from Adi Shankaracharya showing the Upanayana ritual, which Professor Ramachandra Bhattji mentioned as well. Of late, as an accommodation to modernity, written manuals have been needed, and the need has been responded to as well. And a number of manuals are available as also bhashyas, an example of which you see on the screen, which is called the Sandhya Vandana Bhashya of Vedanti Sitarama Shastri from 1931, published in Samskrita. And resources like this, which help both a practitioner and also somebody studying the ritual from a philosophical perspective, they draw mainly on Smriti authorities. A word here is that the Smriti corpus of texts is something in the popular imagination not as much associated with the inner life and spoken of more in the context of civil law and marriages and inheritance and so on. But Smriti texts constitute the primary authority for guidance for Sandhya Vandana, like in such literature. The yoga tradition supplies role models, we could say, even if it is not the primary authority considered here. And Pauranika imagery pervades the practice of this ritual in the present day and can be traced back to its deep origins itself. You can see the Gayatri mantra personified as a goddess, which also appears in this book cover. As for pranayama in Sandhya in the context of its position in Ashtanga Yoga, we have a word called attention. And this attention is an abstract noun. It's a quality meant to be cultivated. And like in the picture you see there of a guard of honor by the Indian Army, the value of attention is most embodied in a recognizable gesture, like standing at attention. So pranayama itself, which is about maintaining a certain state of breath, is also most embodied and recognized by a sequence of ritual manual actions, which are well developed in the Ashtanga Yoga tradition. And one thing about Sandhya Vandana is that you could view it as recapitulating the stages of practice in Ashtanga Yoga within the ambit of a single ritual. Here is what I mean by that. In Ashtanga Yoga, the very practice of pranayama is premised on asana. Bhagavan Patanjali says, Tasmin sati shvasa prashvasayo gati vichcheda pranayama. And by Tasmin sati, he refers to that attained. And what is to be attained is asana. And which also presupposes the previous yama, niyama, do's and don'ts observances. If we look at the Sandhya Vandana guidance, it meticulously outlines the requirements of timing, of the ritual bath, and so on. So it is fair to consider that what is considered foundational in Ashtanga Yoga is a foundation not just acknowledged, but enacted on a daily basis in the Sandhya Vandana ritual. And the position of pranayama within Sandhya Vandana also is concordant with Ashtanga Yoga in one other important respect, in that pranayama lays the prerequisites for what is called antaranga sadhana in the Patanjala scheme. And here too, the more subtle aspects of mantra japa are what pranayama lays the ground for. Importantly, it also provides what we may call a frame for abhyasa in the yoga context. This is in the picture itself. It's a portrayal of Mandana Mishra shown in pranayama and sandhya pose. And this is during the debate of his life, and that is no excuse to skip the ritual, be it the Indica conference or whatever is going on. This is the ritual frame really embodying the principle of Dirghakala Nairantarya Satkara Sevito Dridabhumi, which is the yoga ideal of Abhyasa. The form of asana and pranayama in the current Sandhya text, they draw a lot on yoga texts. And speaking of the form itself, this must be familiar in that the stoppage of breath and release of breath from the nostrils is to be done by the fingers of the right hand, excluding the index and middle fingers. A certain order has been prescribed in the text. There is variation across traditions, but in principle, one thing commonly acknowledged is that the mantra portion appears in the kumbhaka stage, that is when the breath is held. The very definition from the Smritikara Manu says, Savyahritim sapranavam gayatrim shirasasaha tripathet ayada prana pranayama sauchyate. So here the definition itself makes the mantra central, and this includes the Gayatri mantra itself, which is noteworthy, accompanied by pranayama, accompanied by pranava, that is Om, Vyahritis and Shiras. Each of these components we will see in detail in the core portion of the talk. So the basis, the substratum of the pranayama mantra is Om, also known as pranava, which is given the dignity of a mantra devata, and the mantra devata is Paramatma. Om is has a very central place in the Yoga Sutra as well as a signifier of Ishvara. And the Upanishadic literature is replete with its threefold nature, corresponding to three components of Om, which is a symbolism that underlies the pranayama mantra as well. Once the Om is uttered, the next mantra component in the in pranayama is the utterance of Vyahritis. Vyahritis, you see 7 names over there, which can be seen as synonymous to lokas or worlds. And the way this portion is uttered is to utter Om followed by the name of a world, which is say Om Bhuhu, in series all the way until Om Satyam. This utterance is meant to be a reiteration, a repeated reiteration comprehensively that Om is indeed all of the worlds. Om is Bhuhu, Om is Bhuvaha, and so on. The first 3 that we see, Bhu, Bhuvaha, and Suvaha, also are traditionally seen to symbolize the entire cycle of creation, starting with creation, sustenance, and dissolution. So all of cosmos and eternity is represented within this. And this portion of utterance, which is, of course, when I say utterance, I should say all of this is mental recitation, is a reiteration that Om is indeed all the worlds. The mantra devatas here also, they represent a comprehensive listing representing the entire samuha of devatas. Finally, there is the Gayatri mantra itself that appears within the pranayama, which here in this talk represented by only symbolically by the image. Here is yet another symbolic representation showing a Gayatri in the manifestation with the attributes of the creator Brahma, preserver Vishnu, and Shiva implementing dissolution. The mantra devata for this Gayatri is traditionally Savitra, loosely the deity of the sun. However, the guidance for Sandhya Vandana renders this deity as Jagat Prasavitra, namely the origin and sire of all the worlds that we see emerging from Om. One key aspect here is that one might say if the pranayama is preparatory for Gayatri, why should it appear within the preparation itself? And here it can be seen as an aided japa before an independent japa, in that here there is this elaborate framing with the manual assistance and placing the mantra in a truly cosmic context. Finally, there is also the final component of the pranayama mantra is the Gayatri Shiras, which is a statement of the nature of Brahman, verily Om, as Sat Chit Ananda. Now, how the commentators interpret this is that the statement goes Apo, Jyoti, Rasa, Amritam, Brahma, Bhuvaswarom. Apa stands for the primordial waters, which is interpreted as standing for existence or Sat. Jyoti, the light of consciousness, is interpreted as Chit. And Rasaha, the essence of experience, is interpreted to be Ananda. And those familiar with the Bhagavad Gita will recall a concordance with this verse that says, Rasoham apsu kaunteya prabhasmi shashi suryayo pranavas sarva vedeshu shabdam khe paurusham nrishu. All of this is within one breath hold. And this is almost a reiteration of the entire philosophy, the understanding of the cosmos of Vedanta within one breath hold. I'll conclude with a few compelling images. here in the Prashnopanishad, we see a way to combine the images, the primary, the central images of Sandhya Vandana, which are the breath and the sun. Prana is seen to be to the self or Atman as close as a shadow is to a person. And also the sun itself is the external prana. This way, something as intimate as the breath and as ultimate as the sun have been given such a ritual unison here. This imagery pervades the Upanishads. This is just a representative example. The indwelling prana is seen as a deity receiving a lot of Puranika emphasis and promotes a lot of worship. In speaking of the assistance, preparation, and inspiration for Gayatri Japa, I'll conclude with this verse from the Mahabharata, which is truly inspirational for our own practice. The preparation may be for Mantra Japa, the assistance may be for Sandhya Vandana, but here the inspiration is truly universal, treating the prana within, established by pranayama, worship without as the sun, as the deity indwelling, equipping us to reach the highest states of tapas. Prana dharana matrena shakyam kartum tapastvaya prano hi paramo dharma sthito deheshu dehina. The very fact of prana established within us through the act of living or ritually through pranayama is itself suffices to make us reach the state of a true dhyatra or a true meditator in a manner of speaking. And this, in the tradition itself, is so close to the state of the dhyaya itself. And with this, I would like to conclude. Om Tat Sat.
Thank you very much, Arvindji, for that very wonderful first paper on the practical dimension of dhyana. It's a pranayama is a very important preparation for dhyana, because as everyone is aware, chalevate chalam chittam, nischale nischalam bhavet. If we are to address a kind of work with the mind, first we have to work with the prana. So this, which has been documented in 15th century Hatha Yoga text, is already there in the practice of the Vedic Sandhya Vandana, which dates back very in very old ages. Since old ages, we have very ancient times, we have this, which has been later documented in Hatha Yoga literature. So wonderful that you brought out this very essential beginning dimension, practical dimension, that for preparing or working with the mind, it's very essential to work with the prana, which is embedded in the Hindu Vedic culture and practice tradition.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions, specific pointed questions here. So thank you very much, Arvindji. We move on to the next paper from a Vedic, very senior respected Vedic scholar, Acharya Dr. S. Ramakrishna Sharmaji, who is also a researcher in various aspects of the Shastras. Now I invite Acharya to present his paper on Dhyanam as Upasana, a Vedic perspective. Acharya Ramakrishna ji.
Hari Om. Regarding the title, it came to my perception that Vedic perspective, as though it sounds good for researchers, I would put it as Dhyanam as Upasana as per Veda Pramanam. It is Veda Pramanam. And Veda Pramanam cannot be translated as Vedic perspective, though perspective is inclusive. Now coming to Veda Pramanam, well, it is very wrong to consider Vedas as books, as though we have been told that the books of Vedas, the holy books of the East, Max Muller tried to propagate it that way. So Vedas are not books. Let us first understand. Vedas as defined by Sayanacharya. It is Vedo Nama Ananta Shabda Rashihi, unending series of Shabda, sequential Shabda, sound series. So these sequences of sounds yield different meanings contextually in different contexts, context-specific meanings. So therefore, we have to take care the four aspects, as it were, to understand Veda Pramanam. Within the Vedas themselves, we get what is known as Shruti, as a Shruti Pramana. Then Shruti itself gives Yukti, Shruti Sammata Yukti. Yukti, that is logic, to comprehend the meaning, the logic of the meaning, the context of the meaning, this Shruti Sammata Yukti. And then Shruti tells us the Anubhava. This is the Anubhava. And what is that Anubhava? To comprehend the Anubhava, we should have a Drishtanta. Shruti also gives the Drishtanta. Contemporarily, if we have a Drishtanta in front of us, that here is a Mahatma, look at him and we can comprehend the gunas that are, sadhaka gunas that are there, and which I should imbibe in myself. So this is the composite way of comprehending Veda Pramanam, that is Shruti, Shruti Sammata Yukti, and Anubhava and Drishtanta. Keeping these four in mind, I, as a sadhaka, not a practitioner, sadhana is not practice, because sadhana and sadhaka bring a lot of things in ambience which the word practice and practitioner need not bring, will not bring actually. So then, instead of calling me a practitioner, if I take myself as a sadhaka, that will be according to the Shastra Sammata Yukti. My sadhana makes me a sadhaka. So therefore, Adhikari, Sambandha, Vishaya, and Prayojanam. These four aspects every sadhaka must be aware of. So then, am I an Adhikari? In the context of Dhyanam, am I an Adhikari for Dhyanam? And what is the Prayojanam of Dhyanam for me? And what is the Vishaya of Dhyanam? And then Sambandha, my connection to the Vishaya, my connection to the Prayojana. So this is Adhikari, Sambandha, Vishaya, and Prayojana regarding Dhyanam. Now coming to Upasana and Dhyanam. Upasana is a very generic term in which Dhyanam is included. The Vedas, for the purpose of study, we classify as Karma Kanda, Upasana Kanda, and Jnana Kanda. In Upasana Kanda, even though today we don't have much resources regarding the specific Upasanas which are mentioned in Upasana Kanda, we have in fact in Upasana three aspects. One is the Pujanam, and next is Japaha, and the third is Chintanam. These are the three levels of Upasana involving all the organs of perception and action, Pujanam. In Puja, all organs of actions are involved, or organs of perception are involved, I mean major, using the hands, using the Vagindriya and all that. So this is Pujanam. This Pujanam prepares for the next level of sadhana, that is Japaha. So after performing the puja, now those who are listening may ask, what puja? It depends upon one's parampara. One who is a sadhaka should know one's parampara. One's Guru Parampara will tell what is the parampara actually of the puja that is to be pursued in sadhana. And here, bringing into the context Adishankara's Panchayatana Puja Paddhati, Adityam, Ambikam, Vishnum, Gananatham, Maheshwaram. These are the 5 devatas involved in the Panchayatana Puja Paddhati. And again, if one happens to have Aditya as Ishta Devata, then Aditya Kendrita Panchayatana. And if it is Devi, then Durga Kendrita, Amba Kendrita Panchayatana. And if it is Vishnu, Vishnu Kendrita, like that. There are 5 sets of panchayat. So these ayatanas, these abodes of worship, like Saligrama and Shivalinga, and this is a must for a sadhaka for the reason that it helps to achieve the required shuddhi for dhyana. So then it is very clear that without shuddhi, chitta shuddhi, trikarana shuddhi, it is not possible to attain the sadhya for which the sadhana is meant in the spiritual domain. So sadhya sadhana viveka is needed, and sadhaka vivechana is needed, sadhana vivechana is needed. With all this clarity, then when one performs the japa, it becomes japa karma. So puja karma, and after that japa karma, then comes chintana. Now please note that we have the expression puja karma, we have the expression japa karma, but there is no dhyana karma. Dhyanam, that's all. Dhyanam is not a karma, because in this context, let us define dhyanam in broadest way, broadest sense. Dhyanam is manasa vyaparaha. But this should not be translated as mental activity, because it is not mind as we use it in the English context. It is the antakarana. The eyes, ears, and the tongue and the hands, these are bahya karana, indriyas that are external, physical. With reference to this bahya karana, we have what is known as the antakarana. This antakarana, the inner instrument of perception and inner instrument which drives action, this antakarana has got 4 aspects. And these 4 aspects are to be understood from the standpoint of Shastra and also from the standpoint of Anubhava. My antakarana, what is my Anubhava of my antakarana? For which we have procedures and processes to follow in the sadhana, which is not the context for the present presentation. But then briefly, antakarana is part of Sukshma Sharira. So I must become familiar with my Sukshma Sharira, and for which to enter into Dhyanam, which is not an activity or an action, that is not a karma, Dhyana karma, it is antakarana vyapara, and this vyapara one can enter into only when one understands very clearly what is it all about. So then, manasa vyapara is not merely a series of thoughts about an object. It is not merely entertaining similar thoughts over a period of time. It is not. Then, what is it actually in experience? Dhyanam in experience, in our day-to-day parlance, we use in Hindi, dhyan se suno, dhyan se dekho. This expression, it involves dhyan. Now, what is that? Attention, we may translate it roughly, but it is an extra prayatna to remove other things from focus and get totally focused. That is dhyana in our laukika expression. But when it comes to the spiritual context of dhyana, then I should know the following things. Number 1, as an individual, a vyakti, I have got a history. I have got a reference. I am so and so. My accomplishments, my social status, all these go into my sense of individuality as a vyakti. This is very much necessary on the worldly platform, on the day-to-day life, the material world, the social context. This individuality, the sense of individuality, vyaktitva, is very significant, very important. It has got a value. But when it comes to dhyanam, this very vyaktitvam becomes the impediment. Now, how to eliminate this impediment? Upasana helps in this context, wherein, as it was mentioned by Swamiji, Saguna Brahma Upasana, So Upasana, Saguna Brahma Upasana is elaborately defined as Saguna Brahma Visheka Manasa Vyapara according to the Shastra. Fine. In this context, as a Vyakti, I cannot enter into the domain or the field of Dhyanam, then I must recognize myself devoid of all my attachments like my identity, social identity, etc. I must be a Vyakti. For me to be Vyakti, it is not doing Dhyanam, it is being in Dhyanam. If it is being in Dhyanam, like I cannot say I am sleeping, I am doing sleep. I cannot express while sleeping. Nobody can express in present continuous, I am sleeping. Similarly, Dhyanam is such a prayatna where there is no doership involved. I am not doing Dhyanam, I am in Dhyanam. Dhyana avasthita tadgatena manasa. Dhyana avastha. Like Nidra avastha, Sopna avastha, Dhyana also is an avastha which one will be able to enter into in the presence of one's guru, one's acharya. When the acharya is in Dhyana avastha, the Shishya who is in the presence also will enter into Dhyana avastha, and it is this which I wanted to emphasize. It is not doing Dhyana, it is being in Dhyana. So it is the being mode of consciousness which actually functions in the context of Dhyanam. During Dhyanam, it is not doing Dhyanam. I have done Dhyanam, I am going to do Dhyanam. This is an error, and if this error is not eliminated, Dhyanam will not happen. So then, coming to Saguna Brahma Upasana and Nirguna Brahma Upasana, I will conclude in a minute or two by stating that in Dhyanam, a very significant stage is that the Dhyayam responding to the Dhyana. If I am in Dhyanam of Mahaganapati as a Devata responding to me, the Dhyata, the Dhyayam responding to me is a very significant stage in Dhyana Avastha, which will lead the sadhaka further into the deeper levels of Dhyanam. And then, in the context of Nirguna Upasana, nothing need to be mentioned because in the case of Nirguna, it is Nirgata Guna, devoid of Prakriti, and there in Itihāsas, unless and until all the doubts are cleared, unless and until all the mala is eliminated from the antakarana, unless and until all the vikshepas are eliminated from the antakarana, Nididhyasana will not culminate in what it is supposed to reveal. Therefore, it is necessary that Saguna Upasana has to be pursued over a period of time to reach the level of Nididhyasanam, which will reveal its fruit, which will be fructified in course of time. Mahata Kalena. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to present my few perceptions on Dhyanam. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Thank you very much, Acharyaji. It was indeed a very interesting and new, though it was very traditional, the approach was very clear, and the 4 steps of Pujana, Japa, Chintana, and Dhyana, this hierarchy was a unique perspective. And also when you said that Dhyaya responding to Dhyata. So this has been documented in Yoga Sutra also. Sthani Upanimantrana in the 3rd chapter of Yoga Sutra. We see the Sthani will respond to the Dhyata. And also this can also be taken in the in the sense that Yoga eva Upadhyaya. As one progresses in Yoga, Yoga will lead the practitioner to deeper levels. So similarly, when a practitioner delves deeper into Dhyana, so that Dhyaya will guide the Dhyata into the intended higher levels. So it's very interesting, very important perspective. So now when everything has now being categorized as practice, meditation, etc. This dimension of Dhyaya responding to Dhyata is very important. It's very not much emphasized in the current the meditative and yogic arena. Nagaraj, would like to comment? Come in with a comment.
Yeah, namaste. I have only to share that I got what I expected from Ramakrishna Sarmaji. In fact, actually, he is more into sadhana, he is more into immersion rather than theoretical analysis. As I know him, he conducts immersion experiences and takes people into that experience. Particularly with children, with youngsters, he has conducted many experiments also in taking them into a level of experience. Today I realized how meticulous and rigorous he is in his analysis also. We need more such scholars. We need more such analytical scholars with regard to fields like yoga and dhyana. Please, sir, please keep attending conferences and please keep publishing in this area. Now, Government of India is lucky to have him in one of its panels. He is going to contribute a lot in that aspect also. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for the note, Nagaraj. Thank you, Acharya ji. Now we move to the next presenter, Dr. Jayaprakash Gupta. His paper is on Dhyāna, Tao or Zen, broadening the scope of Patanjali's Dhyāna. Dr. Jayaprakash ji.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Sharing the screen. Namaskar, everyone. Sorry, it's evening here. It's morning in India. I am aware of that. Let me start with a disclaimer. I am not a Zen Buddhist or a Taoist or have any religious affiliation or bound to any school of yoga. I am not selling or proposing or superimposing any path or any solution. I am like a person walking on a beach by the ocean of knowledge, trying to pick a few seashells that fascinate my scientific curiosity to understanding life.
Jayaprakash ji, sorry to interrupt. Can you put
Yes.
your presentation in the presentation mode?
Oh, isn't it? I thought it was in the presentation mode.
Can you just unshare and then reshare? Maybe it will
No,
work.
no, no, no. Kindly make it slideshow, sir.
Slideshow. Yeah.
Kindly make it slideshow.
Where is it?
On your screen from file you are seeing that options. File, home, insert.
No, I can't.
Sir, kindly see your
It is
presentation.
the window of the PowerPoint app that we are able to see. If you go to the top of that window, you yourself on the screen can see file, home, insert, draw, all those tabs. You can go to slideshow. And you can then say begin slideshow.
Sorry about that. I can't.
There is a function key also for that, I think F4.
Yeah, this is that
Yeah.
better?
Yeah, that one only. Let us see.
Is all right?
No, it is still in the whole PowerPoint app window only. You have to go to the slideshow aspect of that.
Yeah.
Then it will make the slide full screen. That is what we need. That will be bigger, and for the audience, it will be more than.
Yeah, on my screen, I can see it as a slideshow.
Yeah, kindly click on that.
Sir.
It's not happening from there.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Maybe you can stop share once and then reshare once, sir. You can try it that way.
Yes. Any suggestions?
Yeah, sir. Kindly stop sharing and again share, sir. When you share, now you please take the first window. You don't select any window.
No, not the here, sir. You kindly go to the stop share.
Now you please share, sir. When you click on share screen option, you will able to see screen. That's what you want. You have to select. So okay, sir. Now can you please open your presentation, please? Your PPT. Yeah, now please take that option. Yes.
Is that all right?
It is okay, but the view is different. This show taskbar is there now, sir. Can you please click there? On the top.
See show taskbar at the top of the slide.
Left side, sir.
Left side. Left
side.
You have to go to your left hand side. Yeah.
Right.
Sir, now you please take this middle one. Yeah.
I don't know what the story is. Is it all right now?
Yeah, it is okay, but next slide also visible, sir.
Otherwise, I have PDF version of your presentation. I'll share that for you.
Okay, that will be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why it's making the double slide. Is it all right?
I think so, sir. You can go ahead now.
Can you take the next slide?
Srinivas, you can put it in full screen mode.
Srinivas sir, మీరు స్టాప్ చేయండి, నేను షేర్ చేస్తా.
Yes, sir. You can, I think, continue.
Okay, thank you very much. My video is not on. It's been locked for some reason. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, because the sites. Okay, I got started with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to start with a disclaimer. As I said, I'm not a Zen Buddhist or Taoist or have any religious affiliation or bound to any school of yoga. I'm just trying to, I'm not trying to sell anything or propose or superimpose any path or solution. I am like a person walking on a beach by the ocean of knowledge, trying to pick few seashells that fascinate my scientific curiosity to understand life. Just like I share my shell collection with my granddaughter Kalila, and she is amazed, enjoying playing with them. I want listeners to do the same. Be in the moment, and I hope to stimulate curiosity and provide a new dimension in path they have chosen. Next slide, please. As you're aware, there's a voluminous literature on Indic Buddhist philosophy and religious literature. Dating and chronological issues have always been there because Indic Buddhic tradition never has had the historical sense as the Judeo-Christian tradition has. Patanjali Yoga Sutra is, as we are aware, a systematic review of knowledge on dhyana and other yoga angas up to 2000 BC. That is before Common Era. Between 2000 to 100 CE, Samkhya Yoga and Adidharma school showed interoperability of certain constructs. Knowledge on dhyana has grown exponentially since Patanjali's seminal work. Next slide, please. The question that came to my mind was, can Buddhist tradition, or both ancient and modern, enhance our understanding on Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga? Did Indic literature thoughts have impact on Buddhism? Was there any impact on stages of or techniques to refine dhyana? And reference to dhyana, what are the differences or overlaps between Indian, Chinese, and Japanese philosophers thinking on dhyana? Next. In this presentation, I'll try to briefly cover a brief historical survey, compare the prerequisites to dhyana in Indian Buddhist tradition, compare stages of dhyana and samadhi. Because I find it's very difficult to separate them, and I'd rather see it as a nexus, as a continuum, and include some neurocognitive, neuroanatomical, and neurophysiological changes which were noted. And then the role of Abhinavagupta, the work which I found a bit fascinating. I'll just have a small mention of it. And then influence of Zen on world culture, and new concepts, and some key concepts which are important to be understood. And then I'll finally close with a gaps and suggestions for future research. Next. Etymologically, as we know, I think there's already been spoken a lot before, so I won't go in detail, but we know the root is from Indo-European root dhe, which is look, and in Vedic tradition, it is more like an imaginative vision or dhyaya, to contemplate. The same word has, when it moved to China and Japan, took very different phonetics. In China, it became like Chagong or Chang or Shong, and in Zen, in Japan, it became Zenshu, which is short form for Zen, or school of Zen, which is Zen. Now, dhyana is more closely related, according to what I feel, towards nibbana in Pali, or nirvana, and dharana, then to dharana, which is, that's why I prefer the nexus, as I said, between dhyana and samadhi. Dhyana, as it has been previously spoken, is not only meditation or attention or focus or mindfulness, concentrate. It is more than that. And that's why, just like we don't have words to pick the semantic depth of this word, I would suggest that we use dhyana, just like we use nirvana or samadhi. Thank you. Next. Briefly, I could break historically. We know that development of Vedic and pre-Vedic and post-Vedic development of this concept was highly seen between up to the time of Patanjali, where he has summarized the whole thing. And the evidence of this and some of its influence in the Pali stages around 400 can be seen. Next. This concept moved from India to China via the Silk Route, where there were far more translation before it went to China. And then like with Fazain and well, it's only in like around 400 CE where Bodhidharma, who was the first one to take it there in terms of structural, where we actually saw the school of Buddhist influence. Buddhist is established in China. And then came, and along with Taoism, with Lao Tzu's, it became a second phase, which I found was very crucial, which was around between 100 to 200 CE. Next slide. Next slide. And this is the, and from China, it's generally only around 1,000 plus CE, there was a major shift in terms of Zen Buddhism, where several schools came into being, like Rinzai and Zazen and Fuxi, and we'll go into that in a little late detail, but more focused on Zen aspect. Next slide, please. Next, yeah. Now, why did this whole philosophy of dhyana or Patanjali yoga, and in terms what we find in terms of Ashtanga yoga and in terms of Buddhist, we see as Patanjali has said, I mean, it is basically to eliminate the experience of dukkha. Dukkha is not only suffering, which is commonly translated, it is any afflictions, as I've given in the definition, it's any afflictions away from natural state, which is the natural state of a being, or Drishte Swarupa Avastha, which Patanjali calls. So it has been loosely translated into suffering, unhappiness, pain, dissatisfaction, stress, etc. So the premises are same, both in terms of in yoga and in Buddhism. You need solution for this dukkha, and in Patanjali he describes them into three types, which is Adi Adhyatmic, Adi Bhautik, and Adi Daivik, and they are more because of the kleshas, and they could be like depression, procrastination, laziness, and these are the qualities which he qualifies that you will need to go take yoga as a practice. And in Buddhism also similar roots are seen, as I've shown in the slide, that the 10 samyojanas, which they call, which is the belief in like permanent self, skeptical, obsession, sensuous craving, hatred, and those are the elements which we find have been the cause of dukkha, and they need to be released. Next slide. Basically, we know that Buddhism is divided into two main groups, into Hinyan and Mahayana group. So, and they are very similar in terms of their teaching. The paths are different. Theravada is more of what they call the hara, the listener, the follower. They just follow the teachings of Buddha, whereas Mahayana is more into bodhisattva, where they try to attain Buddhahood, not just follow the ritualistic part of it. And there's quite elaborate techniques in that, which I will not go into detail. And the co-practices between the two, Anapasti meditation and Vipassana, is more emphasized by Hinayana, which is the Theravada school, whereas Mahayana is more into Vipassana and more into thought control and dhyana, basically. Next slide, please. Because of shortage of time, I'm just going to skip through some of the main, give you some main broad high-level mapping. As in yoga, we have this eightfold system, the yama, niyama, which are the observance and controls, and then asana and pratyahara, pranayama, which are the external forms and external controls which we can have. And there is the antaryanga one, which is the internal control, which is pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi, which is basically concentration, control of senses, and more internal processes. And yama niyama are basically very commonly as a prerequisites to going to the next stages. And they can be mapped very easily to most of the Four Noble Truths, which is the foundation of Buddhism. And the fourth of the Four Noble Truths is the eightfold path, where he talks about the right view, right understanding, right speech, right actions, and these are very common. And as you can see broadly in terms of their constructs, they can be very easily mapped to the thoughts of Ashtanga Yoga, and they can be related. Samadhi is very clear, and even the quality of speaking, your right speaking, right work, they are very easily mapped to the concepts which Patanjali has laid. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next. Similarly, in terms of the stages of samadhi, as we know, dhyana and samadhi, I mean, they are very closely linked, according to me, and there's very poor definitions, or I mean, definitions are there, but in terms of linking and separating them becomes a problem. In yoga, we know there are two types of samadhis which Patanjali talks about. One is a samaprajna samadhi and one is asamaprajna samadhi. And they are basically in terms of their whether you use object as your focus or you don't use object as your focus. Similarly, in Buddhism, they break dhyana into two major groups, what they call a rupa dhyana and arupa dhyana. Rupa dhyana is very similar to Patanjali's samaprajna samadhi, where there is a focus on objects, and then at different stages, different levels of object stages are mentioned, and they are very distinct. I won't go into the detail because of the shortage of time. And I have mapped this where I'm quite happy to share the slide and we can think about it. Next slide, please. In terms of development of those stage, I mean, the samadhi, which different stages of dhyana, which are spoken in Buddhism, we do not find a very good analysis in terms of what stages are involved. Patanjali doesn't talk of stages. He just says in terms of, okay, these are the 8 angas and you have to achieve. Whereas in Buddhism, I found they are very systematic, starting right from your yama niyamas, which we have, like establishing practices, and then stoppage or overcoming the minds in terms of thought, in terms of object, in terms of breathing, in terms of controlling. And then in terms of further division, I think in dhyana, in Buddhism, you find more specific definitions in terms of in terms of breaking them into like the later stages of dhyana, there is a breakdown in terms of exclusive attention and mental placy and pacifying senses. And so there are very distinct markers which I find we can, which has taken focus of the work of Patanjali into more details, which I find fascinating in Buddhism. Next slide, please. Coming to the different models, we can see, I mean, there's a lot of evidence in terms of modern research which has been done in terms of meditation. So we have in terms of like focused attention and open monitoring and self-regulation. These are the more terms which are used in modern psychology and in terms of research. And there has been a lot of research into both in terms of neuropsychology and neurophysiology and neuroanatomy. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next. These are very specific components which I've done some analysis. And let's go into the next slide, where there's an image. Here you can see that between the different types of like focus attention and versus distributed meditation, and you can see very clear. This is one of the very latest paper where you can see that actually measures, and you can actually measure different stages of concentration, dhyana, and in terms of novice practitioner and non-novice practitioner. Because of shortage of time, I'm not going to spend much time on this, but the references are there. Can we go to the next slide? I'll skip this basic concept and let me, there are some concepts which are very in terms of causality, which is very important in Buddhism, and which is basically, as we know, Buddhism doesn't believe in God or in terms of metaphysical phenomena, anatma, which is not unself, because everything is causal. They believe, there's a belief that if there is effect, there has to be a cause will have an effect, and effect and cause are interrelated, which is very different from in terms of yoga, where we have the principles of Purusha and Prakriti, and the guna models come into play. Next slide, please.
Sir, can you kindly place your
Yes. Can we go to the next slide, the last slide, please? Next. So these are the various concepts, and in terms of influence of Zen, as we know, I mean, there's quite a lot of impact of Zen on its culture. So in terms of the Kon, the Haikyuu, the bonsais, the ikebanas, and it has infused their lifestyle, and they use dhyana in very practical approach. Next, please. In terms of future research, I think what I have understood so far is we lack a very systematic review of dhyana concept in terms of its construct and in different traditions in the world, and differences and similarity between them. And more work can be done in terms of actually breaking down into very specific components, and more scientific research could probably help us in breaking down and understanding the very specific outcomes of these stages, and mapping the stages and bringing them to a better outcome based in terms of staging and practicing and in training. As you know, in Rinzai school, they say it takes up to 30 years, and they have a very systematic program in terms of when you become a Zen master. It can take up to 30 years. And they have a very systematic program and a progress chart in which they can monitor that. So I think that level of specificity is required. So sorry about this technological problem, and I'm happy to share and discuss those who are interested in this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that interesting point that you brought out, that the need to bring about the concordance. So it's very important to compare and bring in the concordances to connect and understand or map the concept of dhyana across disciplines. I'm sorry, because of the shortage of time, you have to proceed further. Nagaraj, any comments?
Not much. The paper was focusing on the categories and terminology on the Buddhist side also. Though the whole conference is focusing on the Hindu side, the Vedic side, the title of the paper says expanding the scope. Only there is some, I think, scope for difference of opinion. There is no need for any expanding. It is already expanded. The expansion is already there. The paper, I think, is doing identifying the expandedness, identifying the already existing connections, and I think the paper is still with the Buddhist biased way of understanding dhyana, shan, and all these aspects. So probably more of these conferences will help people, scholars like Dr. Jay Prakash to understand that there is no need for any expansion. The whole field is broad, the whole connections are already existing, and how to connect them from the Buddhist side to the Vedic side, vice versa. All this, there is a need to identify more connections, more intricately, more rigorously, is well taken. That much is well taken. Thank you very much.
There are a couple of comments here, but I'll just mention about it and then move ahead. A couple of our later paper presenters like Meg Kalyanji and Shilpa Panditji, they have made observations and they say that they will respond to certain points presented by Dr. Jay Gupta in their presentations. So we look forward to those responses. Now we move to the next paper of Dr. Deepa Durai Swamiji on the role of dhyana in Shaiva temple worship. Dr. Deepa ji.
Namaste. Thank you. Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. Namaste Bhaye. So delighted and humbled to be here amidst such stalwarts and blessed to hear all these lovely expositions, learning a lot. My talk today is to talk about something different, role of dhyana in Shaiva temple worship. The moment we say dhyana, we think about an individual pursuit, which we have heard today. But what if we wanted that individual pursuit to also be applicable collectively as a society? So Sanatana Dharma's amazing solution to collective evolution, collective social consciousness is the temple ecosystem. Pranams to the great acharyas, that is Shaivacharya, the late Sri Sambhamurti Shivacharya, deep in Karanyasa and Dhyana, which we'll just see. To give you a bit of context, Shaiva Āgamas, you will hear, for the benefit of those who are listening in and not the scholars, of course, temples are based on the Āgamas, different kinds of temples. Shaiva temples based on the Shaiva Āgamas, and my focus is going to be from the point of view of Vaidika Shaivism. The easiest way to understand Shaiva Āgamas are they are canonical texts, just like the Vedas, Vedagamau Maya Proktau Lokas Rishte Pura Shive, understood as the Shrotas or a stream from the faces of 5 faces of Lord Shiva. You see the 5 faces here. And the Shaivagama worldview says that the ultimate reality is Parashiva. Also in his active form is Pati, who is the Lord. His role is Panchakritya. We want even God to have a role. So the Agama says that his role is to do this Panchakritya, which is Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Tirodhana, Anugraha, which itself, all of this itself is an act of grace. Creation itself is an act of grace, because the Pashu, all the souls, so the tradition says they are eternal, the eternal entity, just like the Pati. They are all pervasive. They could be as Chaitanya as the Lord. They are many. However, they are bound by something called the Anava Mala, which you can understand it as a very dark shrink wrap, which sort of constricts the Pashu, the soul, to something very tiny. It has become Anu. That is why the Mala is termed Anava Mala, because something that can take an infinite entity and make it into something as small as an Anu is the Anava Mala, which is a covering which exists from the beginning. And in order to remove the covering, the Lord creates Maya and gives the Pashu a Sharira so that it can work out all these Mala. And therefore, the third eternal entity is Pasha. Pasha you can understand as a rope, something that ties, which is the bond. So the Pashu, the souls, are bound with Anava Mala, and then Karma and Maya, and they have to work it out and reach Pati. So that is the basic construct of Shaivagamas, and this is the way they understand our Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. So the path towards Moksha is actually the path towards Pati. Now, how do we do this? The Agamas are organized into Charya, Kriya, Yoga, Jnana. Charya is lifestyle, Charati. Kriya is the ritual action. Yoga is internal action. Jnana is realization of the whole truth of Pati, Pashu, Pasha and reaching the Pati. But this is only the textual organization. The illusion of these four paths being independent paths, not related to each other, and therefore the usual tendency is to split Kriya, which is ritual action, which is the worship at temples and so on, into something which is standalone and not related to Charya, which is service, or yoga or jnana, and therefore we tend to put them in silos, which is what we'll try and unsee and relook at. The temple ecosystem is a matrix of all the four paths. You can't differentiate one from the other, or rather it's collective, and it's for both individual and collective acceleration. Now, how do we do this? The Agamas say you can do this through puja, the simplest way. One is Atmartha, which we do at home. But the special thing that happens at the temple, which is even more powerful, the way to look at it is like using a battery at home and then having this huge power station. So the temple generates it instead of using something which is stored. That puja is called Parartha Puja, which is for the benefit of all creation. And the Shaivagamas have said that those, the Lord Shiva says, I have created a set of people for my own puja, which are the Adi Shaiva. They are not classified under the Chaturvarna. They are Shiva Srishti as against the Brahma Srishti, which is the rest of the world. And their task is to access this energy of Shiva, establish the temple and worship, and ensure that energy or that Sannidhya is sustained for the benefit of the world. This they do through something called Nitya Puja, Nitya, daily and eternal. Okay. Now, how do they do this? They are also human. They are bound in this Prakriti. All the 24 tattvas that we have, the Shaiva worldview says that all the other views also say that, right? This is all Prakriti. And the Purusha is bound to the Prakriti and then interacts with Buddhi, Ahankara, Manas, and we have all the Panchabhutas, and finally this body that is made of, the Panchabhuta. But how do we pierce this veil and go beyond and access something which is infinite? So the Shaivagama worldview, the Siddhanta, says that beyond the Prakriti and Purusha, the Prakriti comes from Mahamaya through, Kala, Niyati. We won't go into that today. But that Mahamaya itself comes from the Shuddha Tattva, which actually is an emanation of Parashiva into Nada Tattva, the Bindu Tattva, the Sadashiva Tattva, then the Ishvara Tattva, then the Shuddha Vidya Tattva, where all the mantras and the mantra Maheshwaras reside, and from them to the Maya. So if you have to go and access the Shiva Tattva or the Sadashiva Tattva, which is the highest level because he is both form and formless, he is the tattva that you want to bring the Lord at that level, is who you want to bring into the linga. How do we do it? Which is where dhyana comes in. The Agama defines dhyanam as dhyanam chinta bhavanartham kalpana manasa kriya. So if you look at the traditional definition, Monia Williams says causing to be, affecting, displaying, manifesting. It's imagination, fancy, meditation as well. However, Richard Davis, who his brilliant work on Ritual in an Oscillating Universe, he writes about bhavana as imaginative recreation. Professor Sabharatnam, who's translated a lot of the Agamas available online, he translates it as an ideational exercise as well. Of course, it's very difficult to translate these into something that can make sense for us. These are the words from the priests themselves. When you talk to them and say, what do you mean by bhavana? What do you feel? So they feel it is an emotional attitude. That bhavana that they feel is a feeling of when they are doing the puja, when they are in this space. It's a space where they are vulnerable and they are pliable. They have submitted themselves to the ritual and they have given themselves over to this entire process. So this is not imagination. This is not make believe, but they have trusted. They are both the participant as well as the creator. They have implicit trust in the reality that is being generated, and also a deep sense of devotion. So then I understood it in some sense as an attitude of as if that becomes is. So it is a sense of being in the moment. All this that we talk about being present, etc. It's an extreme, it's a vertical axis of time in which they are completely present, and they literally are the ritual. And therefore, when you think about dhyana in this context, it is much greater than contemplation. It is both thought, emotion, as well as creation together. And the sadhaka, you can't say is just imagining this entity, but he's actually creating a parallel reality that he is going to actively engage with. He's going to do stuff. He's going to ask, he's going to request, he's going to perform some processes in this reality. It is interactive, and therefore I imagine this as an active visualization. We can come up with different terms, which is trying to refine how we understand the dhyana in the temple context better. So I currently understand it as an active visualization. I'm going to give you the example of a couple of processes. So this is the one kala puja of Nitya Puja, starting from removing the Vigna, performing Dwara Puja, to performing the Shuddhis and Dhyana of Sadashiva, invoking him, and then doing all this till the Chandesha Puja. Now we will only look at these three: performing Panchashuddhi, performing the preparing the Pitha, and Sadashiva Dhyana. Panchashuddhi is a very, very important kriya, which involves these Shuddhi or cleansing. Shuddhi is never cleansing. It is also energizing, and never only physically, also with mantra, also with tattva, and so on. The first is Atma Shuddhi, also called Bhuta Shuddhi, and then Sthana Dravya Mantra and Linga Shuddhi. If you look at Atma Shuddhi, first the Acharya does Karanyasa. On his hands, he places mantras on the different fingers at different points. And it is not just the mantra, but with the corresponding action, with the corresponding attitude, so that his hands are energized. So this is like the surgeon first wearing a pair of gloves before he does anything at all. So sterilization and wearing gloves. And then he does pranayama, which Arvindji beautifully said, how it prepares them for the next level. So here also the pranayama is a very intense process involving bijaksharas of different entities. So here it is Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra. Also associated with specific forms of, Chandra, Surya, Agni, and with a different dhyana as well. And then there are, prescriptions of how long and how many matras and so on. Again, I won't go into that. This also involves a lot of dhyana. And then is the actual Bhuta Shuddhi, which is Tattva Shodhana, which is the five tattvas which are imagined, the Prithvi, Apu, Vayu, Teyu, Akasha. From the feet to the head, different parts of the body are given to the different tattvas, so from the base to the Akasha. And each of this space, the Acharya imagines or actively visualizes with the Bija Mantra. There is a Bija syllable and there is a specific mantra. There is a specific kala. Kala is a Siddhanta term. Associated with it, there are 5 kalas. There is a specific color. There is a shape. There is a guna. There is the Murti Devata and a Karaneshwara. All of this comes together to cleanse or to prepare that tattva, which is also then linked to his body. So now he's cleansing his entire body from feet to the head. And then this Mahamaya Sharira, all the Atmas that he has, the different, he brings them together, he burns them in Jnana Agni, and then he gives himself a Divya Sharira, because it doesn't make sense for a physical body to go access the Sadashiva level. So he needs the Divya Sharira. And in this Divya Sharira, also called the Shakti Sharira, he Anganyasa, all these different parts of the Shakti Sharira, he again places the different mantras. And the Purvakamika Āgamas says, Dikshito Yaf Puman Sakshat Jivan Muktasya Uchate. He is Sakshat Jivan Mukta at this stage. And then Sthana Shuddhi, again, he has to, he imagines that this entire space is surrounded by a prakara, which is surrounded by a moat, so that other forces don't interrupt this puja. He strengthens it with a mantra. And Dravya Shuddhi, he cleanses all the material that are available for puja also with a mantra. And then Mantra Shuddhi, again, is a process involving silence and meditating on the Shuddha Tattva, where all the mantras and Mantra Maheshwaras reside. And then he does Linga Shuddhi, where the previous days, Nirmalya, all the dried flowers and so on, they are taken out. And then he does Abhisheka with the Samanargya water. Now, then he envisions, for every ritual, he envisions a Lord as being seated on different kinds of asanas. So during Avahana, the Lord is on Padmasana, Anantasana, in Snana, Vimalasana, and Archana, and so on. So even the asanas have to be envisioned. And there are shlokas for those as well. Now, he is going to invoke the Lord in the Linga. But before that, he is going to prepare the Linga Pitha. Just as before the president arrives, the retinue arrives. So first in the Linga Pitha, in the Vayu direction, he invokes Ganesha. For all of these, again, he has to, there is a Dhyāna shloka of Ganesha, then he invokes him and worships him. Then he invokes his Guru Parampara in the Ishanya direction and he worships them. Then he, again, this is a process of visualizing his own Divya Deha and says, Jivosmin Shiva, I am Shiva. You have to be Shiva to worship Shiva. And then he visualizes the Adhara Shakti. He imagines that the entire asana is permeated with the Shakti, because there is nothing physical. There has to be a Shakti which holds it together. And then he invokes Ananta. Then he invokes Dharma, Jnana, Vairagya, and Aishwarya as the 4 legs of this asana. And then he invokes Ichha Shakti and Jnana Shakti. And then the 8 different Shaktis with Siddhis as 8 lotus petals. And then he invokes Manonmani, who is the Shakti of Sadashiva in the Karnika, the Sun, Moon, Vishnu. So all these Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra are all invoked. Agni and Guna are all invoked. Now, this is a picture from ruins in Cambodia. And I was just amazed that this looks like, because it's a Shivalinga Pitha, which is broken. And you can see the 8 petals. And there is no reason why they should have this here, but it just seemed like, the mental visualization of the Acharya is also now depicted. See how closely the Acharyas and the Shilpis have always worked together. Now, after that, he's going to do Sadashiva Dhyana, which is one of the most important parts of the puja. He is beautiful. He's a 16-year-old young, youth. He's shining, he's crystal colored, he's shining like a crystal with 5 faces, 10 shoulders. He's very calm. He's seated on a simhasana, which is, made up of mantra. There is nothing physical about it. And then again, there is a white lotus on top of it. He's seated on that. He's holding all these khadga, keyura, etc. His Abhaya Varada Mudra. So beautiful. And then what are the meaning of all this? The 3 eyes are actually Ichha, Jnana, Kriya, Shakti. The moon is the power of knowledge, and so on. So with all this, then he meditates on this form, this wondrous form of Lord Sadashiva for a while, and then he looks at the linga and he imagines that on this base that he has created, there is Ananta he's brought, Ananta is there, all the Ichha, Jnana, Kriya Shaktis are there, Adhara Shakti is there, and Manonmani is already there, Ganesha is there, and then Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra are there. On top of them, he invokes a column of fire, which is actually the body of the linga, which is the Ishvara Tattva. He invokes the Ishvara Tattva in that column of fire. And on the crown of that column, he invokes Sadashiva. The dhyana that he has already performed, he invokes the Sadashiva Murti. And then once he is present, the worship goes on. He's Avahana, Sthapana, Sanidhi. We won't go into the details of the worship. This is the intense level of, this is linked to all the tattvas, which is jnana. All of this is philosophy. This is yoga, this is kriya, and this is service. There is no artificial division between charya, kriya, yoga, jnana, and this beautiful inner world, which actually accesses one of the highest levels and brings it forward. And there are also dhyana shlokas for other deities. So you have the different forms of Kumara with one face, 6 faces, different forms of Shiva, different forms of Devi. There's lots and lots of dhyana shlokas which also help us visualize when you want to meditate on them. So for Lalita Sahasranama, it's a Sindhur, Arana Vigraham. So you have a beautiful Vigraha. And similarly for the sculptors also to craft the murtis, they have these dhyana shlokas. The Āgama also talks about dhyana as yoga, as we have seen earlier. There are places where the Acharya has to say Jivosmin Shiva, which is where it is a yogic process rather than a visualization process. So during Bhasma Snana, for example, he holds the Bhasma or the Vibhuti in his hand and he does Paramikrita. He meditates on it and then he contemplates its identity. The Bhasma itself is the Supreme Lord, which is why the Bhasma itself is capable of purifying just by dharana of the Bhasma. And in the Matanga Agama, sage Matanga is said to be established in Shiva Dhyana, where the meaning is, of course, yogic oneness with Shiva. In Bhuta Shuddhi as well, there is Shivam Dhyatva, Eki Bhavam, all that is there. So there is another place where it says if you are doing Shiva Dhyana, it helps you unite with Shiva, just as the guru who meditates on Garuda is able to quell. He becomes like Garuda. He's able to quell the effects of poison. Just like that, if you meditate on Shiva, that bhavana and dhyana helps you unite with Shiva. So in conclusion, dhyana is an integral part of Nitya Puja temple worship, along with, of course, mantra, bhavana, mudra, and so on. It's a beautifully complex, wonderfully rich process. And there is a space for both dhyanas, active visualization, as well as yogic contemplation. And this establishes the form of the deity. The sadhaka visualizes the aspect of the deity with the help of the dhyana shloka. It strengthens the invocation process. And of course, there is dhyana for creating all the other astra and asana, which we won't cover now. And dhyana as yogic contemplation helps the sadhaka unite with Shiva. It actually helps him rein in his senses and helps him achieve chitta laya before he gets into the bhavana and the other kind of dhyana for worship. This world is not visible to us and therefore we ignore it. It's not studied much and the priests don't talk about it, but this is critical to the completion of the fruition of the worship. And it's aligned to the philosophy, and the temple worship is actually a practical exposition every day of what we live for. Every day it's an exposition of Sanatana Dharma. It is a lived experience, and therefore it exists today after 2000 years. And it would be a gross injustice to just call it just ritual. And yes, so that's the point that I wanted to make today. And it's a powerful process that accesses invisible worlds in order to benefit creation, and one of the most amazing innovations and discoveries of our rishis. And I will close here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Namaste. Vande Mataram. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Deepaji, for that. Though it was a racy presentation, it was a very, very deep kind of, so many dimensions of dhyana were brought out in just a matter of just 15 minutes. So the entire depth and width of the temple worship, the dhyana dimension that is involved in it, how the temple worship itself is a involved, deep, immersive process. Even just an Ekakala Puja, which you illustrated through your talk, if it contains this much, then we can imagine how much the temple worship tradition, Hindu temple worship tradition, has in it for dhyana. Thank you very much for that presentation.
Deepaji is earlier in our circles known for a path-breaking book on temple management. And she is currently teaching a course on temple management. These aspects that she covered today are on the other side of it, the sacred side, the actual practice side inside the temple. And the paper is rich in its content, deep, intricate in its content. And that depth and richness in the paper is required to show the Hindu-ness of dhyana how much it is ingrained into the deeper aspects of Āgamas. How Āgama Shastra also is deeply soaked in the aspects of Dhyāna. This Deepaji is not coming from a Shaiva tradition. For the benefit of the audience, let me share. She can cover in a similar depth and intricacy Shaktiya Āgamas and Vaishnava Āgamas also. For this particular presentation, she has chosen the Shaiva Āgamas. If any other scholar takes up a Vaishnava Āgama or a Shaktiya Āgama also, we can see a similar depth of dhyana involved in all the Āgama practices, Āgama Shastras. That is the depth of Hindu dhyana inside the actual characteristic Hindu practices temple. And in that characteristic Hindu practice temple, if dhyana is involved so much, how can people say dhyana is not Hindu? That's the whole point. Thank you very much, Dr. Deepaji. You are an asset for us. Thank you very much.
I just add one more point that dhyana was not, as shown by Deepaji, it was not limited only to the priest or the individual practitioner. It was also connected with the shilpi. The shilpi, it was inclusive. Dimension of dhyana was also beautifully.
There is going to be a paper on shilpi aspect also. We are going to have a paper on the involvement of dhyana in the Sthapatya practices. The paper presenter is going to talk about involvement of dhyana both in Sthapatya and the Kavya creation. One paper is going to be there on that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepaji. Now we move on to the next paper. It is by Dr. Arya Ashutosh Joshi on Manasa Puja, worship through the mind. Arya ji, you can start your presentation.
Namo Namaha. I am Dr. Arya Joshi, researcher from Jnana Prabodhini Institute, Pune. Are you getting my voice so clearly?
Yes, madam, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much. I have already sent my PPT. If it is possible easily to share, please share. Otherwise, I will start reading my paper. My subject is Manasa Puja, worship through the mind. Next, please. Every individual has a natural urge for light, bliss, freedom, knowledge, immortality, etc. This urge motivates him towards the way of self-liberation from the materialistic world. For this particular achievement, he needs to surrender himself to the supreme power or the ultimate reality of the universe. This act shows him the path to reach his goal, which is called Upasana. In Hindu religion and culture, Upasana or Bhakti have importance in everyone's life. To love God intensely is called Bhakti. This is a state of mind. How does this love towards the divine manifest itself? The scripture of Srimad Bhagavatam explains the 9 ways, Navavidha Bhakti, in which we can lovingly connect with God. They are as follows. Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnuhu, Smaranam Pada Sevanam, Archanam Vandanam Dasyam, Sakhyam Atmanivedanam. These are the 9 ways in which one can relate to God. We are free to select the particular connection with God which suits the temperament of nature of our mind. In Atmanivedana Bhakti, one should offer everything to God, including his body, mind, and soul. One should not have any personal or independent existence. One should leave all your karma, dharma, and offer yourself to God. In the Shandilya Bhakti Sutra, Bhakti means that which is affection and love for God. One of the methods to express our bhakti or devotion towards God is called puja or worship. Puja is used to denote a ritual of worship of an idol of a deity which is considered as possessing special power or being sacred. In India, devotees perform different kinds of pujas like sun worship, worship of Lord Ganesha, Shiva, Vishnu, Devi, etc. A puja of a simple kind may consist of an offering, such as traditional items like haldi, kumkum, sandalwood paste, flowers, incense, etc. An elaborate standardized type of puja is called Shodashopachara puja. In this particular puja, the deity is worshipped with the following sequence of upacharas accompanied by the recitation of mantras. For this kind of puja, one is supposed to use different kind of utensils, a variety of leaves, flowers, haldi, kumkum, etc. Puja Marga Pradipa, Vratakhand of Chaturvarga Chintamani, Nirnay Sindhu, Dharma Sindhu explain different kind of pujas for various god and goddesses. In Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna mentioned, always think of me, be devoted to me, worship me and offer me. Having dedicated your mind and body to me, you will certainly come to me. There is no need for any materialistic offering, but a God needs complete devotion of his humble devotee. Patanjala Yoga Sutra added that the practice of being with God is important for attaining salvation. In Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna added, whoever offers to me with true devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, which can be easily obtained, I accept it. God is always eager for his devotee. God knows everything and he is waiting only for his devotee and his complete devotion towards God. The mind is one of the most important agents in Upasana. Mind is related to the intellect and intellect controls the mind. Now about the Manasa Puja. Manasa Puja is a unique way to attain the first step of salvation. It is considered auspicious as well. It is difficult to find the very first evidence of Manasa Puja, but Srimad Bhagavad Gita explained the importance of mindful worshipping. Manas Puja is one of the eminent upasana from the Hindu religion. Upasana means strict discipline for the mind by which the mind can learn to decide which auspicious things to be done to unite with God. And it is the most auspicious decision also. Manas Puja means to worship through the mind is the unique and spiritual kind of upasana. Upasana is the process of being most powerful in every sense. Manasa Puja neither needs any object or demands any material, place, an idol of God, etc. It needs only the pure mind of the devotee. This way of worshipping God is treated as a part of meditation. A core theme in traditional meditation practice is a shift in the experience of self. Transformation of self is the focus of much of the humanistic psychological approaches to meditation, and many psychologists also mention this particular point. When attachment to the meeting of the self is suspended or decreased, one's relationship with the other may grow or deepen. Every way of worship ultimately leads to the knowledge of Supreme Brahman, though it is started for achieving worldly objects. Every individual is not necessarily strong by birth. He needs to cultivate and maintain his study, training for his own mind. When a devotee will try to go beyond the typical method of worshipping God, he will get the opportunity to go beyond worldly things. Manasa Puja offers this particular opportunity to any devotee who wants to train himself, his mind, for complete attention towards the ultimate reality. All kind of upasanas do not fulfill without intensive devotion to God, because all impurities of mind vanish by intensive love towards God only. While offering puja with different kind of materials, the attention of the devotee is supposed to stick with the items only. Many times it is possible that any offering may be misplaced, or the devotee was not able to get the necessary item or ingredients for puja. Possibly it will create hesitation in one's mind. It may also happen that the devotee is offering something to God and chanting mantra along with. In this case, he may be busy with his actions, but his mind is not focused or connected with his own actions and the God as well. But in Manasa Puja, every devotee gets rid of these kinds of obstacles. Adi Shankaracharya described Manasa Puja is in one of his hymns. This well-versed hymn, he is a very good example that describes the importance of Manasa Puja. Acharya said that if the togetherness or oneness between the God and the devotee may occur in my mind, how come I am able to perform the puja? Brahman is spread all over the universe, so there is no place remaining where I will invite him for puja. He is always pure. How I will offer him achamana and how I will offer him bath means snana. He is the witness and the creator of all the universe. How come I offer him the light or incense stick? He is Ananta. Then how do I perform pradakshina for him? His Swarupa is complete and he knows everything of the universe. Then how should one offer him all the puja? Another interesting note I would like to mention, as being a researcher from Maharashtra, Varkari Sampradaya established the importance of bhakti. Sant Tukaram emphasized on Manasa Puja, and he had written different abhangas which reflects the description of Manasa Puja. Here I am mentioning the one from them. Sant Tukaram said, I am giving this seed to God. This seed is nothing but my heart. I enshrine the Lord on the same. I am offering him the water of my love and affection. My humble feelings are nothing but sandalwood paste. I am offering the jasmine flower of my mind. My satvika bhava is nothing but the basil leaf. I am ending my wrath and offering a lamp of knowledge to the Lord. I am offering the best quality of food to Lord Krishna. Very humbly, I am offering my 5 pranas to God, and now nothing left behind me. Though this subject is very wide and we have little bit time in hand, I just need to reach to my conclusion. With the consideration of all the above mentioned references, Manasa Puja is another method of attaining salvation. It is not a direct path, but a beginning. A devotee should try to come out of the mindset regarding traditional methods of worshipping God. If he is aspiring and want to make one step ahead about his own spiritual journey, he should try to perform Manasa Puja. Concentration is the very first step of meditation. Manasa Puja is helpful to achieve concentration with mind and intellect. This kind of puja will lead towards peace and satisfaction and will help to enhance the spiritual quality of life of the devotee. Love for the ultimate reality is universal. Hindu tradition and customs offer another way to express devotion with spiritual knowledge through the conduct of Manasa Puja. The speciality of Manasa Puja is here, Puja means God, Pujaka means devotee, and Puja means the act of worship become one, and this oneness makes Manasa Puja different and unique from other materialistic worshipping methods. The God, devotee, and worship itself blend on a spiritual level, so this type of puja is considered very auspicious and highly recommended by saints. In the Gita Rahasya, Bal Gangadhar Tilak said, there cannot be upasana unless the deity stands before the mind, and for the vision of the deity before the mind, the quality should be associated with the deity. Therefore, the Paramatman is invisible to the external eyes, but it should be experienced by the mental eyes. According to the Hindu Dharma Shastra, moksha or salvation is the highest achievements, and the regular practice of Manasa Puja will show the path to devotee towards moksha. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Dr. Arya Joshi ji. Thank you for that wonderful presentation on Manasa Puja. You gave examples of the Varkari Sampradaya in connection with Manasa Puja. From a person from the south, I should also add an input that there was among the Shaiva Nayanmars, 63, among the 63 Nayanmars, we have one Nayanmar called Pusalar Nayanar. He lived in the 8th century. He was a historical personality. He lived in the 8th century. He had that there is an interesting story where we see that a Pallava king is trying to build a huge temple, and then this Pusalar Nayanar is building a temple in his own mind. So finally, the god consents to come to the temple that is built in the mind of Pusalar Nayanar. And later only he gives his consent to come to or being present in the huge temple, Kailashanatha temple, built by the Pallava king. So that, and later to commemorate such Manasa Puja, a temple near Chennai has been built, which is called as Hridaya Alaya Ishwara, Hridayala Ishwara. So that is also there. So Manasa Puja is a Hindu phenomenon which is known in every parts of the country. So it's a wonderful idea that you have brought out through the paper. Thank you very much,
Yes.
Arya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now it's as per schedule. It is we are close to the lunch time, 1 o'clock, but we still have 2 more papers to go for this session as per the schedule. We will go ahead with the presentations. The next 2 presentations will continue in the same sequence. But the post lunch again, so whenever the session gets over, so we can take a break, and then the post lunch session will again commence as scheduled at 2 o'clock. I just wanted to add this. So now with this, I invite Dr. Rajeshwari Hegdeji and Dr. Mohandas Hegdeji to make their presentation on the effect of heartfulness meditation on human consciousness. Dr. Hegde. Namaste. Please unmute yourself and start the presentation.
I request Dr. Mohandas Hegde to start the presentation. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, yes, screen is
visible. Yes.
Pranams, Dr. Vijayram sir. Namaste to all my friends who are present here. So we are from Heartfulness Research Center, recognized by University of Mysore, from Mysore. So our topic today is on heartfulness meditation and how human consciousness has got an impact. We made a small experiment as well as a kind of research with a group of meditators, and then the impact has been come out with the analysis. So I will take up the theory part of it, and then Madam will take up the practical, the look into the analysis part of it. Now, heartfulness is a meditation system which has been originated around, you can say, 1800s, and it has been going over the period of time with the Guru Parampara. And then you can find our present global guide is Dr. Kamlesh D. Patel, who is actually basically a pharmacist from background, but with a businessman from various experiences, right from meditation to corporate and many other experiences. So when we look into the concept of heartfulness meditation, it's a modified and simplified version of Raja Yoga, where you can see intervention of Patanjali Yoga Sutra, which comes in, where we can see 7-step dhyana, then samadhi aspect, which comes here. What is the uniqueness of heartfulness meditation? Now, we have been I myself, when I look into, I have been practicing meditation from various background. My basic education was from Manipal University. The great opportunity for us to learn Hatha Yoga, and you can imagine at the grade 11 and 12 level, where our English professor taught us this Hatha Yoga, Professor Sitaram T. Bhatt, basically now he's at Shimoga. So learned about the concept of yoga, and then understood about it to some extent. Then further, my journey continued, and that's where the concept of heartfulness meditation that came into. My trainer was T.S. Baradarajan, basically from Chennai, that is Madras. So, unique aspect which I have learned from this particular system is transmission and rejuvenation. Now, meditation, all of us, we does meditation. I could hear my previous colleagues also speaking about meditation, dhyana, because dhyana is one of our basic foundation of Indian tradition, Indian culture. So when we really ponder over and try and understand, every one of us, we meditate. There is no doubt about it. Only the concept or the things that we meditate on is different. So when we come back to heartfulness, the word heart itself gives you an understanding. It's a meditation that is done on the heart. And the beauty of this particular system is it is a completely supported system where you are supported from outside when you sit for meditation. We have large number of trainers all over the globe who are training free of cost this meditation, right from Japan to US, around 130 countries plus, as well as we have a presence in United Nations. So these trainers are specialized, they have been trained how to transmit. So transmission is a process through which a person sits for meditation, able to sit easily for the meditation, as well as the transformation that comes up. This is for human transformation, comes up that very easily. So that is what the support system which gives this system gives. As rightly pointed out in Gita, the concept of namanushaha shreshthataram kinchit, the aspect itself, Manushya has got that capacity, all that potency has to be brought out. Now, what is that comes on the way? The obstacle is a kind of rejuvenation that is required for every one of us, a kind of purification that is required. So second unique feature in this system, we help our aspirants, or others, we guide them how to rejuvenate themselves. So this rejuvenation and transmission, in fact, helps in transformation of an individual in a much more faster way. So that is what the concept of moderation that brought in here. So conscious level training that takes place, where you can find the modification like mental level. We look into the 4 areas: physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual, PEMS we say. So dive deeper into this aspect and try and understand then in what way. So that's why it is always said, when I still myself, that is what our global guide speaks about. It is in the stillness of the mind that we perceive the heart with clarity. So this is the point where we can talk about intuition, where the inner voice, finally, we need an advice from inside. There is a great advisor sitting in every one of us. Are we listening to him? Are we consulting him? Are we diving deeper into ourselves and catching that vibration? Heartfulness meditation helps us to evolve in this process of connecting with yourself, so that I can draw the best out of me. Swami Vivekananda says every soul is potentially divine. Are we really looking at this potency? Because Swamiji was a great believer of this Indian Hindu meditation tradition. And he really propagated it. I think, to my understanding, of course, there were many other great saints and people gone out of India spoke about it. But here is a stalwart who gave a clarion call, asking people to come into meditation, come into dhyana. So when we look at the transformation or the expansion of consciousness and the evolution that has to take place within every one of us. What is that evolution? Heartfulness looks at animal to the human, human to the divine. Every one of us, we have these qualities. All that we need to refine and refine and refine. And that capacity, each and every one of us, we have. All that we need to do is ponder over, look within ourselves, and try to graduate and move on. So our next slide, where we are looking into the concept of the spectrum of things which are happening as far as our internal and external area. Like as I mentioned earlier, the PEMS, concept of PEMS, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. Here, we are going into the consciousness of an individual, where we are looking into the aspect of causal body, we're looking into the aspect of soul as well as Atman, and then we are going to Karan Sharir. So when we look at the consciousness as such, we can see Chit, Buddhi, Manas, Ahankar. Chit, Buddhi, Manas, Ahankar, when we look into how this transition takes place. Even though we have a stool body that is physical, it has got a reflection naturally. Like when we look at Gautama Buddha or all these great people, even Swami Vivekananda, I mean, it's aura that which is, or their face. In Hindi, we have got a beautiful wordings, Chehra Ruh ka aina hai. Chehra Ruh ka aina hai. The face is a reflection of the soul. So physical body reflects that. Then coming to the subtle body, when we are going into the consciousness, like which evolves, which transforms and changes, like we can see, we can feel that. And then we are going to the different levels of consciousness. Then going into the next level, buddhi, which we are using it like intellectually, how we are able to understand this aspect. Then coming into mind level, thinking, then ahankar. So whole heartfulness process brings into a moderation from the external to the internal, and this transition which takes place. So with that, we will go into the analysis part of it and the experiment or the research that we have done. So thank you very much for listening to me. I'll hand over to my colleague, Dr. Rajeshwari. Over to you, ma'am.
Madam, please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, sir, for briefing about the heartfulness meditation and human consciousness. And I'll be briefing about the overview of research methodology. So we carried out this research work in Khana Shantivanam, Hyderabad, so where the world's largest heartfulness meditation center is located. So here participants were asked to evaluate their changes on physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual states after 4th group meditation. So sample size selected was around 725 out of 25,000 people who gathered for group meditation, and age range was from 21 to 75 years, and number of years of practice varied from 1 to 40, and number of meditation sessions 4, and duration of each session lasted for 45 to 60 minutes. And the participants were assessed on their physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual states before, during, and after meditation. So this is the survey design. So it talks about physical level experience, emotional level experience, mental and spiritual level experiences. So physical states, so it was found that more or less 75% of the participants felt that they are physically stable after meditation, and if you look at the positive emotions, it was found that 50% respondents on an average felt enhancement in positive emotions. The results show that the regular practice of meditation enhances the positive emotions significantly. So now if we look at the negative emotions, on an average, only 3% respondents were having negative emotions like anger, restlessness, guilt, etc. after the meditation sessions. The study also found significant reduction in the restlessness of the participants after meditation. So next one is effect of transmission or pranavati on mental experiences before, during, and after meditation. 93% of the respondents responded that thoughts were not distracting them. Only 7% responded that their thoughts were intensive, repetitive, and obsessive, indicating that they were disturbed by thoughts during meditation. So next is effect of pranavati on spiritual condition. The effect of pranavati on spiritual conditions were analyzed by assessing their subjective experiences before, during, and after meditation. On an average, 58% of the respondents felt either settled, freshness, absorbed after meditation with yogic transmission, that is pranavati. And 11% of the respondents were agitated before meditation, and it came down to 3% approximately after meditation. So this graph shows years of practice versus negative emotions. So on an average, negative emotions is less than 2% due to the practice of meditation over the years. So next is effect of meditation on character formation. On an average, 61% of the respondents have been following 10 maxims of the Heartfulness Institute for character formation. So which is an indication of evolution of consciousness. So this shows the physical conditions of the participants during meditation. To conclude our presentation, heartfulness meditation produces increase in positive emotions, reduces negative emotions, and it also helps us to be in the present. And finally, it helps us to evolve our consciousness. So that's what we wanted to say. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you one and all. And we would like to acknowledge Dr. Kamlesh Patel, President, Heartfulness Institute, for permitting us to carry this research survey at Kana Shantivanam, Hyderabad. And I would also like to thank all the research scholars and the researchers of Heartfulness Research Team, Mysuru. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohandas Hegdeji and Rajeshwari Hegdeji. There are a few questions in the question and answer box and also in the chat box, like concentration is the first step of meditation or concentration is the fruit of meditation. And then please elaborate on transmission, how it happens, how meditation is done on heart. And also in the chat box, you can see what's the meaning of the word spirituality, kindly enlighten. So because we have overshot the time, I request you to kindly type out your response in the question and answer box and the chat box so that you can have an interaction in the question and answer box and the chat box. So thank you very much. Now we'll move to the next presentation, the last presentation for this forenoon session by Sri Ganesh Bhattji on the importance of Sattvika diet in the path of meditation.
Namaste. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but yeah.
But I'm not able to share the screen because the previous screen is still there.
Can you please end the share screen, Mohandas ji?
1 minute, I think stop. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
One sec. I'll just.
Ganesh Bhattji's paper could not have come at a more appropriate time before lunch. We are moving towards lunch now, and he is telling us about diet.
Yes.
Maybe we probably would follow his diet.
Very timely.
Yeah, Namasabhaye. Sarvebhya Namaskaraha. So I'm first of all, I'm sorry. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my paper in the forum of Indica. Here I'm presenting the paper, Importance of Sattvika Diet in the Path of Meditation. Here I have taken Sattvika diet. Sattvika diet doesn't mean only Sattvic food, with that Mitahara also. So Mitahara, well supported by Sattvika diet. How this kind of diet practice will make us to reach the highest stage of meditation, which is Samadhi again. So here I have referred mainly Hatha Yoga Pradipika and Srimad Bhagavad Gita and some of the Yoga Upanishads also. So I'm moving on to the topic now. Here, majorly I have taken some of the key points, Nirbija Samadhi mainly, because every yogi's ultimate goal is to attain Samadhi. So the Samadhi, if we see the yoga, Samprajnata and Asamprajnata, two of them are there. The Asamprajnata Samadhi, which means Nirbija Samadhi, we know that, and I'm going to explain it in the later slides. And then yoga word, it's also a key word because how the yoga word has derived, that also to be explained. Somewhere yoga has mentioned as Samadhi itself, then how it is connected. So that's the reason yoga word also one of the key word. Then Chitta Bhumis, there are 5 Chitta Bhumis and some of the Chitta Vrittis. What are the differences between Chitta Bhumi and Chitta Vrittis? So these points have been taken. And Gunas, why I have mentioned Gunas here? Because the yoga philosophy and Sankhya philosophy, both of them are just 2 phases of a single coin. They start with the Prakriti only. Prakriti doesn't mean 3 gunas. That's the reason Sattvika, Rajasika and Tamasika. These 3 gunas are together called Prakriti. That's the reason Guna also will take a major point over here. Then, of course, my paper itself is related to food or the diet practice. That's the reason Sattvika food, Rajasika food and Tamasika food. This is how all these many words are the major keywords in my paper. So the first point is yoga. The word yoga has derived from the root yuj, samadhyartaka yuj dhatu. So the yuj dhatu, when it will get connected with the suffix gan, then the word will be, as a result, the word yoga will be produced. So then what are the synonyms? So there are many synonyms in different koshas. We can see the different synonyms. Mainly, many koshas like Vachaspatyam or Shabda Kalpadruma, they have said Dhyanam is one of the major synonym for this word yoga. And then Samadhanam. Samadhanam is also one of the synonyms. See, here in Viveka Chudamani, we can see that Samyak Asthapanam Buddhehe Shuddhe Brahmani Sarvada Tat Samadhanam Ityuktam Natu Chittasya Lalanam. We should not pamper our mind. Wherever mind will go, we should not move back to it. But we need to control the mind. Then we can attain the ultimate peace or the ultimate samadhanam. That's the reason the samadhanam itself is samadhi. This is also one of the meanings for this word yoga. So as we know, yes sir.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes sir.
We can directly connect to the sattvika ahara or the ahara portion. It will be very specific. If you can move to that. Because
yes sir, surely.
The introductory dimension of dhyana, yoga, we have already heard, and many of us are in the participants are well aware of the background information. So
yes, surely, sir.
It's good if you can directly focus on your main topic, that is ahara. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to mitahara now. So mitahara and sattvika diet, both of them are highly recommended for a yogi. As I mentioned in the beginning, mitahara concepts have taken from Yoga Upanishads as well as from Hatha Yoga Pradipika, and sattvika diet, sattvika ahara has taken from Bhagavad Gita in this paper. Here, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika clearly mentions that atyahara or overeating is going to prevent a yogi from his practices, or one of the major factors out of 6 which are mentioned in Hatha Yoga Pradipika. So the mitahara, so here one more point I need to mention here. Generally, there are 5 yamas or 5 niyamas according to Patanjali Yoga Sutra. But when we see the Yoga Upanishads, then there we find that there are 10 yamas and 10 niyamas. And one of the yamas is moderate diet or mitahara. That's the reason mitahara has become a major or the very beginning step for a yogi. So what is this mitahara then? So the food which harms one's metabolism to be avoided, and the fresh and sweet food to be taken. So here, the half of our stomach or 50% of our stomach to be filled with mitahara, well supported by sattvika food, because some of the foods which are good for our metabolism, but that might not be a sattvika diet. That's the reason the mitahara to be well supported by sattvika diet, and 25% of our stomach to be filled with water or liquid food practice, and 25% of our stomach to be left free. Then this kind of practice itself is called mitahara. So here, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika has listed out some of the prohibited foods, which kind of foods not to be consumed or not recommended for a yogi. I have listed them. Kindly go through. There, bitter, sour, pungent, salty, these kind of foods not to be taken, and some of the vegetables also. Only some of the vegetables. Some vegetables are accepted. The list of the accepted food and non-accepted food in the vegetable category, that is also mentioned there. Here, the yogi's food practice should be very simple. It should not shoots up the acidity or some ill health or digestive disorders, etc. So here, mainly the aphrodisiac foods like asafoetida or garlic, onions or local masalas, these kind of foods are not recommended. Why is the question? Because these kind of foods will create some bodily pleasures in our mind. That's why some hormones related to that will be produced. Then the sexual fantasies will be generating in our mind, which will make us move away from the yoga path. That's the reason these kind of foods are strictly prohibited in mitahara concept. And then the relevant foods. So then what kind of foods can be consumed by a yogi? So they have mentioned many of them: the wheat, rice, barley, milk, ghee, etc. So here, the 5 leafy vegetables which are quite relevant now. So the leafy vegetables, the names are mentioned in Gheranda Samhita, like balasaka, kalasaka, patola patraka, etc. So they are similar to today's spinach maybe. These kind of food practices should be enough for a yogi, because yogi is not there to eat something and develop his body, but he is just maintaining his body. His body maintenance will happen by eating these kind of foods, and these kind of foods are going to supply very essential carbohydrates or vitamins, etc. By this, he can maintain his body, and he can continuously meditate on, and spiritual evolution can happen very easily. And moreover, the wheat, to say godhuma and yava, all these things, what are the qualities of these kind of foods? It's mentioned in Ayurveda as well. Then the intoxicating foods like alcohol practices, these kind of practices are strictly prohibited in Hatha Yoga, because the intoxicating food can kill the cells of brain and liver. These cells, they cannot grow themselves, or they cannot develop themselves. So once one cell of a brain is dead, which means it's dead, that cannot be reproduced again. So that's the reason these kind of foods are prohibited. And here in this slide, what you're seeing, these kind of foods to be consumed, and which is recommended for a yogi also. And one more question will arise over there. If at all a yogi doesn't consume any food and continues his sadhana, then what would happen? There we can refer Chandogya Upanishad. There in 6th chapter, where Tattvamasi concept is being explained. There, the Shvetaketu son will come and ask. The small story is there anyways. So an experiment will be done on Shvetaketu himself, after fasting for 15 days, he'll come back, but he cannot recollect any of the mantras or any of his academics, which he has studied in Gurukulam for 12 or 13 years. So which means if there is no food, then our Smarana Shakti would go. That's the reason not eating, the fasting continuously, that also might not be an appropriate practice for a yogi. Then, yeah, process of meditation again. I'll connect this one and I'll finish. So there are, as we know, there are three things: Dharana, Dhyana, and Samadhi. There are three Antaranga yogas. So Dharana, which means, Desha Bandha Chittasya Dharana. So where we are going to put our mind, that's what Dharana. And Dhyana, the continual process, that is called Dhyana. And Samadhi, and finally we are going to achieve something, that is Samadhi. Here I can take a concept of pretend. So instead of focusing our mind on something like Ishtadevata or Sun God, so these kind of things can be the beginning steps to practice meditation. But if I'm practicing on the word Aham Brahman, so Aham Brahman itself is my desha. So on that particular desha, I'm focusing on, the dharana is happening. Then I need to tend on that. I need to continually thought the same concept. So which means I need to shun the thoughts which will come and interrupt me from that Aham Brahman concept, I am Brahman concept. So which means the dharana, it will move like Taila Dhara, which is explained in again Yoga Sutra. So the dhyana is continually processing on. And finally, I will end myself in Om, the Samadhi. So this is how dharana, dhyana, and Samadhi will happen very easily. To attain the ultimate state of meditation, which is Nirbija Samadhi, the basic step, which is our food practice, that should be appropriate. Then I can attain the ultimate state of Samadhi. This is all about my paper in one line, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ganesh Bhattji. It was a very good attempt, but much more textual inputs. For example, in the Yoga Upaniṣads and the commentaries of Yoga Sutra, and then the Jyotsna commentary of Hatha Yoga Pratipika has much more inputs on Mitahara and other Ahara related dimension, and also the Dhyana and the Ahara, how they are interlinked, could have been highlighted better, but this can be taken as a good beginning. I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the forenoon, the papers that were scheduled for the forenoon session, they end here, and so we now break for lunch, and the afternoon session resumes as per schedule at 2 p.m. with the invited talk by Dr. Vinay Chandra and Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary. So now we break for lunch and reassemble at 2. Namaste. We will commence the post-lunch session in another minute. Namaste. I welcome you all to the post-lunch session on the day one of the online conference on Hindu meditation traditions and techniques being organized by Indic Academy. So we will start off this post-lunch session with an invited talk. This invited special session, special talk is by Dr. Vinay Chandra and Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary. The title of the talk, or the topic of the lecture, special lecture, is Dhyāna and its global impact and experiential perspective. So a short introduction to the speakers. Dr. Vinay Chandra Banavati obtained his PhD in Sanskrita with a focus on psychology from Pondicherry University in 2009. He also has a master's degree in yogic sciences from Yajñas University, Bangalore, in addition to 3 master's degree in psychology, English, and Sanskrit. So he is my Gurukula Sahapathi. We both of us studied together in Veda Vijnana Gurukulam for 6 years. In traditional, we trained in traditional education of Vedas and Shastras, the Krishna Yajurveda Taittiriya Shakha, and the Pada Vakya Pramana Shastras, Nyaya Shastra, primers of Nyaya Shastra, Vyakarana Shastra, and Mimamsa Shastra, and also Shankara Bhashya on Prasthana Traya, that is Upaniṣads, Bhagavad Gita, and Brahma Sutra. Hence, Vinay Chandra, Dr. Vinay Chandra is well trained in traditional systems of knowledge, as he has his PhD degree in psychology also. So is a very good blend of contemporary. Is aware of contemporary methodologies and also very well rooted in traditional education and training. And he is currently serving as the director of Indica Yoga, which is part of Indic Academy. So he works based out of Bangalore. And he also holds various consultative positions in various academic institutions, like being an adjunct professor at Veda Vijnana Shodha Samsthanam, which is recognized under the Karnataka Samskrita University. And in several institutions, he plays his, he shares his inputs and experience. So as a faculty of contemplative and behavioral sciences, in a visiting professor in the Sri Sri University, Cuttack, Orissa, and then at the Department of Languages and Culture in the Ghent University, Belgium. And he also serves as a visiting scholar professor at the School of Applied Psychology, Zurich University of Applied Sciences, at Switzerland, and also a faculty of Applied Psychology in SRH Hochschule, if I'm pronouncing it right. It's a German word, Heidelberg, Germany, and many such educational academic institutions. So he is a visiting professor. He travels widely, means especially in the pre-corona era. So every year he used to travel to various countries and bring or take the wisdom of yoga, dhyana to the various with the global connect. So he touches the along with Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary. So he touches the global community with the yogic and the Vedic knowledge. And he was also invited to serve as a chief consultant to the Committee of National Education Policy 2017, constituted by the Ministry of Human Resource Development. Government of India to develop the areas of culture and value education and Indic knowledge system. He has served as a visiting faculty or resource person in many international bodies and organizations. And his areas of research of interest includes Sanskrit, yoga psychology, philosophy and Indian culture, history and knowledge systems. And he has published in several journals and many papers published and a few books on the subject. And he's also curated and organized many festivals and conferences and workshops and camps on these themes. So really happy and privileged to have Dr. Vinay Chandra here, and also Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary, who presently works as the assistant professor at the Humanities and Social Sciences Department and at IIT Kharagpur. And Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary also has her PhD in Samskrita. She is a very excellent communicator. She teaches applied Samskrita, and she has won many accolades for her teaching skills in IIT Kharagpur. And she has her basic education training at the Auroville. And along with Dr. Vinay Chandra, she has traveled across the globe and taught Samskrita, Indian culture, and Dhyāna and other yoga practices to the global community at large. So really happy to welcome Dr. Vinay Chandra and also Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary ji. And now I request them to Dr. Vinay Chandra and Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary ji to please share their insights on the topic, that is Dhyāna and its global impact and experiential perspective. Yeah, as I mentioned initially, so their travels across the globe is very well known, and we know that as I mentioned in the course of their resume, so various institutions, various groups of yoga practitioners across the globe, they have interacted with them. And so I would like to ask Dr. Vinay Chandra and Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary to share their experiences, the experiential perspective.
Namaste, and thank you, Jairamanji, for this generous introduction. From morning, we have been listening to scholarly presentations, especially with beginning with the comprehensive overview provided by Swamiji and then by Ramchandra Bhattji. I think we are really having an immersion into various kinds of dhyana techniques, practices, traditions, and also the perspectives with which they have unfolded. So this will not be a serious talk like that. So I just want to put that caveat before we begin. What we thought was we could share some of our experiences, how this dhyana has left its global footprints across the world, how it has touched and transformed lives. So we'll be sharing it mostly from that perspective. Anuji, you want to add something?
Namaste, and I'd like to also say bahut dhanyavadaha to Dr. Jairamanji and to Indica for organizing this event, and also my sadhana pranams to all the Jeshthas who have spoken before us. So I'm hoping that my internet is all right and you're able to hear me. Can you hear me clearly? All right. So as Vinayji was saying that the introduction of the Dhyana tradition, especially the Eastern version of it, coming in from India, coming in from China, from Japan, so coming in through India through the yoga practices themselves, and also through China, Japan, all these regions through Buddhism, has played a significant role in shaping many more minds than we are aware of, many more important minds across the globe. And these people have then led to transformational contributions in the development of knowledge traditions across the world. And so I think what we will be trying to do is to just try and present some connections that we might have experienced on our travels and highlight the way in which lives have been changed and new knowledge has emerged in the process of this connection. So Vinay Chandraji, over to you, please.
Sure. Let me begin with the focus on scientific studies on meditation, without going to the details, without burdening anyone with statistics and figures, but just to give you a feel that the world of science, modern science, has taken this as a serious pursuit, because there is a well-documented evidence to show how it is benefiting and aiding towards a better life. So just to put together a few things. One, people have been, I mean, it has been well known today that it helps towards general wellness. So people are practicing it because of that reason. Then there's also this studied understanding that it reduces anxiety. Maybe some studies point towards this stress reduction is about 60% in the participants who have gone through various kinds of experimentations. Then there's a reduced risk of cardiovascular diseases, reduced BP. So this kind, I mean, all these kinds of the aspects that have been troubling our modern life and society. I think in all these aspects, as I said, whether stress or cardiovascular diseases or attention deficiency in attention span or PMS symptoms for women and insomnia, all these seem to be the problems such as these have had a very beneficial treatment from practice of meditation. What kind of practice, what meditation, we'll look into those things little later, but these aspects have been well documented today. There are umpteen number of research papers which show that benefits helps in dealing with all these kinds of issues. So this is point one, that the scientific community at large has now realized and also are taking proactive steps to understand the process of meditation, because they can easily recognize how it has helped people in dealing with these issues. So this is one. And going next, what are the different areas, different domains of life where you can see the play of meditation, how meditation is touching people's lives? So one, a big community or big population that you can see is the number of yoga practitioners. There is a steady increase for last at least 3 to 4 decades in the number of yoga practitioners across the world. Today, there is an estimate that there are 300 million yoga practitioners. That is about 30 crore people practicing yoga daily across the world, which may not be a fully absolute estimate, because there must be much more. Like the way it gets documented in US, it may not get documented in many other parts of the world. So what we are estimating is just a pointer, but the actual number might be much more than this. So that is 30 crore yoga practitioners across the world. It's a big number. Not only this, there's also another statistic which says that the number of people who are practicing meditation, not necessarily coming from the yoga field, maybe some population, there is an overlap between yoga population and the meditating population, but even those who don't have any yoga background, even there, the estimation is anywhere between 200 to 500 crore. 50 crore population practicing meditation, different sorts of meditation, right? So it's such a big number which are into meditation. We have not acknowledged, we are not even aware that it is actually touching so many people across the globe. So meditation practitioners, in that again we'll come to some details as to what kinds of meditation practitioners are there. It's not just someone who is very keen on a spiritual life. Today, meditation has entered workspace. So in many companies across the world, they are introducing meditation because they know it helps them to deal with the stress. It empowers them. It allows them to anchor in themselves, which will also contribute towards in enhanced productivity, which is what they require. But whatever the reason is, meditation has been introduced in the workspace. There are many schools, as Acharyaji was pointing towards this in his presentation in the morning. In education itself, bringing meditation as a conscious element of learning. So that is also starting. It's happening in many schools, not just in India, but even across the world. In fact, in many US schools, it's there. In many departments of psychology, okay. Again, background we can always discuss, but most of the psychology departments, or many, if not most, have a contemplative aspect added to it. There is a mindfulness center associated with the psychology department. So in education, in workspace, meditation has entered. But again, this is not the only places. Look into the academic discipline of positive psychology. Like within the branch of psychology, though there have been various twists and turns and changes that have happening over a period of time, starting from humanist psychology and today in a more evidence-based manner emerging out of positive psychology, there is a very strong foundation to bring in contemplative traditions and practices embedded into the discipline of psychology. Reflection, meditation, all these are well sought techniques within the scope of psychology. In fact, in some places, if you have noticed, the name psychology is also being changed. For example, in the Sri Sri University, they are not calling it as a psychology department. They're calling it as Department of Contemplative Studies and Behavioral Sciences. The two extremes of psychology. One is sometimes it used to get it reduced into behavioral sciences, and the other times it's only about the philosophical part. So combining these two, it's called as contemplative studies and behavioral sciences. So contemplation, meditation has come in academic discipline as well. Again, not limited here. Today, there's a lot of discussion that is happening around contemplative leadership, management and contemplative leadership. It's an area where they have found that if you bring in these aspects of reflection, contemplation into the training of leadership, the way they deal with themselves and the people is much more effective than the other ways of leadership. And lastly, again, not reduced here or limited to this, a big challenge that humanity is facing is in the areas of climate action and sustainability. Again, there are movements that are started as mindfulness climate action or contemplative climate action. There are some courses introduced in some universities across the globe pertaining to this. So in this manner, the word meditation, mindfulness, contemplation, they might vary a little bit, but this is going to be the way of the future. And that's why it's coming into different domains in this manner. So a larger canvas of our life seems to be slowly, gradually getting influenced by contemplative practices. Before going further, maybe Anuradha ji, you might want to add something at this stage.
I just an introduction here. Now, when you speak of the contemplative practices, now when we observe the global arena, there is one formal academic yogic audience or students or participants, and there is the society at large of the global society at large outside. So how do you see yoga, especially yoga and dhyana, being accepted in the academia and the general public, or means non-academic, the practitioner audience? So I'd like to have your thoughts on that, and Anuradhaji's thoughts in the global setting, not only in India, outside especially.
Sure. Anuradhaji, maybe you want to come in first for this.
Right. So as Vinayji mentioned, that we do see the direct influences of the benefit of yoga in various academic disciplines, like in medicine, for example. So we've got our friend Smita Malaya, who's in there in the Anderson,
MD Anderson, cancer
Yes.
researcher.
She's a mind-body specialist. So where they're seeing that cancer patients who've been receiving radiation and are able to experience greater speeds of recovery by doing meditation. But here they are looking at meditation not just, through yoga and of course meditative practices. And you have a variety of meditative practices that are there. So you can have just plain meditation, you have mantra meditation, you can have breath meditation, yoga nidra. All these are different techniques that are being proposed and studied very, very systematically with the help of instrumentations. So I think this combination in the academic world of the application of the study on, let's say, on health is one area that is being very seriously developed, written about, and as newer technologies emerge, they're being able to do better studies with neurosciences on seeing the impact of these practices on the human body itself. So that's one side of it. Then you have applications of this, like Vinayji mentioned already, in the field of psychology. What's very interesting to know that a lot of the founders of the new movements of psychology, the new schools of psychology, like Martin Seligman himself, was a long-time practitioner of transcendental meditation. Maharishi Yogi's transcendental meditation has had a phenomenal effect on several very accomplished academicians, musicians, sports people. So the raisement of performance has been one side of this entire contribution of the meditative practices or the contemplative practices. But coming back to academia itself, we see in social science research as well. So in social science research, there are more and more studies that are coming up on seeing how meditation can, or these kind of vipassana, mindfulness practices. So today's more secularized version of vipassana is the mindfulness practice, but we see to what extent its application is being tested in different domains. Like I said, students, they're seeing whether the practice of mindfulness, etc., can help them improve their performance in their studies. Does it help them combat stress? What Vinayji was saying in the beginning. So stress meditation has proven especially successful in helping people calm down in workspaces, in academic spaces, in other kinds of professional spaces. So I would say these are some areas in academia. And we also know that a lot of scientists are inspired by meditative practices. And they then come up with different kinds of contributions. In fact, they say there's a very close connection between Vedanta and these high-end sciences of quantum physics, etc. So we see that whether it's directly or indirectly, in some cases these practitioners talk about it openly, and in others they might not talk about it openly, but their works, their references indicate that there has been a strong influence on their life and on their work of these practices that we have been talking about. So I would like to request Vinayji to say something more on that.
I just have a question here. Now this conference is about Hindu meditation traditions and techniques. So in your travels, and in your classes, programs, workshops, so how is the Hinduness of these practices received? Because in Western academia, in Western this thing, we see they would prefer more of a Buddhist orientation to all the practices. So your attempts or your approaches towards conveying the Hinduness of these practices, your observations and experiences on that will be useful.
So it's a very interesting question, because one is that the practitioner themselves recognizes the value of a practice of the meditation tradition itself. So, and at that point, it doesn't really necessarily bother them whether it's Hindu or Buddhist or anything. So that's a secondary detail in a particular sense, right? Because it's this ability to be able to stand back and observe. And I think what meditation really offers is the possibility to make choices. It's the empowerment of choice, of reaction, because of the distance you acquire through the practice of contemplation. That's the faculty that is developed. But the Hindu question is a very interesting one, because sometimes one might hesitate to, to say the Om. So we hear yoga teachers in particular who are sometimes hesitant about reciting the Om in their initial classes, or, bringing in Shiva mantras, etc. And they're hesitant about bringing in Shiva mantras, etc. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
All right. No, because it froze, so I was wondering. So they might be hesitant to use these names. The yoga teachers in the yoga teacher community, there might be these hesitations because as we anticipate, the complexity of the Godheads is something that is not so easy to resonate with sometimes. But what we find invariably, and we are always very deeply touched by this, we've visited ever so many circles of yoga practitioners, the devotion, so where there are kirtan movements, bhajan movements, because these are practices that lead to meditative states. They might not be the closing of all your senses and sitting down and doing that, but they are definitely immersive in the consciousness that they evoke. And in that, we find some of these groups, like in Belgium, we've got so many Western kirtan walas. We've had the privilege of having Krishna Das ji on our Indica Yoga platform. And this is something that one can only recognize through the actual practice. That when you take these names, at that point, the names don't matter, because it fills you. They might not know who Krishna is or who Shiva is necessarily, but it's the whole rhythm of it. It's the whole devotional aspect that is embedded in the practice itself that leaves a lasting impact. So we do find that, and then of course, because these names occur, and in certain circles, these names are also directly associated with the Godheads. In some of our friend circle, like with the School of Yoga in Brittany, in Rennes, that Rodolphe Millier, he's one of the most senior teachers of Shri Shri Sachidananda from Tamil Nadu, from Chennai. So they actually teach these puja part. They go into the ritual aspect of the Hindu practices, and they have a good student community that learns them, that practices them. So I think that there is an initial hesitation, like I mentioned, because of the unfamiliarity, and I would think that unfamiliarity is also an anticipation in the minds of some teachers because of their unfamiliarity at times, and sometimes they're hesitant not to make a mistake. So what we find with a lot of our European American community friends is that there is a hesitation to make a mistake, to misrepresent certain things, and that could be one reason to hesitate. The other one is sometimes they are not so sure that people might not come to the practice because of this. So both aspects are there, but we are invariably invariably touched, literally, by the devotion of the complete immersion that they have, and the bhakti with which they chant, and they allow themselves to get lost in the various kinds of chanting-led meditation practices, especially. Over to Vinayji.
Just to add to what Dr. Anu said, and in response to both your questions put together, there's definitely a difference in the way that the academicians perceive this and the practitioners perceive this. There's a lot of openness, enthusiasm, curiosity, even some sense of surrender to new possibilities in the practitioner's world. There is a willingness to try out. There is something that they have started to experience, and they want to understand this experience. In fact, we have been very closely associated with one of the groups that is based out of Dublin, but they're present in many other parts of the world too. Many of them have said, like, they practice meditation every day, which is a mantra meditation, which has been given to those initiated in that particular school after 1 or 2 years. So there is a proper initiation process, and after that, each one does invariably, without any fail, whatever their engagements might be, from 7 to 7:30 in the morning, and again more or less in the same time in the evening. For last 20-30 years, there are people who have been doing this, and most of them have said, like, these meditative practices, which comes from the Sanatana Hindu tradition, okay, they have helped them to understand their own roots much better. Like whatever over a period of time things have emerged within their religious folds, some kashmalas that might have covered up the impurities or certain tendencies of practices which might have crept in, like it has helped them to remove all those things and connect to that source in a much better manner. So what I'm trying to say is, in the practitioner's world, there's a great openness, but it is quite different in the academician's world. Again, I can't stereotype it as one block. Even within the academicians, maybe I can split it into two: the scientific community and the humanities community. Scientific community is quite open. They're embracing because their interest is in to understand, to document the effects, whether it is there or not. They are not interested in creating narratives behind them. Whereas a significant population within the academics, that is the humanities community, they are more interested in politics. They are more interested in power play. They are more interested in building conflicting narratives. So this is where their interest lies. They're not interested in meditation. They're not interested in the benefits of the meditation, or they're not interested in to see how humanity is benefiting from the meditation. For a practitioner, for the scientific community, that is important. Therefore, you definitely see a glaring difference between a practitioner's world and an academician's world.
Thank you very much for that insight, Vinay Chandraji and Anuradhaji. I have one last question because we are running out of time. Now, so how the global community perceives the Hindu practices? We saw it from that perspective, from the receiver's perspective. Now, from those who give, means teachers who travel from here abroad to various parts of the world and teach. Now, do you see a reluctance or hesitation in saying that this is Hindu among those teachers, those who travel? And if yes, so how to overcome that reluctance, or how in a non-reluctant manner, say, connect to the original roots? To what would be your suggestions to the teachers who travel, who connect with the global audience, to make this Hindu connection to all these practices like dhyana, asana, pranayama?
I think this question requires a very detailed investigation as to where is the root of the problem and how do we address it. But if I can respond to it in a very brief manner. See, there are a couple of things that are happening because of our colonial experience. In many areas of life, we have been made to believe that the other ways are much better than our own ways. In every aspect of life, meditation, spirituality is also no better. Okay. And what has also come into our mind is this unquestioned, uninvestigated idea of universalism. See, universalism is not such a uncontaminated process as it is made to believe. Like by the idea of universalism, we feel to raise oneself to a state where you're not limited by your own community or your nation or your religion or your immediate surroundings, but to connect with every human being across the globe. It's no doubt a very noble idea, but the universalism that is being projected is not such a neutral concept. It has its origins in the Western, especially the specific traditions of the, I mean, what do you call that? It's the whole lineage that comes from the Jewish to Christianity, where there is a certain notion of universalism.
Abrahamic.
Yeah, from the Abrahamic tradition, you have a certain notion of universalism where it appears to be neutral, but what it is bringing is its own views in a much more sophisticated manner. Somehow, we have also been made to believe that is the kind of universalism, and therefore many teachers, there are two things. One, they connect with their own tradition, with even yoga teachers, their own study into the scriptures is not adequate. And because of that, and also this notion of universalism, they somehow tend to distance themselves with some of the aspects. The moment they are speaking about yoga, they say, oh, this is nothing to do with Hindu religion. I mean, not that it needs to be limited from Hindu religious life, but it is the Sanatana Hindu thought is the source. Had it not been for the Sanatana thinking, such a universal tool like yoga could not have come into place, right? So this kind of proper investigation into the origins of one's own practices and seeing beyond the filters of Western universalism, I think that is required for anyone to be a little more confident in putting across. Again, this is not jingoism. This is not about beating one's own back. It's just about facts. This is where it has come from. Wherever, whatever has come has an origin. And that origin, that source needs to be honored. And the reason why you need to honor that source is because to ensure that it does not get digested. The moment you cut something from its source, it becomes highly susceptible to be distorted and digested. So yoga can undergo this process. Meditation techniques, meditation practices have undergone this process. So digestion is what one needs to be a little more watchful. There are trends towards that end. So I think that yoga teachers who come out within India or elsewhere, I think they should be familiar with the whole long history of how it has originated, how it developed, and how from time to time it has gathered new strength and it has grown. I think this understanding and appreciation would help them to be more confident.
Anuradha-ji, your comments, closing comments on this?
So yes, I would also possibly talk of this, but more from a subjective perspective, because we find ourselves in the same position that you were talking about. And I think that wisdom in this really lies in the Desha Kala Patra kind of a philosophy, where giving the essence sometimes is more important than the label under which it is going. So I think those who are directly, so it depends really on the audience that one is interacting with. So if it is an audience where the practice will speak more than the name under which it goes, then it's better to give the practice. Because if you give the practice, then much more than the label gets communicated. That it's a Hindu practice, you know. So if you just, somebody experiences the benefits of yoga, and they come to know that this is yoga, and this is the source of that. So we've done more than, you know, just trying to also sometimes lose an audience because you might have used a specific term and they have their own limited ideas about it. But when the practice is offered sometimes, then they're able to broaden their understanding of the term Hinduism. And I think at times that is more valuable than having stuck to a label and saying that, you know, this is coming as a Hindu practice. So I think that one has to really take this by the ear and the moment. So that Desha Kala Patra, and what Vinay said is absolutely true, that one has to recognize that if the source has not been acknowledged, then distortions will follow. And for example, today's context, you have the post-lineage yoga movements that are coming up, which are actually quite worrisome, because they are saying that anything that is coming down the lineage because of certain malpractices that might have been there are to be rejected because of that, and therefore there is a new trend. So I think it is important to stand firmly. If there is a challenge, if there is a group, one should not hesitate to acknowledge it for oneself. But I think, and that's why there's no need to, because if that is what is the truth, that is where we draw our strength from. And that's the reason why we are wherever we are. I think there should be no two thoughts about that. But in terms of the packaging of the presentation, I think that one has to really be sensitive to the environment, but without being apologetic about it. I think that would be my suggestion to people. And also, if you're going to present it as, let's say, the Hindu meditation, it's a good idea to understand the philosophy underlying it. Then just again present it as this is what it is and this is what I'm talking about. Because then again, you will do injustice. if one doesn't get the spirit of the universal, I won't say universality because I'll run into cross things with Vinay. It's not the it's that Aikyata Bhava of the Sanatana Dharma that also is, I think, the hallmark of our civilization. So I think if we carry that in our teaching, then we would be doing justice to what the Sanatana Dharma is all about as well. So I think I'll say these few words and stop here. So thank you.
Thank you
very much for this opportunity.
Maybe if I can take just 2 more minutes and bring this discussion to conclusion. One is we saw how globally meditation has spread and is impacting life. And when I say meditation, it might appear to be more generic, but if you really look into what are the various kinds of meditative techniques that are popular, so I can list about 8 to 10. Say, for example, you have mantra meditation, you have transcendental meditation, you have loving kindness meditation, that is metta meditation or maitri meditation, then yoga nidra, then movement meditation, chakra meditation, Zen meditation, sound meditation, and then Taoist meditation. So these are some of the various forms that exist. Maybe some 8 to 10 are important. Even of these 8 to 10, if you really go in detail into each one of them, you can easily source it to the yoga tradition itself. So wherever it might have taken a new name, again, it can't be separated from the yoga tradition. For example, the Vipassana comes from the Indic tradition, right? And if you step behind and see the set of Ekadattva Abhyasas given in the Yoga Sutra gives you a broader architecture of building any meditative technique which has already been present or a new meditation technique that can be devised. So what does it say? Maitri Karuna, the first sutra, which gives us brings the focus on the bhavana, which is the outcome of a practice. So developing of compassion or loving kindness. So these are the bhavanas of any, whatever we call a meditative process, practice should have these should have this kind of a bhavana as an outcome. Then you have Prachardana Vidharana Abhyamava Pranasya, which says connecting with breath or finding a source to anchor oneself. That is a principle of a meditative practice. Then you have Vishayavati. So whether it's music or even walking, which forms a meditative practice in Zen Buddhism and other places. So in this manner, up to Yathabhimata Dhyanadva, there is a very open architecture that has been provided by the Yoga Sutras, based on which all these so-called modern meditative techniques have come into existence. So by large, all these have a Sanatana origin, whatever their name might be today, yet the bulk of the influence that you see in the field has this source because of this open architecture, because this architecture recognizes individual difference, and this is quite inclusive in nature. It can hold people who are theistic in nature, atheistic in nature, and naturalistic in nature. Even within the theistic people, both the Saguna is there, Nirguna is there. So this kind of inclusivity that the Sanatana Dharma provides, I think there's unparalleled gift to the world, I guess. And therefore, it has, in the true sense, it's universal, and all the meditative practice that we see, more or less, can be connected to this architecture.
Thank you very much for these inputs, Dr. Vinay Chandra and Dr. Anuradha-ji. There are many issues that have come up, like the practitioner and the academician divide. So do they stay as two independent blocks, or do they have interactions with each other? And then what kind of schooling that's happening here for the teachers? So how better the schooling can be done, or kind of imparting of the Hindu-ness or the Hindu origins. So how can that be done? So all these issues have come up, and so this thought has been, these points have been raised. So it's a wonderful opportunity to have interacted with you, Dr. Anuradha-ji and Dr. Vinay Chandra-ji. So I hope this has started the process of thinking about the Hindu traditions and practices. So how to convey it, how the world, it means as the Hindu Dharma is open and conveying the wisdom in a universal manner, and how can that be made to receive that universality without hiding or kind of not obliterating the source? So how can that be made receive? How can the audience be made receptive of that? So these questions are there for us, all of us, to work together and develop. So thank you very much for this wonderful. Thank you for the time and the interactions and the points and thoughts. Namaste. Thanks a lot. And now we move to the next session. We are some 15 minutes behind the schedule. So in the first post-lunch paper presentation, I invite Srimati Nritya Jagannathan for her presentation on Dhyāna Malika, insights into the principles and practice of Dhyanam in Krishnamacharya tradition. Srimati Nritya.
Namaskaram to Dr. Jayaraman, to Dr. Nagaraj Paturi, to all my fellow speakers and to the attendees. I will try to keep this as brief and crisp to the extent possible.
Madam, you can take your 15 plus 5 minutes.
All right. Is my screen visible?
Your screen is visible, but it should be in the slideshow mode.
Just one moment. I don't know why this keeps coming up. Okay, is this fine, doctor?
It's still in the kind of it's not in the slideshow mode.
I think
yes, now?
first you have to.
Now it's fine.
Now it's fine, ma'am.
Srimate Anantaya Nagarajaya Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Vagishayatishwarabhyam Samprapta Chakrankana Bhashyasaram Shrinut Narangendra Yatau Samarpitaswam Shri Krishna Maryam Guruvaryamide Virodhe Kartike Mase Shatatara Krutodayam Yogacharyam Krishna Maryam Guruvaryamaham Bhaje Krishna Suri Daya Patram Jnana Vairagya Bhushanam Srimad Venkatanathāryam Vandeham Yoga Deshikam Shri Gurubhyo Namah. I am happy to present before you today Shri Krishnamacharya's views on Dhyana, specifically from his work, the Dhyāna Malika. For those who are not aware, Krishnamacharya was a renowned yoga master, teacher to the royal court of Mysore under Krishnaraja Wadiyar IV, an adept yogi, and significantly a bhakta and a bhagavata, unflinching in his devotion, to the point where once when an insurance salesman asked him to take out life insurance, he said he had no need for insurance and that Narayana was his insurance. And yet, this was also a remarkable teacher who was capable of adapting the traditional roots of Dhyanam. His perspective of Dhyanam was purely as a bhakta, but was also capable of adapting these to suit the needs of individuals. And he was also equally emphatic that it is for every practitioner to seek and to find his or her own personal Narayana. What I share with you today are insights from certain interviews with Shri Krishnamacharya and also certain select verses from the Dhyāna Malika and the Yoganjali Sara, both poems composed by him. What comes through here is that for Krishnamacharya, Dhyanam and Puja were the same. They were one and the same. And while Dhyāna Malika is composed as a guideline to Dhyana, he believed that Dhyanam and the purpose of yoga was to kindle, to nurture bhakti, and that without bhakti, yoga sadhana would lead to very limited benefits. Krishnamacharya was very strongly supportive of the Yoga Sutra as the pathway. He endorsed this in all his teachings, and his definitions of dhyanam and his building up of practices also are in line with how Patanjali presents them. Specifically, he speaks about Tantra. There he says that it is that point where the mind is fixed. And when this focus is fixed and all the vrittis are in this direction, then that process is called dhyanam. His ideal desha is the hridaya, where the antaryami resides. And he says that it is the mind that is taking the form of the dhyaya, which ideally is the antaryami, and it offers it to the jivatma to see. And he says that this is the pinnacle of dhyanam. It can happen only because of a preliminary practice of yoga, which includes pranayama, pratyahara, as well as yama and niyama. What comes through here in Krishnamacharya's works is that the dhyaya, an object, is a must. And he was very clear that it is not possible to meditate on nothing. And while his ideal dhyaya was the antaryami, he also said that at a preliminary level, one could set the deha at different points in the body, or to choose a divya vigraha or a swayam vyakta vigraha as the object. And he also is in line with Patanjali's thought that the highest dhyaya is Ishvara. And with Shabda, the Shabda of Pranava Japa, therefore being one of the most potent forms of dhyana. And Krishnamacharya also emphasized that bhavana of Ishvara Prasada and Ishvara Anugraha through the linking. Certain ideas that he highlighted as disciplines to be followed: Shubha Ashraya, the choice of an auspicious object; Mitha Ayasam, a lifestyle that gives room for adequate but not excessive exercise; Mita Hita Aharam, food that is both beneficial, consumed in the right time, in the right manner, and of the right quality; Mita Yukta Kalika Netra, appropriate timely sleep; Mita Sarthaka Vak, essential speech, meaningful speech; Mita Gupta Sharira Sadhana Anushthanam, the proper practice of appropriate sadhana done for one's own purpose. He says Mita Gupta, these are intimate practices taught by the teacher to the student and not for show or public consumption. And he insisted that the process towards the higher states of dhyanam necessarily starts from a preliminary level, and little by little, as you would control a horse, in this manner the mind has to be brought under control. His emphasis was on the stable, seated, erect posture, sitting without moving, achala, like a mountain. And as an outcome, how do you know that dhyanam is truly happening, that one has experienced dhyanam? Is with a sense of lightness, a freedom from inappropriate desires. He was very particular about desires that are, you could say, a part of our life, but then one had to transcend those, and a total freedom from inappropriate desires born from the kleshas, clarity of complexion, clarity of voice, absence of any kind of evacuation issues. And he said that the body of one who does dhyana glows like a doll that is beautifully painted. As far as the phala, the outcome of dhyanam was concerned, Krishnamacharya said there is the drishta phalam of fulfillment of all our dharmic desires, whether it is the birth of praja, acquisition of dharmic wealth, prosperity, arogyam. The adrishta phalam, he says, are sukham, anandam, and atmadarshan. Now coming to the Dhyana Malika and the Yoganjali Saram, I'm taking you through certain select verses just to indicate Krishnamacharya's pathway of thought with regard to dhyana. Prathamam pashyed gurvacharanam tatascha shrunuyat tadukta tatvam tatastu kuryat mananam samyat tathota kuryat shraddha yuktaha. You see the emphasis on reverence to the Guru, the one who is capable of initiating us appropriately towards the path of dhyanam. The importance of constantly remembering, listening to the teachings reflecting on these teachings and then implementing them. This he presents as one of the fundamental prerequisites even before commencing the pathway of dhyana. Krishnamacharya speaks about the importance of chitta saukhyam. Why is dhyanam important? And he says, what harm an agitated mind cannot do? And what is the purpose of useless talk that stems from thoughts that are uncontrolled? Yavat chittam vimalam pumsaha tavat saukhyam diviva bhuviva. He says, as long as the mind is clear, there is sukham here and everywhere. Coming to the prerequisites, the preparations for dhyanam, you see Krishnamacharya following the pathway of the Ashtanga Yoga. Ashraya maunam, sthapaya pitham, chalaya moolam, varam varam, kuru kuru nityam mahatin mudram, mahata bandhe nottama vidhina. Bandhaya chibukam vakshasi samyak, chalaya chodhvam moolam muhu, karshaya tundam prishtavi lagnam, sthapaya drishtim bhuvoscha madhye. So here you see the preparation in the form of asana practice, specifically the mula bandha that is established in Mahamudra. And then the importance of the Jalandhara bandha, drawing in of the abdomen, basically further strengthening both the mula and the Uddiyana bandha. These are ways of ridding the body of all kinds of impurities. The drishti is between the eyebrows. The importance of practicing in silence, asana and pranayama to be done in silence without any accompaniments or background music. So you see that all of this is the foundation. Why? Because to move into dhyanam, you need a stable posture, reduction of all manner of distractions so that the body as well as the senses and mind are not impediments to the process of dhyana. He says, Vina varna dharmam Tvava chitta shuddhi, vina shuddha mannam, katham kaya shuddhi, vina drishti shuddhim, katham dharana syat, vina prana shuddhi, kvava dhyana varta. How can you refine the mind without following your dharma? The dharma becomes fundamental. In fact, Desikachar says so beautifully in one interview, he says, chitta vritti nirodha is dharma and vrittayaha vritti sarupyam itaratra, he says, is adharma. Because that is the chitta shuddhi, that is our truest nature. And without this dharma, where is the question of clarity or purity of the mind? Without the right diet, how can you purify the body? How can you commence dharana without that vision of choosing the appropriate object? And without regulating the prana, how can you move into dhyana? So the hierarchy is very clear. He repeats again, Krishnamacharya, respect yama niyama and then move on to asana. Use asana as a way of refining the body. And then pranayaman sudhirgan, lengthen your breath. The length of the breath is extremely important for the smooth flow of the mind. That rapid pace of mental chatter slows down when the mind is able to connect to the breath. Then he says it is through this process with pratyahara, establish a sensory discipline and then commence dharana. How do you do this dharana? It is important to focus on the hridaya, the region of the hridaya akasha, which is vishoka. That is where the dharana should be. Or one could choose a beautiful vigraha, a sundara murti, as ordained in the shastras. But for dhyanam, ekagrata, bring the mind into the state of attention, one-pointedness. And as you move through dhyana, you see that the mind literally mirrors the form of its focus. Further, as you perform pranayama, do it with the pranava. Krishnamacharya is very emphatic about sagarbha pranayama with the recitation of the mantra. The ekagra drishti sahitam, restrain the movement of the senses, of the eyes specifically. Continue with dharana. And then he says, when dharana is well established, it contributes to the stability of dhyanam. And when there is one is firmly established in dhyanam continuously, samadhim janayet sukham. It is a very easy saukhyam process of reaching the state of samadhi. In the Yoganjali Saram, Krishnamacharya speaks of the method of how one visualizes the form of the divine, possibly in the same pathway of the Amalanadipiran pasurams that we see in the Prabandhas. Adau padau tadanucha janghe paschaduru nabhim hridayam dhyatva bahu sundara vapusham sumukam lokaya gokulanatha. He says, start from the feet, slowly move your gaze upwards. Finish with your vision fixed on the divine face of Gokulanatha. This is the process, whether it is an external vigraha or whether this is that form that is enshrined in the heart space. He says this Padadi Kesha. Sometimes we also follow the Keshadi Padam method to bring a certain fixity to Dharana and Dhyana. Coming to the experience of Samadhi as Saguna and Nirguna, he says, Yada tadatvam manvita samadhi saguno hitat yada tatra bahirvastu vismritam syat visheshataha. And when this mind has completely merged in that supreme truth, in that murti, with nothing else remembered, he says that moment is saguna. And what is nirguna? From Krishnamacharya's perspective, anandaschanu bhuyeta samadhir nirguno mataha samadhim nirgunam kechit asamprajnatam prachakshate. And he says that experience of unalloyed ananda that cannot be expressed, that alone, he says, is nirguna or asamprajnata. And he says in this state now, there is no distinction as dhyanam and dhyata, dhyanam, dhyayam, all of them merge like salt in water. What is the prayojanam? He says, is there anything that is not possible through dhyanam? Dhyanam confers strength of the mind. Janayati yogam, it leads towards further the connection with that supreme. It expands your ability to have viveka and sustains the experience of ananda. And he says there is everything, whatever you need is possible through dhyanam. Further, you see in the Yoganjali Saram, the importance of a sustained practice. This is emphasized repeatedly. Practice repeatedly. Along with the chanting, the Vedya Adhyayanam becomes a very important part of Krishnamacharya's teachings. In this manner, through sustained sadhana, you attain perfection in dhyana. With dhyanam comes Swarupa Siddhi. Very interestingly, he says, Tavava mamava sadanu saranat namanat mananat prasanna chittaha bhagavan vanchitam akilam dattva kinte bhuyaha priyamiti hasati. He says these distinctions in names and forms don't matter. Your Lord, my Lord, it doesn't matter. Bring your mind to a state of prasannata. Meditate with humility. Meditate with devotion. And whatever that Lord, whatever name you give to that, is delighted and bestows upon you with great compassion whatever you seek. Repeatedly, again you see these emphasis coming again and again through the Yoganjali Saram and the Dhyaanamalika. Asana karanat tarasam sarasam pranayamat prabalam pranam dharana shuddham kuru mashtishkam dhyanat shuddham chittam nitya. So you see again that that progression, how asana prepares the body, gives a certain lightness. Pranayama strengthens the prana. Dharana contributes to the strengthening of the mind, of the intellect, of memory. And through dhyanam, the process of chitta shuddhi happens. Further, appropriate diet, the right sucharita, the right practices lead to destruction of kleshas. And then susthira chitto bhagavata vishnu ihaiva labhate shantim paramam. With this kind of a susthira chittam, fix your mind on Vishnu, and then here and now, paramam shantim is attained. The same shantim that is seen in the Bhagavad Gita, he says, is attained here and now through meditation on the Supreme. I conclude with just one more slide, which summarizes his teachings with regard to how Dhyanam paves the way from Anubhava to Anubhuti. This is one of the most beautiful of his verses. Nrityati yogi hridaye dhritva sundara vapusham lakshmi kantam jagadadharam paramatmanam nandati nandati nandatyeva. And so you see how for Krishnamacharya, Dhyanam has to lead to a perpetual vision of the Lord, of Lakshmi Narayana dancing in the space of the Hridayakasha. And lost in that vision, the yogi dances in delight. He says, Nandati, Nandati, Nandatyeva. There is only Ananda and nothing else. And that Ananda pervades through every state of consciousness, as you're awake, as you sleep, as you dream. That is the very life that penetrates through all our experiences. And so this is Krishnamacharya's vision of Dhyanam and the teachings that he communicates through Sir Desikachar as well as through his multiple works. Thank you to Indica Courses, to Dr. Harikiranji for giving me this opportunity, to Dr. Jayaraman, Dr. Nagaraj, to all the others as well. Thank you. And I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Madam, for the presentation. Nagaraj, do you have comments?
Let me just.
I'm just asking.
Wonderful. It was a revelation to most the people who have an opinion that yoga and bhakti do not go together. I have been proposing recently that in the academics of Indian culture, in historical studies, people have used the word bhakti movement in a very intense way. They talk about bhakti movement. But we have to propose another category called yoga movement. And this brings in, right from the Natha tradition, all the yoga things that have happened in the country. And then we can talk about all the historical graph of yogic writings, yogic mystic writings, and the whole category will come up there. Then there can come a hybrid category called Bhakti Yogic movement. So though there are iconoclast yogic movements in which you see they oppose Vigraharadhana, they oppose temple tradition and all that. So if you talk about yoga movement and then bring it out, first of all, that has to happen. Even that has not happened. First of all, once that happens, then obviously we can anticipate that these people will highlight only the iconoclast aspect, anti-bhakti aspect of yoga. Then we will have an opportunity to show people like this. There is a lot of similarity between Sadashiva Brahmendra Kirtanas and the Dhyana Malika expressions. Even the expressions like Nandati, Nandati, Nandatyeva kind of things, we have parallels in Sadashiva Brahmendra Kirtanas. And Sadashiva Brahmendra appears to be an Advaita Vedantin, but he is a Bhakti person. He appears, when we bring out a Bhakti from him, he is a yoga person. And there are these parallels. All these nuances have not been brought out in the academic studies because the historians themselves are not knowledgeable at all in these areas. All that they knew is bhakti. So bhakti movement is the only thing that they could come up with. So these complex, intricate aspects like how Sri Vaishnavism went with yoga, how Dvaita, Madhva tradition went with yoga, and how Advaita went with yoga. All these nuances have to be brought out. Such a stalwart who brought yoga into modern era, like Krishnamacharya, Deshikanji, how they contributed to this kind of a synthesis. Nityaji, you have brought out very well. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, sir. I think, honestly, for me, what stands out from Krishnamacharya's work is his great love, that for him, bhakti is parama prema. And I think that is important for us to view that idea of Ishvara as something to view with a sense of vismaya, with wonder. Only then that bhakti comes. I think that is the beauty of these teachings. And he was able to integrate this into practices, nevertheless adapt practices to suit the individual requirement. So this is a tradition that continues still today in the way that Krishnamacharya Yogamandram approaches application of dhyana to different individuals.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much, Nagaraj-ji, for the comments. Now we move to the next presentation. Dr. Shilpa Ashok Pandit-ji. She's an associate professor in the Chinmaya University. Dr. Shilpa-ji will be speaking on Bhavana, tracing transformation of consciousness in the Bhakti traditions of Hinduism. Dr. Shilpa-ji.
Hari Om. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I'm very happy indeed, very pleased that and thankful that I was given this opportunity to present. We have 20 minutes of time, and I am going to cover as much ground as we can. According to the instructions, we have 15 minutes, so I'm having 2 minutes per slide. I don't think I'm going to distribute it equally. Some slides I will rush through. And if people have questions or if we want to generate a discussion later on, I'll be available for this. So the title is Bhavana, Tracing Transformation of Consciousness in Bhakti Traditions of Hinduism. And
Madam, sorry to interrupt. Can you put it in the slideshow mode?
It is in the slideshow. It's not there available to you in the slideshow.
No, it's in the creation mode. Means yeah.
I will do it again. To me, it was visible as slideshow. I will do that. Yes, yeah.
Once you coming to slideshow on your desktop, then please choose it for share screen. Yeah, now it does.
Yeah. Now it has come. Yeah. So the title of my presentation is Bhavana, Tracing Transformation of Consciousness in Bhakti Traditions of Hinduism. And I have chosen this very carefully because I have been working in the academics for some time, as well as I have been practicing through the Guru Parampara. And I have found this disconnect with which Vinay wonderfully mentioned and which Nagaraj-ji has been alluding to. So what happens is that Bhakti traditions not only get distributed into the historical or the anthropological aspects of it, but I'm so sorry, there is some problem with my they not only get distributed into can you see my slide now? I'm not able to move it. Can you see my slides now?
Madam, it has to be in the same the older problem. Maybe.
Okay, so I don't know why this is happening.
Ma'am, when you are sharing, you please take
share the screen. Yeah, I will
screen
take
only.
Now is okay?
Yeah.
Fine.
So, as a person who has traveled in both the worlds, I understand the problems of translation, not of words, but of thoughts. Literally, the thoughts that are represented are regressed, are sophisticated, are sukshma, but are meant or indicated by the words. As Jayaraman has written in one of his books, chapters on samadhi and other things that he has written, the Shabda Sanketa is very important, which needs to be understood. So one of the things in psychology has also struggled a lot. And as Vinay and Anu have mentioned, we are seeing a lot of additional aspects entering into psychology through contemplation and reflective practices, as well as through what is broadly called as the mindfulness tradition now. So what is this Euro-American legacy, which is very important to understand when we use the word spirit, spirituality, etc., etc. The legacy of Euro-American legacy is a fragmented psyche, just as right now I'm having a problem with my sharing. So I am not able to move.
You're back again, madam. Yeah, we can see your slide. Yeah. Oh, God.
Madam, when you are sharing, you are selecting that PowerPoint window. Don't take that. You just take the first one, screen.
Okay, I will try and do that. Just a minute. No, just a minute.
Yeah, ma'am. When you please share the screen, you will able to
so much of my time is, I'm aware of that. Just a minute. There is a problem there.
Otherwise, if you want, we will share, ma'am. No issue.
Just a minute. So there is a problem with this presentation movement. So the contemporary psychology inherits a dualism, which has been very famously called as the mind-body dualism, and we have a serious problem till about 30 years back, when due to the increased exchange between the East and the West, research started improving and incorporating aspects of these binaries. But the point about binaries is deeper than that. It's about logic and the either-or binaries in philosophy itself. And we will find that the logical systems of Nyaya as well as Jaina logic are much more broader and accommodating to understand how humans reason and understand something logically. But this particular binary, one is the mind-body dualism, then the binary between reason and affect, very important for me to develop my argument further, and this no self trisection between cognition, affect, and behavior. So what happens is, if you do research studies where you use survey methods, you're focusing on behavior alone. If you're doing cognition, you're stuck with the mental abstractions alone. And what happens to affect? Affect was always a problem for psychologists, a serious problem for psychologists. And that's why the morning presentation by Acharya Sharma was central, because it identified this concept of sadhana, because there is a trisection and binarization of thoughts. What happens is you get topographically flat models, so no transformation of consciousness is possible. You also have a problem of transcendental and embodied as opposites to each other. So the idea of Jivan Mukti is difficult, because Jivan Mukti is living while being free, which means you're alluding to a binary as if you cannot be free while being in body. So there are several minute, profound problems in the way it is logically framed. And then what happens is, you cannot connect in psychology the way it exists in conventional mainstream several states of mind towards well-being. So the directionality is missing, which we find now, which I will try to put forth. Then, of course, there's a deeper philosophical issue, which is also an applied psychology issue of mind versus consciousness, which says that consciousness emerges. Now, of course, in the next 5-10 years, I'm seeing that it's going to go away. It's not going to hold. That argument is going to fall flat, precisely because it is an untenable argument, because it's not an applied psychology argument. Added to that, we have these popular psychology problems and use of English language, which completely destroys the context. So it's not, we must honor the tradition, yes, but unless we don't know the context which the tradition provides, we are going to distort, because we have no idea what we are talking about. So when we translate words into English, we are walking into a completely new terrain. And in fact, I feel that we need to continuously use the original words in that original context, because the context is coded, as we call it in Sanskrit, pravritti nimitta. So what problems can happen? The problems that happen are about this, general casual use of the word positive and negative emotion. Then the idea of self, no self, and the idea of social self, embodied self, a whole lot of terminologies which confound and destroy the clarity that is required to create a model for transformation, which is sadhana. And that is the kind of a difficulty that we are facing in psychology currently, which is the reason why we are moving towards mindfulness. Why should we move towards mindfulness otherwise? So philosophically, in comparative philosophy, some good philosophers of the Indian philosophical tradition have talked about and tried to translate in the very nuanced way. So one of the ways in which Ram Prasad, a philosopher in UK, is an Advaitin, has used the term ownerless consciousness. And I particularly appreciate the use of this word because the word owner includes jnata, karta, and bhokta. And so the ownerless consciousness is what he is been writing a lot. We can see it on the internet or write to him. Then another term that has been used now is called as non-representational reflexivity. And so if we want to translate something in English, because we have that aikya, as Anu said, so we have to translate very carefully about what we exactly mean, because the pravritti nimitta for the Indian terms are so sukshma that if we make a mistake, then we have made profound mistakes in our understanding of everything. The recent neuroscience researchers are talking about new words that are being coined, and activism is coined to do this binary between action and thinking. So in order to address this binary between action and thinking, or mind-body dualism, the word enactivism is being used now, or the term embodied cognition, which is a direct way to solve this mind-body dualism that plagues the continental philosophical traditions. So I want to answer this question specifically in relation to Manasa Puja. We look at Manasa Puja as a beginning step. Actually, it is the beginning and the end as well. Because ultimately, in cases of Jivan Mukti or Krama Mukti, what we are talking about is a completely innovative, radical psychology that came in the Indian context, which talks of being free while being alive. So, which removes all these binaries through these practices, which are lived experiences, as Dr. Durai Swami said in her presentation. Now, in this whole thing, what is the big sukshma problem? The sukshma problem is the role of affective processes is a big problem for the continental philosophical traditions. The continental philosophical traditions have a big problem about dilemma, horns of a dilemma, which is a binary Greek logic, and affect as an opposite to reason. Whereas the whole mindfulness says that you can be mindful about affect. It has broken that binary, or it has made that attempt that can you be mindless? Is affect always mindless? No. So we can break that and we can be mindful about affect. Now, be that as it may, one of the problems that happens is that we become intellectual monsters. And I don't mean intellect, I mean intellect in the sense of Shabda Panditya, We become intellectual monsters. We understand all the words, we understand all the concepts, but there is no transformation that has happened in us. So this is my answer to Vinay. And of course, Vinay knows about it. This is the reason why academicians are not able to understand or process or to say what is happening. And so what is the use of focus as a cognitive strategy? If the object of your focus and the emotion with which you relate is not purified. So the idea of Chitta Shuddhi, as Nritya wonderfully presented, is completely associated with Bhava and Bhakti. And I will try to show that very briefly in this whatever time that I have. So because there is a problem about rationality and logic in the continental traditions, there is more focus on the cognitive processes. And those cognitive processes are further behavioralized in the positivistic research method. So it's a reduction of a reduction of a reduction, which becomes such a dumb process that the whole nature of sadhana is lost. Even though there are more than 300 studies, which Vinay mentioned about whether yoga works or not, yoga literally works in the most reduced forms as shown in statistically significant differences. So really it doesn't capture the possibilities of that innovative, radical, profound psychology that this tradition has given. Now, which is where we are talking about the self. And Ganeri, who's one of the professors in philosophy, a very good philosopher, but he's a logician. So he has argued in his latest book, No Self. So we don't need a self. He's a naturalist by inclination, and we can do away with self, but he says attention is required. Now, I don't agree with him, which I have written separately. But we need Aikya of the self system for higher levels of symbolization, abstraction, for inner objects as well as for external objects. Internal objects are all your internal objects, positive emotion, negative emotion, even the objects, the presence of internal presence of your mother or your father or your guru, etc., etc., etc. So, in the Indian tradition, in the Indic traditions, we actually see an integration of Yoga, Advaita, Sri Vidya, Trika, Shaiva, which I have been saying for quite some time, because this was what taught to me by the oral tradition of the Guru Parampara. So yoga starts as Periyavar, as Nritya has said about Periyavar's, poems that he has written, and then moves to Advaita, and then in the non-dual Trika Shaiva tradition, which finds its influence in the Pancharatra Āgamas, Vaishnava Āgamas, as well as in the Shaiva Siddhanta, as well as in the Sri Vidya texts. So there is an integration that has happened in the historical time. You can find it. Now, my question particularly here is to focus on the word bhava or bhavana, because that is the central word which you find across all traditions. So my questions are, what are the models of transformation, effective models of transformation, effective transformation available in Indian psychology? What are the conceptual frameworks? Because I'm an academician, so I must find the Shabda Pramana, the Shabda Sanketa, and I must do it with a great sense of respect for the adversary, my intellectual adversary as well. And I would say, and I have said it in one of my earlier writings, that bhakti is that dhyana moment of Indian modernity, because it incorporates all the Indic values of love, oneness from Advaita, as well as fellowship. And you can see it in the writings of Vallabhacharya or the Gaudiya Vaishnava Parampara of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, or the Bhakti Parampara in the Dravidi Bhakti, which is the definition of Bhakti itself is Dravidi Bhakti, from the holy land of Dravidas. So you see this confluence of the Bhakti traditions from north, south, east and west, where they aligned the values of bhakti, love, oneness, fellowship, whether it's the Chidvilas of the Natha Sampradaya and the Jnaneshwari that is going to be discussed, or in the northern Suradasa Bhakti tradition, or in, as I said, in the Gaudiya and the Dravidi Bhakti. So my answer to that earlier question on Buddhism and Yoga Sutra comparison is this. To my intellectual disagreement with Dr. Jayaprakash, existence is not dukkha at all. It is the early Buddhists, the Pali Theravadas, who say that existence is dukkha. Existence is Leela, Satchidananda's Leela. There is no dukkha. Dukkha is in the jiva bhava. And there comes the word bhava. And so I want you to hold on to this word. There is no dukkha in the existence as such. If you hold the jiva bhava, then there is dukkha. And that abstraction is not found in the Pali Theravada traditions, definitely. It is found in the Mahayana traditions, and Mahayana traditions have been then discussed, and people have had intellectual scandals that they turned Advaitin, by the way. So now I'm going to come to the Pravritti Nimitta. This I will run through fast because this is an enlightened audience. You know more about this than me. Several keywords for consciousness, important for their functional relevance. Why this important? Because when you want to translate, you should be very careful. Otherwise, don't translate. What are the different words? Chit, Nija, Vastu, Atman, Jivatman, Paramatman, Ishvara, several central concepts. And I wouldn't dare to translate them because I'm not a Sanskrit scholar. Now, one of the key binaries that I have been focusing is consciousness as transcendental, therefore disembodied. What is that? What kind of a binary is that? This is not a lived reality at all. And this is not an applied psychology of India. Now, the word manas is found across all texts. We don't have time. This is an enlightened audience. You can do an etymological analysis or textual analysis of it. I have seen it in the 10th Richa of the 10th mandala of the Rig Veda in the sense of manyate. And so in Sankhya particularly, it is used as a sensory motor coordinating mechanism. Now, manas embodies. This is how we could see that, because it is sensory motor coordination, it embodies. Chitta shows continuity of self from past, present, and future. And ahamkara individuates consciousness in this antahkarana that has been talked a lot in several of the texts, especially Vedantic texts of Advaita as well as Vishishtadvaita. Is a pervasive word concept, a framework to understand antahkarana, as the earlier Acharya has also said. Now, where is affect in this? Some question might be asked. Affect is in the very Swarupa, which is Satchidananda. So why this focus on cognition? You find out the answers for it. Too long for me to discuss, but affect is central to the transformation of ahamkara. So the moment affective transformation takes place, the transformation of ahamkara or the idea of self takes place, as one of the persons has said in the morning. I think it was Dr. Arya. So what happens in the transformation of ahamkara? The transformation of ahamkara from a vyavaharika ahamkara to shuddha aham bhava. And you can see this in Pratiprasava as well. And as Krishnamacharya Periyar would say, you would see that this asmita is different than the vyavaharika asmita, as Raghu would also say that. Now, so the point here is this, that you are getting a spiral model of transformation of consciousness, which is based on your transformation of your affect. And what is that affect? Affect is, who am I? How am I relating to the world? So if I am the body and I have to relate to the world, then I have to have fear in me. And therefore the world will be in dukkha or in fear. Why not? It will be. Can we transform that? Yes, there are models, but anyway. So the point here is that we are arriving at a spiral model of transformation of consciousness, which is not what I'm cooking up, even though by the grace of the Divine Mother, I can cook. It is the Mother or the Divine, the sacred consciousness, which is doing this. So we start from Koham and we come to Soham, and the central hidden word in this is Bhavanam. Okay, so because Vyasa himself says Yoga Samadhi, so yes, Yoga is Samadhi, right? Then Paramartha Sara in Trikashaiva says Chittam Mantra. Whatever is there in the Chitta is mantra. The Chitta is always having a mantra in it. What kind of mantra it is having is the question. So why the focus?
Conclude, madam. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm just going to stop in 2 minutes. So why the focus on attention and concentration? Forget about it. I'm going to talk about just one particular model. The Ayurvedic model, I will skip it. I will just focus on, since we are talking about Raja Yoga, a lot of people have talked about Raja Yoga here. I will focus on the concept of Vairagya, particularly because it is very amenable to the discussion on Buddhism, etc., etc. Because the definition of Vairagya in TYS is Drishta Anushravika Vashikara Sangya. That is the Vairagya, right? Now, we have esoterized the concept of Vairagya. but in the definition itself, the sensory modalities are shown, drishta and anushravika, which talks about visual and auditory attention. Vashikara means the sense of mastery and regulation, and Sangya means the mind. So we are connecting the body and mind directly here. And the term bhava and rasa, and after this I'm stopping. So the word bhava in bhakti is defined as an intentional focused state of contemplation and relationality towards a consciously chosen form, name, and quality. This definition occurs in the Gaudiya Vaishnava text Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu in the 5th chapter, Canto 132 and 133, while rasa is defined as an experience of delight, of amazement, which is beyond contemplation. So, bhava is to be cultivated and rasa is sphurat. It happens without planning. Now, with this definition, bhakti is understood as jnanottara bhakti, which means that meditation gives us the jnana or the tattva jnana, but bhakti is prior and post the atma nivedana, right? So in Yoga Sutra, the definition of dhyana is pratyaya ekatanata, and so this jnana which arises from vairagya and viveka in this model of bhakti is in the bridge, middle, whereas life as such is centered around the retransformation of the understanding of self, which is changed by the understanding of the affect. And so one of the other points that we use more than going beyond Shaiva Siddhanta is, can you play a lifelong role like Thakur Sri Ramakrishna played, or several other bhakti saints played? They chose a role and they played that role throughout their life in a reality which they recreated and thereby changed the whole world around them socially as well. So bhavana as an intentional cultivation of bhakti rasa to then embody that consciousness in your social life. So with this, I'm stopping this. Thank you very much. And I'm so sorry. I think because of the changes in the screening, I was not able to manage my time.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you for those profound observations on the transformation and the emphasis on retaining those original expressions in the traditional lore and not translating to reducing the import and the content of the knowledge herein. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We move to the next paper by Mrs. Mridula Rupesh and Dr. Rajeshwari Hegdeji, Heartfulness, the way of the heart for self-transformation. Mrs. Mridula.
A very warm, heartful namaste to all present here. Respected panel members, all the dignitaries present, and all my dear friends, I am Mrs. Mridula Kolale from Heartfulness Research Center, Mysore, along with Dr. Rajeshwari from BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore. I hope I am audible, sir. Yeah. Bangalore. And we are here to present our paper on the heartfulness, the way of the heart for self-transformation. We are very grateful to Indica for giving us this opportunity. I will start sharing my screen.
Madam, your screen is not yet visible. Can you stop share and reshare again?
Hiramanji, if there is a technical issue, let us move on to the next paper, and once she resolves her issues, we can come back to her.
Yes. Okay, sir. I thought the problem was here in this connection. So okay, sir. Right. So we move to the next paper. Dr. Jyotsna Agarwal. The title of
Namaste. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, yes, madam. Yes, madam. Okay. So Dr. Jyotsna.
I think the last presentation has already come back.
Has she come back? Just a moment.
Yes, sir. I'm very sorry. My PC was hanged.
Okay.
So I had to start again. So if I can wait and after her.
Continue, madam. No. You can continue now. Yeah.
Okay. I will try to share my screen.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, madam. It's visible. Yes.
So we will take on. As I introduce myself, we are talking on the subject of heartfulness, the way of the heart for self-transformation. These are the subsections of our paper. Introduction to the heartfulness Dhyāna Paddhati, self-transformation, which is the need of the hour, the core practices of the heartfulness, which are Dhyāna, Shuddhikaran, and Prarthana. Role heartfulness is playing in the self-transformation. The study methodology we have followed for this paper, results and discussion and conclusion. Be the change that you wish to see in the world. This famous quote by Mahatma Gandhi is very important in bringing about social change in today's scenario. Heartfulness is the heart-centered approach to life with a set of practices, as I just mentioned, under the able guidance of its current guide, Dr. Kamlesh D. Patel, who is the global guide for heartfulness. This method was first offered to the world by Sri Ramachandra, who established Sri Ramachandra Mission in the memory of his guru by the same name. It offers a method of Dhyāna, which is modified form of Raja Yoga to suit the modern lifestyle, so that even a common man in his busy schedule can have access to the higher approaches of life. As the aspirant advances in the practice, the purity of heart and mind are naturally established. When this Dhyāna on the heart, it helps us dive deep inside in the inner core of our heart where we find the highest expression of our inner self. Heartfulness proposes balanced and integrated approach to life, where lives, we can say, the spiritual, the inner aspect, and the material wings harmoniously coexist. Thus, this concept of heartfulness transcends all the religions and helps unite the humanity, the human race, with pranahuti-based meditation on the heart. If we see today's scenario in brief, we can say that the universal love, which is the base or the fundamental of all religions, it has disappeared, unfortunately. And society is moving towards disintegration. This has reflected very highly on individual, physical, and mental health as well. People are most of the time trying to take help of psychologists or psychotherapists when they find that they are not in tune with their mental well-being. But at the same time, it's encouraging that many people, they are finding this inner urge to transform from within, and they are moving towards, or they are driven towards the yogic practices to fulfill this need. If we see, we are changing every moment, but to have direction to this change towards the desired goal. What is the desired goal? Everyone wants harmony in life, peacefulness, contentedness, mutual love and respect. So to move in this direction is a challenge. When this need awakens in our heart, our journey, we can say that our journey towards the transformation starts. It is correctly said in the Shvetosvara Svatara Upanishad that self is located in the heart and mind is the doorway to the heart. So it is only through the heart and mind that we can know the self and transform ourselves. So one starts the need of a system which will inculcate these qualities of the heart and better our life. So in this attempt, heartfulness, we can say that it is playing an essential role towards this transformation. As a practitioner, I can very well state this, that I am finding these transformations in myself, and therefore I am encouraged to share this with everyone. Now, the core practices of heartfulness, as I mentioned, are Dhyāna on the heart, Shuddhikaran of Hriday Manas Kshetra, and Prarthana to connect with that source within. These are the three core practices. In addition to that, heartfulness guided relaxation supplements these practices. Its purpose is to relax or give mental and emotional calmness before the meditation or any time. The steps relax our entire body from top to bottom, and so that we can effortlessly focus on the heart during meditation and go within. As Dr. Hegde had mentioned in the earlier session during morning, yogic transmission, which is called pranahuti in Sanskrit, is the basis of transformative potential of heartfulness. We will see a little more about it in the next slides. Let's see in brief, very brief about these practices. Heartfulness meditation starts with the sixth step of Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga, which is Dharana. We start with the Dharana about that source of the divinity is already present in our heart. So the meditation is effortless focus on a profound object, divinity itself in the heart. The profound object gives us profound consciousness. We start gathering ourselves at a point, and our individual mind, it learns to leave the habit of wandering here and there, and it set forth on a right direction and learns focusing. It gets regulated. The meditation on the divinity awakens our latent love for the divine. And we sort of start moving from complexity of mind towards simplicity of heart. We start perceiving all these changes. When heart is at peace, naturally we find that our mind is at rest. When we find that contentment, that continuous presence of divinity, when we start perceiving in our life, our mind also gets insight, clarity, and wisdom. So we can say in heartfulness, we are using our heart to regulate the mind, and both of them come in alignment. Heart and mind, they unite in meditative togetherness, and we move towards integration, conflict between the two keys, and we find harmony. Second core practice is, as I said, Shuddhikaran or cleaning practice. It has the capability to free us from the patterns of thinking, emotional reactivity, and behavioral tendencies. It works at the subconscious level, and therefore it is able to remove certain impurities from the root. Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, first Yoga Sutra, Yam, talks about removal of the unwanted tendencies. And this is what we can achieve with this process. We know that our thought seeds, more importantly, the emotional thought seeds, which are embedded deep within our subconscious, are called, in yogic philosophy, they are called samskaras or impressions. And with the cleaning process, we are literally able to get rid of or remove these samskaras, which are the emotional memories of our thoughts and actions. And that's why at the end of the cleaning, we find very light and refreshing. Over the period of time, we start finding that many habits and tendencies simply drop off. And these two core practices, meditation and cleaning, we can say they work together. Meditation we prescribe in the morning and cleaning at the end of the day. See, we have seen what is meditation and cleaning. What happens in meditation? We are sort of preparing a very divine, pure field where impure seeds cannot germinate at all. And in the cleaning, we are trying to removing these impure seeds. So they work together towards our perfection, towards our refinement, towards divinity. But at the same time, I would like to remind ourselves that we should not consider ourselves as unclean or impure. As we all know, our soul is never touched by impurity. We are very pure and serene beneath the veil of our sanskaras and impressions. The soul is only obscured by these impressions, and if we are able to remove this veil, we again get in touch with that divinity and we can experience it. So I can say that heartfulness is a practical approach, which we can approach with scientific bend of mind. Try these processes and assess the results ourselves. Even an ordinary man who is willing to do this can try these systems. And over the period of time, what we have noticed is that though we are starting with dharana, the whole system is such that all these, what to do, what not to do, how much to eat, what to eat, all these initial stages also starts getting inculcated effortlessly, naturally, if we are having enough awareness about the things. Coming to the last practice of heartfulness, which is prarthana, practice to connect with the source within. The purpose of heartfulness prayer is to re-establish this connection with the divine presence within. It is offered with feeling of love and surrender in the heart. Our subconscious knows the language of feeling. So when the words of the prayer resonate with the feelings of the heart, it becomes an efficacious prayer. And such prayer then results in a state of prayerfulness. It creates a unique inner state. It generates that spark which gives us aspiration and craving, and that craving results in a very profound state of meditation. We usually know the prayer as asking for something. Most of the times we are fearful of something, and in divinity we try to find that divine protector. We need something and we try to find divine provider. But heartfulness prayer is somewhat different. It is not asking for something. I won't go into very details, but I will just try to say this prayer, its wordings. It is very short prayer. O Master, thou art the real goal of human life. We are yet but slaves of our wishes, putting bar to our advancements. Thou art the only God and power to bring us up to that stage. So we are sort of stating the fact and invoking that higher help. For the period of time, as we go into the state of prayerfulness, it helps us self-introspect, discover our defects, and correct them, invoking that higher help. So in short, we have seen how through these practices we are transforming from animal human to divinity, to divine human.
Please conclude, madam. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, I will just conclude, sir. Is it okay? Okay, so the concluding part is being done by Dr. Rajeshwari, madam. So will you allow her to conclude?
Means if it is a commencement of another section, if you can just summarize what is presented there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Surely, sir. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Yes, over to you, Rajeshwari, madam.
So, namaste, one and all. Again, so this is the survey result. We have collected the online survey of 211 practitioners within a week, and age ranges between 20 to 75 years, and years of practice varied from 1 to 30 years. Next slide. And so after the survey, we have analyzed the results, and more than 85% of the participants felt that so they are guided by heart, and their self-confidence has increased, and they are connected with all creation, and they are in tune with their inner wisdom, and inner stability and balance is more, and so they are calm and joyful. And also, so they felt that so they are more compassionate and empathetic, and so it has meditation has increased their self-awareness, and they are more connected within the self, and also so their acceptance of life situation has increased, and their patience has increased, and anger has reduced drastically. And why we have floated this survey form? Because we felt that we are transformed over a period of time after meditating, after starting the heartfulness meditation. So that's why we thought of floating this survey form. And being a professor in BMS College of Engineering, which is a very famous reputed institution in the country, we have started the heartfulness meditation from in 2015, and now it is continuing, and now almost all the departments, so we have one or two practitioners, and the regular practice is going on. So I feel this is the transformation within myself and within the others. And so when the positivity, when we have positivity within us, and definitely it spreads and creates a positive environment. So that's what we wanted to share. I thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, one and all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thanks a lot. Now we quickly move on to the next paper. What about the other interpersonal aspects of meditation in Vedic traditions? The paper is being presented by Dr. Jyotsna Agarwal. Dr. Jyotsna ji, please.
Thank you, Dr. Jayaraman and Dr. Nagaraj and the Indica team. I'm sharing the slides and I'm just trying to make it full. Can you see it full? Hello?
Yes, madam. We can see it. Yeah.
Okay. So meditation, we have already had a lot of discussions today. The interpersonal aspect is basically related to the relationships, and some practices in the tradition attend to actual or imagined presence of other people, as well as attitudes and behaviors, which has actually been less studied or less research interest has been and like a lot more has been most meditative in a subjective network of significant people, and there are a lot of associated joys, challenges, etc. And another reason for focusing on this area is also because empathy and intimacy are so core to the mental health, and difficulties in these areas are related to personality disorders. And meditation seems to be helpful in many of these challenges. Given my area is clinical psychology, therefore I would be focusing a little more on this. So in the last decade, research on metta and karuna, loving kindness, compassion has indicated that there's improvement in positive emotions, undoing of negative emotions and its effects, as well as brain area related to empathy and emotional processing has shown influence with these meditations. And in clinical group, it has been helpful in anxiety and depression, although the studies were quite small. One of the important things in the modern psychology has been that these studies have been done from a Buddhist perspective. However, in the Buddhist text, Digha Nikaya, there is mentioned that these are actually older practices. These are pre-Buddhist practices, and there is an example of an ancient king, Govinda. And these practices actually got assimilated later in the Buddhism. So I went into a little bit of exploration and went from Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, Yoga Vasishtha to Rig Veda. In my understanding, Rig Vedic god Mitra seems to be the oldest description of this tradition. As Sri Aurobindo says in The Secret of Veda, the Mitra, a power like Varuna of light and truth, especially represents love, joy, and harmony, the foundations of the Mayas, the Vedic beatitude. The root of the term Mitra means to embrace, to contain and hold, and linking together the part or materials of a whole. Sri Aurobindo says that Mitra is considered to be the Lord of love, a divine friend, a kindly helper, the most beloved of the gods, as he brings in our reach the divine enjoyment and perfect happiness. He also says that Mitra creates in us a happy rightness of mind and feeling, sumati, a state of grace, an unhurt, abiding place within, free from all undelightfulness. I'll come back to this later again, related to some of our clinical experiences. So Maitri is a practice. Subsequently, in Chandogya Upanishad, it mentions that how Ahimsa and Maitri leads to Brahmaloka, and this seems to be the root of the term Brahmavihara for these practices in Buddhism. On the other hand, in Patanjali Yoga Sutra, the practice has been described as bhavana, to be cultivated, and it's like now 1.33, Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, Upeksha, bhavana. So attitude or mindset to be cultivated by the practitioner. An expansion of friendship is to be done for everyone towards those who are happy, compassion. Based on this Maitri, the compassion is developed for those who are in distress, joy for the virtuous, and the equanimity for the non-virtuous. And it is mentioned that decreases tamas and rajas along with increasing sattva. Again, Patanjali mentions that performing samyama on friendliness comes the strength of the quality. So samyama is the combination of these three meditative processes of dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. So this practice can also include aspiration. So as you might have come across this chant, famous chant of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. So if you see, in fact, each of these lines actually relate to one of these qualities. So Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina is like Matri, may all be happy. Sarve Santu Niramaya is may all be free from infirmities related to Karuna. Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, may all see good, is related to appreciative joy or mudita, and Ma Kashiduk Ma Punyat again is related to Karuna, may none have mystery of any sort, and Om Shanti Shanti, Om, which relates to the upeksha or equanimity, often translated as both equanimity, equal-mindedness, as well as indifference. So Vajrasena Samhita, the other way is also can relate to visualization as given in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, like Sutra, like it describes that one can meditate on the joy we experience in the presence. To have this meditation, and they find it difficult to imagine that goodwill and joy and love. So one can imagine a person who is important and a loved one, a bandhu, and meeting them, how we feel happy, and then like go from there. Some of the supportive practices are, for example, Pratipaksha Bhavana, which has been disturbed by improper thoughts, constant pondering over the opposite is the remedy. Because many times it's hard for give good wishes to people with whom we are having difficulty. So here the idea is that negative thoughts about others, for example, anger is replaced by its opposite of the goodwill. Another supportive practice is related to the interconnection. As Sri Aurobindo has again said that Mitra is often invoked in the company of Varuna, since Mitra cannot fulfill his harmony except in the wideness and the purity of Varuna. So the contemplation of the oneness, the interconnection, the largeness, expansiveness is very important, which is also given in the inherent oneness in the tradition. For example, Tattvam Asi. I'm quoting from the Ishopanishad, where it is translated as like he who sees all beings in his own self and sees his own self in all beings, he does not hate anyone thereafter. So one can start with wherever they are, like, and dharana on the idea. Sri Aurobindo has acknowledged this difficulty and said that although in the initial stages one needs to understand and sympathize with others, widens one's love, compassion or fellow feeling for others and work for others, as one experiences self-realization, they directly perceive essential oneness in multiple forms of the universe. Again, the other supportive practice, 130 to 31, and then later again. So 5 other directed practices are the first steps of Ashtanga Yoga, which focuses on harmonizing outer aspects of our nature or Bahiranga. These are yogic ethics considered to be basic universal rules of dharma and are Mahavrata and have precedence over all other vratas. And it is similar to the Vedic idea that God Mitra dislikes violence, and in Chandogya Upanishad, how Maitri is associated closely with the Ahimsa. So perfection of these yamas can lead to siddhi. So these are the 5 ones. Ahimsa, I am not going a lot into details. So ahimsa is like not wishing harm to any creatures in thought, words, deeds. And it is considered to be the foundation of all other yamas. Satya is related to doing what we say and saying what we do. Pleasant, beneficial, kind truth. Astya is non-stealing or not taking what rightfully belongs to others. Brahmacharya is not, apart from continence, that leads to seeking at fulfillment at sensual level, therefore avoiding that or going beyond that. And aparigraha, or like non-covetousness or non-possessiveness. So we had done some basic research, like because we could not find much work in this area. So there was one mixed method system, and we did one interesting work where we asked people to tell about their classmates who seems to be wise to them. And then we looked into weightage of the scores and then went back to those people who were predominantly nominated as wise by their classmates. And we found that actually the Brahma-vihara or these 4 bhavanas were common in their interviews, like feeling happy in other people's success, or caring for others' growth, or helping those who are not doing very well, or accepting others. And then coming to little bit of clinical work, especially in personality disorder, where there's a pattern of hostility, antagonism, etc. And psychotherapy practice is considered to be difficult with such clients. And although mindfulness-based dialectic behavior therapy is one of the common method, but sometimes even that doesn't work, or it leads to some improvement and then it leads to a plateau. In such cases, we have introduced Matri or metta meditation, and has led to decrease in many of these difficulties. And one of the reasons we felt why it would help, and like my work seemed to be, because as Shandu has said, that leads to an unhurt abiding clinical setting, come with a deep sense of hurt, and which attachment is common in many of our clients. And based on this idea, to clinical research, one was with caregivers of patients diagnosed with mental illness, and another was with patient diagnosed with depression. And in both cases, the results were very encouraging in improving well-being, and especially decreasing the distress and depression. And now we have expanded it further into sattva enhancement therapy, and doing in the process of like a larger study. Thank you. I think I've been within the time. So take-home message is like, this has potential for both promoting mental health, building treatment-oriented systems.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Jyotsna ji. There was a bit of difficulty in hearing. There was a signal problem. Are you yet concluding the last slide?
Oh. Yes.
Yeah, please go on. Please go on. Yeah.
This is the last slide.
Yeah, please.
So I am just ending with this idea that it's helpful for as a practitioner, as well as a researcher or as a clinician. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jyotsna ji.
I'll stop sharing.
It was a very interesting attempt to trace these yogic practices to the Vedic lore based on Sri Aurobindo's interpretation, and also looking into the clinical insights in that regard. Thank you very much. So there are no questions yet. So we'll move to the next paper. This paper is on Dhyāna is not mindfulness by Sri Raghu Anantanarayanji, Ankush Vij, and Dr. Nandini Murali. Dr. Sri Raghuji, yeah. Namaste.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Jayaraman. Ankush will be making the presentation on our behalf, and then I'll be there to take the questions. And
yes.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Should I go off video?
No, you can continue, but the slide, yeah.
Okay, I'll be sharing my screen.
Yes.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. At the outset, the authors would like to thank all the organizers for giving us this opportunity to present this paper. The subject of our paper is Dhyana is not mindfulness. We're beginning with the gist of our proposition. Dhyana is a process that allows one to move step by step towards something transcendental. Whereas modern mindfulness, as it is being used currently, is like a pill for an ill. Dhyana, according to Yogacharya Krishnamacharya, has two very critical components. Dhyana described in the second chapter of Yoga Sutra concerns itself with gaining a deep understanding of where the kleshas are coming from, how to burn the seeds of those kleshas, and then enable the mind to become capable of ekagrata. It is after one has burned the seeds of klesha and become capable of ekagrata, there is another level of dhyana described in the third chapter, which is often confused. Yoga Sutra chapter 3 defines dhyana as an application of mind into a chosen object of inquiry and finally going into nirbija samadhi. Now, we are calling this modern mindfulness as allopathic mindfulness, which seems to be the latest fad in leadership and management. There is a considerable amount of published research which focuses on how organizational leaders, such as CEOs, benefit from just 20 minutes of mindfulness practice. And the authors of this paper don't doubt the research done by Joan Kabat-Zinn and others on Buddhist meditators. However, as practitioners of dhyana, we are concerned by the way ideas from Yoga Sutra or Yoga Shastra have been uprooted from an Indic context and almost force-fitted into Western frameworks. First, there is the presentation of mindfulness as if it is the active ingredient of Ashtanga Yoga. This is reminiscent of the way pharmaceutical companies study many traditional healing practices and herbs to extract that one chemical that is the essential curative element. This chemical is then patented, synthesized in a factory, and the promising future then belongs to the company's top line. But dhyana is not a detachable fragment. It has been recognized that when the active agents are separated from the holistic herbal preparations, there are side effects, which otherwise the whole herb does not create. Often, the herb is part of a dietary regimen and an integral part of the holistic treatment. One wonders what the side effects would be from practicing, or rather swallowing, the mindfulness pill. Second, this idea that human being is an integral part of nature is central to the way of life from which these contemplative practices have emerged. We are sure that mindfulness, as it is promoted, will make many executives more effective. But does it inspire them to ask the difficult questions regarding their motivations, regarding the impact of their business on the environment, on equity? These are some of the questions to be considered. Third, mindfulness is presented almost as if it is a modern discovery. If one browses Wikipedia, one comes across this line on mindfulness. A famous exercise introduced by Kabat-Zinn in his MBSR program is the mindful tasting of a raisin, in which a raisin is being tasted and eaten mindfully. Many such simple practices set in the everyday routine are recommended dharana practices that our teacher Yogacharya Krishnamacharya would mention casually. While the serious researchers may not be part of this cultural appropriation, we nevertheless run the risk of a practice that has profound possibilities of turning into a pill for an ill. Just like much of yoga has been plucked out of its context and distorted beyond recognition in the name of making it accessible, or rather more commercially viable. Now, currently what is referred to as meditation, especially in the Western discourse, emerges from the work of Dr. Herbert Benson. Dr. Herbert Benson is a professor from Harvard Medical School, and he coined the term relaxation response. Dr. Benson based his research on a secular version of transcendental meditation of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. After conducting his initial studies, Dr. Benson concluded, and I quote, "Ultimately, I felt there were two main steps. Step one was a repetition of a word, a sound, or a prayer. And the second step was when any thoughts came to mind, one disregarded them and returned to the repetition." Now, instead of using Sanskrit or other religious terms as is done in transcendental meditation, he had research participants use neutral words like Coca-Cola. Dr. Benson concluded that whether one says Coca-Cola or any other word, it doesn't matter because it creates the same effect. This, however, is a very superficial and a simplistic understanding of a nuanced and a deeply layered process. The critical idea that underpins yoga is the process of creating an and. The current trend, which is largely borrowed from the West, is the idea of or, creating exclusivity. Any process that says or is not yoga. Therefore, the question, what is one yoking with, is central to the practice of yoga. When one starts with Om, it has the power to take one all the way to further and further deeper states. Whereas if one starts with Coca-Cola, it doesn't. Yoga Sutra explicates the meaning of Om, as do several Upanishads. One can start with the superficial chanting, which is equivalent to Coca-Cola, where just because one is chanting the sound and one is cutting oneself off from other things, there are certain benefits that one will get. While Coca-Cola cannot take one any further, Om has the potential to take one much further. As one simultaneously gets drawn into just listening to the inner sound, it gets evoked into deeper and deeper states until one merges with consciousness. Whereas the only association one can have with Coca-Cola is rum, fizz, and hedonistic pleasures. Now, dhyana in the Yoga Sutra is infinitely deeper than the simplistic conclusions drawn by Dr. Benson that have only trivialized and distorted the issue. According to Krishnamacharya, there are 3 mandatory steps before one really understands or enters the space of dhyana. The first step is through the practice of yama niyama. One cuts off the context which is causing dukkha and hence stressful. The second step is when one really discovers pratyahara, which means there is a certain inner urge towards externality. Therefore, one feels the cycle of going out, getting stressed, and so on. This movement is necessary for livelihood, and so on. This movement, but what we do is we overlay it with all kinds of cravings and compulsions. So pratyahara is the process of pulling back and not feeding this cycle of compulsive consumption. The third step is, now that one has gathered one's pranic energy, one directs it into something inspiring and elevating. This is dharana. Once one has decided where one's attention should be directed, there is nothing more for one to do except to stay with the process. So one cannot do meditation. If one stays with dharana, it automatically deepens into something called dhyana. There's a very clear analogy that describes this process. Dharana is like the process of pouring oil into a cup. The oil is one's pranic energy, and the cup represents the object one is focusing on. During dharana, the oil is being poured drop by drop. The flow is intermittent. Dhyana is when the flow becomes continuous and streamlined. It becomes a dhara. Samadhi is when there's only the flow, there's no sense of the self, there's no sense of the cup. One is completely attuned and one is with the flow. So the explication of the cosmos, which is derived from the Sankhya philosophy, must be kept in mind when we engage with dhyana. In the 35th sutra of the first chapter, Patanjali defines the process of deep attentiveness. Vishayavati va pravittirutpanna manasaha sthiti nibandhini. When one starts paying attention to any object, one touches the externalities of the object. And then, as one keeps paying attention, one's mind becomes more subtle. And one is able to touch the subtler aspects of the object. So the process of dharana, dhyana, and samadhi must be understood as the melting away of the apparent separation between the dhyayam, the object, and the dhyata, the observer. But there are many implications here. However, the most important aspect is the quality of the object one chooses for dharana. It impacts the mind profoundly. Yoga Shastra warns the novice that the object must be chosen with care. Most people are not aware that these sculptures that are recommended as objects of dhyana are beautified forms of sacred geometry. Sthapati, Sri Ganapati Sthapati, the iconic Vastu Shastra exponent, describes this in detail in his documentary Vastu Marabu. It is the profound and subtle harmony that underpins the form and imbues the form with power. The importance of the Subtle stages is emphasized in the sutra Vitarka, Vichara, Ananda Asmita Rupa, Anugamat Samprajnataha. Complete comprehension follows these 4 steps: argument, inquiry, joy at finding the essence of the substance, and finally integration with the object. It therefore follows that any random object cannot be picked as the object of meditation. Also, if the object does not have the ability to draw the person towards more exalted states, it could be detrimental. If one takes a word like Coca-Cola, it does not intrinsically have the depth or deep meaning. It has no Kalyana Guna. In contrast, a word like Om is Pranava Swarupam and directs us to Ishvara Swarupam. Yoga Sutra therefore says Om is an object par excellence. And if one actually goes into it and starts practicing, it is possible to discover deeper and deeper states from which one can listen to the sound, engage insightfully with the meanings of the sound. This has been discussed at length in many Upanishads, as the word is so rich with these range of meanings. Yes, it will be worthwhile to examine a few more critical ideas from Patanjali Yoga Sutra to contrast the seriousness of the practice of dhyana and the superficiality of the idea of meditation and mindfulness as it is commonly understood. Dhyana heyaha tad vrittayaha. Dhyana is the process through which movement, unfolding and flow that is based on klesha vritti can be stopped. The unfolding of the seeds of avidya or apprehension, misapprehension can be stopped. One starts focusing on the way in which avidya arises in one's psyche. And this focusing helps to end the klesha vritti. Dhyana has a certain energy. And if it is focused on the seeds, they will be burnt and the obstacles within removed. Tat pratishedhartam eka tattva abhyasah. This is one way recommended in yoga. Tat pratishedhartam means to end something, to make it smaller and smaller. One cannot take up any practice and call it eka tattva abhyasa. Sri Krishnamacharya has said that eka tattva means Ishvara Bhakti. Whatever practice one takes up, one has to keep clarifying the mind, practicing consistently until all the hindrances are confronted and ended. One then earns Purusha Khyati, or an insight into the true nature of Purusha, something that is indicated by Pranava or Omkara. Yatha abhimata dhyanadva. Abhimatam is that which is inspiring, elevating, and personally evocative. One follows a path that will take one towards Ekatattva, the ultimate consciousness. So one practices dhyanam, which deeply resonates with the self, and one has to make a choice of the right object, one that will awaken the divine spark within. So towards the end, as we summarize, we are looking at one end of the spectrum, modern meditation or mindfulness, how it is looked at through the sense of instrumentality and stress reduction. There is also the other end, where it becomes an escape from problems in the pursuit of supreme bliss. The Krishnamacharya tradition talks about this whole movement, from the superficial to the profound, as well as defining practices to enable this movement. Hence, this process is of vital importance, not getting caught with either of these two extremes. Until one works with oneself and the kleshas in one's psyche, there is no real understanding. There is no real meaning of Paramatma. It is just a word with its fantasies and associations. A mere cutting off of the external stimuli and creating a bubble and isolating oneself from a disturbing stimuli, it is only a preliminary step. If this does not seamlessly move into an inward turning and grounding in a deeper inquiry of the self, with the possibility of discovering the transcendent self, this practice cannot be termed dhyana. With this, I would like to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankushji. So there is an observation and also a question from Shri Meghji, who is a Director for Special Projects at Indica. Shri Meghji, please go on. Questions.
Dr. Jayaraman,
Yes.
கேட்கலப்பா அவர் பேசுறாருன்னா.
He has unmuted, but I can also not hear. Megji, can you? Yeah, we cannot hear you.
Can you type out the question and then you can read it out or something?
Just see. Megji, can you hear?
Please proceed.
Yeah.
I will take it offline. Sorry.
Okay, right. So there is another question from Dr. Arun Pratap. Very important points raised, Ankushji. How can we exactly differentiate between mindfulness and dhyana? This is the question.
I thought the whole paper was based on this. See, to put it simply, mindfulness is very clearly an extraction from the whole idea of dhyana. See, if you go into John Kabat-Zinn and what he has done, he has practiced Vipassana meditation quite a bit. His first couple of books were on Vipassana. And then he himself talks about having this great idea that we have to present it in a very simple way to the West. And we all know the context in the West. The context in the West is to say that unless it is presented to me in my terms and something useful for me, I'm going to reject it. So this whole cosmos of how to look at oneself, how to look at the world, how to look at one's context, the primary purpose of getting into dhyana and meditative practices, all of this is set aside, and you take one small bit of it, which is some practices, like chanting Coca-Cola or chanting one, which is what Dr. Benson starts with, or saying pay attention when you're walking and things like that. That other people have also talked about quite a bit. Thich Nhat Hanh has talked about it, but they use it as a very simple initial step to go much further in. So if you look at Thich Nhat Hanh, who I think is the first person to use the term mindfulness, he takes it into very deep contemplative things. He also talks about the Brahma Vihara. He takes it into the life of Buddha. Right? So dhyana, which is to have a relationship with a much more deep object and a much more deep process, gets forgotten when you look at it as mindfulness. That's the fundamental thing we are talking about. And Krishnamacharya has talked about a whole set of practices as Antaranga Yoga, which takes you from the Bahiranga to Parama Antaranga. These become extremely critical because these are psychologically transformative processes. That's the difference that we have to keep in mind.
Thank you, sir. There is also further follow-up question. I think Arun Pratap ji, you can take it up offline with Raghuji. Thank you very much.
Jayaraman ji, by any chance, am I audible now?
Yes, Ji. Please.
Okay. I apologize. If it's okay to take a minute, I'd just like to take it.
Yes, please.
Jayaraman ji. Okay.
Yeah, please.
So wonderful presentation. I loved the slide 9 and the fundamental premise of not reducing dhyana to mindfulness, whatever be the definition of mindfulness, which there are many now, is something that resonates. But I had one observation. Because leadership and management as domains entirely were invoked, I would like to refer the presenters to Kevin Jackson's review of the mind of a leader, published in the Journal of Business Ethics, volume 159, pages 927 to 934. It contains some of the critiques that I heard the presenter present of some of the points on mindfulness of a specific school of mindfulness. That's one. My question is your title is provocatively, if I could call it so, presented. Is it also targeted at a particular school of thought or a set of scholars who have claimed dhyana to be mindfulness, or is it more a broad broad critique?
It's more a broad critique, Meghji, because the current trend is following a very colonial mindset, no? So you go into a space, you take what you want, and then you demonize that space. Yeah, now if you look at what's happened to Africa, I don't think very many people know what a phenomenal civilization Benin was, for example, or what a great center of learning Timbuktu was. We
Right.
don't say, are you going to Timbuktu just for fun? Because Timbuktu was known as a place where people would carry books on their head and sell it on the roads. Now, generally, Africa is presented to you as the darkest continent.
Right.
Not as a continent with great learning, right?
Right.
So whatever needed to be extracted have been extracted, and now you call it a darkest this thing, and then you take people for slaves, and you have built a whole economy in the US based on slaves. Right? What's happening now with many practices being taken from colonized countries, not just yoga, is of the same variety. Yeah?
Got it.
So I think there needs to be a clear statement
Right.
which opposes this mind. And this is not just a Western mind, Meghji.
Right.
Yeah, most Indians would rather learn mindfulness than learn dhyana without understanding what kind of a thing they're promoting.
Correct. Yeah. So great. Thank you for clarifying. So it's not targeted at a scholar or set of scholars, but more a broad trend-based critique that you have presented, which totally makes sense to me. And yeah, it makes no sense to reduce all of dhyana to mindfulness, even if some forms of mindfulness might have certain ingredients which are common, like a subset of the whole stream that dhyana is. Thank you so much. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah.
I haven't come across a single statement on mindfulness that talks about the importance of yama and niyama. I haven't seen a single one that talks about the ethics concerning nature. Nothing. I've not heard any mindfulness thing being placed in the context of what the human being is doing, what is dharma, and so on. So if you take something from a dharmic civilization and cut out the context completely and present it in a context where the fundamental paradigm is utilitarianism, I think it has to be called out.
Absolutely. That's why Kevin Jackson's review would also resonate with you. Thank you for the opportunity to ask the question. Yeah.
Just type out the details, Meghji.
I'll send it to you.
Thank you. Yeah. Nagaraj, you would want to make comments?
No, a broad critique, as Meghji has pointed out, it is abundant already on academia.edu. If you see, there are a very big number of papers that call out the secularization claims of the mindfulness campaigners. I would call them mindfulness marketers. And the injustice done to traditional Buddhist practices, traditional Buddhist ethics, traditional Buddhist culture through this mindfulness marketing is regularly being called out by a very big number of white American scholars themselves. But the claims on the part of the marketers are in the words of secularization, bringing scientific aspects and all that. But in that name, then all the sacred aspects are removed. What Raghuji is saying happens. You remove all the ethical aspects, you remove all the cultural aspects in that. And in fact, it should fail. If people are still feeling that it is working, it should be placebo.
There are also papers about that, Nagaraji. How just this abstracted thing is actually not working. There are some papers about that also.
Yeah, it should be just placebo. If it really has to work, it has to be placed in the entire framework. of Yama, Niyama, etc., everything, then only it would work. These claims of the marketers have lots of fraud in it also.
Nagaraj?
Yeah, suddenly
Yeah.
he went off the air.
Yeah,
and
yeah, just, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Raghuji. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Ankush ji and Dr. Nandini ji. So, thank you very much. And for this was a very pertinent presentation relevant to the theme of the conference. Thank you very much. We move to the next paper by Sri Abhinav Kadambi on Pratiprasava, a synthesis. Abhinav ji.
Is it visible?
Yes, yes. Perfect. Yes, please.
Vishuddha Vijnana Ghana Swarupam Vijnana Vishrana Baddha Diksham Dayanidhin Deha Bhritam Sharanyam Devam Hayagrivam Prapadye. Namasadase, Namasadasas. The current paper focuses on a theme which is generally paid attention to, majorly because the concept of Pratiprasava is not I would say, articulated upon, majorly because even though the concept of Pratiprasava is part of the Sadhana Pada in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali Maharshi, we don't pay attention to that because there is an excessive focus on the Ashtanga Yoga Marga, even though the Pratiprasava is part of the Kriya Yoga, which is actually a subset of practices which comes under the Ashtanga Yoga Marga. When we look at the concept of Kriya Yoga, where they are saying Tapaswadhyaya Ishvara Pranidhanani Kriya Yoga in the Sadhana Pada of the Yoga Sutras. Even though this is part of the Ashtanga Yoga Marga, where they're talking about the same three parts, this entire Kriya Yoga is part of the Niyama part, and yet we still don't keep listening to what the Yoga Sutras are telling us about the Pratiprasava, or rather the Prasava itself. So what I did was, for the sake of this paper, the presentation, I went into 10 commentaries to the Yoga Sutras of Maharishi Patanjali, and I took the help of 4 different commentaries to the Bhagavad Gita, and I tried to arrive at a synthesis of these concepts that I have learned from these different commentaries in order to understand the concept of Prasava first, and then eventually arrive at Pratiprasava. The word Prasava here obviously refers to giving birth to something. It is not a reference to any medical process. It is a rather clinical process, of course. It's a clinical attempt to understand the mind, the mental dimension, based on the traditional approaches to understanding the Manomaya Kosha. So even though the word Pratiprasava, if you're a traditional scholar, you probably understand, or you are immediately reminded of a concept of Pratiprasava from the Purva Mimamsa or from the Sayana Bhashya to the Veda. This Pratiprasava is specifically only regarding the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, specifically from the Sadhana Pada. So let us begin with the presentation. So this will be the order of things which we will be focusing on. We will look at the Parichaya from the Yoga Sutras, the Bhagavad Gita, and we will come to a generational model, a Prasava Vyuha. We look at it from the Kleshas perspective, the Doshas perspective, and what I have arrived at based on these 2 perspectives. And then we will briefly touch upon Pratiprasava, and then we will go to the Upasamhara section, that is the end, the conclusion. So if we go to the Parichaya section, the introduction, we see that the Yoga Sutras of Maharishi Patanjali are the most authoritative Pramana Granthas of Raja Yoga. So even though there are many Granthas on Raja Yoga, the Yoga Sutras are considered to be the most authoritative Pramana Grantha. And there are different Vyakhyanas to the Yoga Sutras. So as far as I know, there are at least 15 Vyakhyanas which have been documented and painstakingly updated on the website of KYM's Yoga Vaisharadi website. I'm so thankful to that specific website for having uploaded all these commentaries. Of course, it's not an exhaustive list, but it's a good attempt. So let us look at those. Of those, there will be only 10 commentaries which I'll be referring to. And the Yoga Sutras have 4 padas, 4 chapters, of which I'm only going to touch upon the Samadhi pada and the Sadhana pada. The Vibhuti pada and the Kaivalya pada also exist, but we are only looking at concepts from the Sadhana pada majorly, at least because beyond that is out of the scope of the current presentation because of the lack of time. Samadhi pada contains certain concepts on Samadhi and yoga in general, which is meant for the Samahita Chittas, who are Uttamadhikaris, the best practitioners, who are ready to receive the teachings from the Yoga Sutra. The Sadhana pada is meant for Vyuthita Chittas, that is, they are Madhyamadhikaris. They are like intermediate students who are ready to receive the knowledge, the wisdom contained in the Yoga Sutras. The word Samahita Chitta, Uttamadhikari, Vyuthita Chitta, and Madhyamadhikaris are all not found in the Yoga Sutras as such. They are found in the commentaries, in the Vyakhyanas. And let us directly jump into the Yoga Sutras. In the Sadhana pada, we find the reference to Kriya Yoga, where there is a statement saying that Tapaswadhyaya Ishvara Pranidhanani Kriya Yoga. Kriya Yoga contains 3 parts: Tapas, Swadhyaya, and Ishvara Pranidhana. If I start going into the details, it will become a little difficult. So I will not go very deep into this. But the major point we need to understand here is that Kriya Yoga is a certain sadhana which contains 3 parts. It's a Trianga sadhana. That is, there are 3 angas there. So in these 3 angas, we have Tapas, Swadhyaya, and Ishvara Pranidhana. They are further later explained, or before they are explained in the Samadhi pada also. So we are just looking at the concepts from the next sutra. The important part we need to understand here is that Kriya Yoga is very important. Why is that? Because there is a prayojana for Kriya Yoga. Prayojana meaning there is a purpose for Kriya Yoga. The purpose there is Samadhi Bhavanarthaha Klesha Tanukaranarthascha. So the first purpose is, in order to attain Samadhi, we have to do Kriya Yoga. So this is like for the first student, the creamy layer of the intermediate students. The creamy layer, they've already done other things and they are now ready, somewhat ready. And so if they want to get into Samadhi, you want to get into Chitta Vritti Nirodha, they can immediately come to that state of yoga when they have engaged in Kriya Yoga. So that is the Prayojana. And how does that happen? How does that Samadhi happen? Klesha Tanukaranarthascha. This happens because of the Tanukarana of the Klesha. So if we go to the commentary, there they are explaining Tanukarana means Sukshmikarana, meaning the Kleshas are rendered subtle. The word Klesha itself, we have to understand, is a reference to causes for Dukkha. They are causes of Dukkha. Klesha causes Parinama, some sort of a change, and that change will eventually lead to Dukkha. Dukkha is generally suffering. So any sort of a discomfort, any sort of a pain and suffering that we're experiencing is a Dukkha. We're not going very deep into the etymological details. So let us move forward. There is an interesting statement by Acharya Krishnamacharya in his commentary to the Samadhi pada, where he's saying that Klesha, even though is considered to be a synonym for Dukkha in other Shastras, in the Yoga Sutras, Klesha does not refer to Dukkha, but it refers to the cause of Dukkha. So, meaning that Klesha is a technical term which is actually part of the Yoga Sutra, or rather the Raja Yoga tradition. It is part of this tradition. It cannot be easily synonymized with Dukkha because it is a cause for Dukkha. It is the Hetu for Dukkha. Dukkha Hetuhu is Klesha. So, going forward, in the 3rd Sutra, the Kleshas are now enumerated. What are the Kleshas? Avidya, Asmita, Raga, Dvesha, Abhiniveshaha, Kleshaha. So what are these different kleshas? There are 5 kleshas: Avidya, Asmita, Raga, Dvesha, and Abhinivesha. These are the 5 kleshas. what is avidya? Before they are talking about the definition for avidya, that is the Lakshana Vakya for avidya, Patanjali is talking about avidya being the first klesha. This becomes a very important sutra, at least in this paper, to understand the prasava and pratiprasava model. Avidya is the kshetram uttaresham. Uttaresham kshetram means it is the birth place or the place, the field where the other kleshas are born. And this is further understood clearly in the commentaries where they are calling avidya as the prasava bhumi, is the place of birth. Prasupta tanu vichhinna udaranam. These are the 4 stages for the klesha, the way they are expressed or experienced in the mind of the sadhaka. Or rather, the manomaya kosha is somewhat affected by these kleshas in these 4 forms, that is prasupta, tanu, vichhinna, and udara. These 4 are the stages of the klesha. It is not a direct reference to avidya. But then if you go to the commentaries, there is a 5th stage also which is spoken of, that is the Dagdha Bija stage. So if you look at the table, which is based on the commentaries also, you see that there are 5 different stages of expression of the kleshas. Dagdha Bija or the Kshina Avastha or Kshina Klesha, based on which commentary you're looking at. Prasupta, Tanu, Vichhinna, and Udara. This is the second column in this table. If you look at the meaning, Dagdha Bija refers to burnt seed or weakened state because of the Viveka Khyati, that wisdom that has awakened, the Vidya that is there inside the individual, that actually burns away the seeds of the kleshas. Prasupta means the seed of klesha, that is, that klesha is present as a seed in a sleeping state. And then Tanu means it's slightly awakened. Vichhinna means it is discontinuous but partially awakened. It's just that you can feel it, then you move away to another state, again you can feel it. It's like a discontinuous, just like a wave, a discontinuous wave. Udara means it's a continuous, completely awakened state. And so, of course, you can find these in different individuals. So, for example, if you look at the Dagdha Bija stage, it is found mainly in those who have attained Viveka Khyati. And then the Prasupta is in Videha Prakritilayas or Yogis or Tattvalinas. Based on the commentaries, it will change. Tanu is in Kriya Yogis or Yogis again. Vichhinna and Udara forms are found especially in the Vishaya Sangis, majority of the population, which is still not aware of how to engage in sadhana. Now we need to understand the Lakshana of avidya itself. Anitya, Ashuchi, Dukkha, Anatmasu, Nitya, Shuchi, Sukha, Atmakhyatihi avidya. It is a very beautiful sutra, but let us try to restrict ourselves to understand that there is a false understanding, or you can call it a superimposition if you are an Advaitin. There is a false understanding of the Anitya as Nitya, Ashuchi as Shuchi, Dukkha as Sukha, and Anatma as the Atma. So this is known as avidya. Of course, if you go to the commentaries, those who are influenced heavily by the Advaita Vedanta tradition, they easily give this avidya as seen in the Sarparajju. All those examples are given. Very traditional examples in the Advaita Vedanta tradition are given in the context of explaining avidya. Entering into the Asmita, the third klesha, that is, before we go into the third klesha, Raga, we need to understand that there is one interesting klesha that precedes Raga, that is Asmita. Avidya is the first klesha, second one is Asmita. Asmita is essentially that sense of I-ness, I am, I exist, this I, which is usually associated with the body or the mind. So generally people call this the body-mind complex. That's what the Advaita Vedantis generally call it. But generally anything that is associated with Prakriti is what is associated with Asmita. Drigdarshana Shaktyoho Ekatmata Iva Asmita. So Drig refers to the Sakshi, the witness who is inside the Purusha. Darshana refers to the Prakriti. Generally, if you go to one of the commentaries, there they're saying that this Darshana is actually a reference to the Buddhi itself. So if you go to the Sankhya tradition, you understand that the Buddhi is one of the 24 tattvas. The 25 tattvas are there. One of those tattvas, which is part of the Prakriti, is actually Buddhi. So Drig refers to the Purusha. Darshana refers to Buddhi or anything like it could be the Pradhana also. Pradhana, Prakriti, Buddhi, Mahat, whatever you wish to call it. So Drig Shakti and Darshana Shakti are considered to be as though they are the same. When that understanding, or rather false understanding comes, that is known as Asmita. Moving to the next klesha, which is Raga, we see the Lakshana as Sukhanushayi Ragaha. So constantly engaging in anything which will give us some sort of a comfort, some sort of a sukha is known as raga, or engaging in any means to attain the sukha is raga. The opposite is dukkha, engaging in anything which, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you right away go to the concept of pratiprasava?
Yes. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, we have just 2 more sutras. I'll just enumerate. I'll just read it out so you'll understand.
Kleshas are there. You can just say that after the discussions on klesha comes the concept of pratiprasava.
Yes, yes. Okay. So dukkha is the opposite of sukha, and going against that, showing anger or being very irritated with that is dvesha. And then abhinivesha is a certain fear of death. Basically, there is a fear of death which also affects those who are very learned also. So it is because of the samskaras from the purva janmas. It is because of the samskara of the fear of death. Pratiprasava is the 10th sutra. This is where the Yoga Sutra, which I am explaining to you, will end. Te pratiprasava heyaha sukshmaha. They, those kleshas, pratiprasava heyaha, pratiprasavena, with pratiprasava heyaha, tyaktavyaha, they have to be left. Sukshmaha, after having made sukshma, they can be removed by pratiprasava. So now we enter into the introduction to the Bhagavad Gita. This is already known. I'm specifically talking about 2 shlokas from the Bhagavad Gita. The 2nd chapter, 62nd shloka, and the 63rd shloka, where they're trying to explain the mental processes. That is, there is an association of the mind with an object, which eventually gives rise to sangha, some sort of an attachment. From that attachment, we get kama, that is that sort of a desire to be with that object. Kamat, krodha. So what we understand here is that when there is kama, when there is desire and it is not fulfilled, there is krodha, that is anger. And from that anger, there is sammoha, some sort of a breakdown of the mind. There is some sort of a total misunderstanding, and which eventually makes the mind very disturbed. And from that sammoha, we reach smriti vibhama, the mind, all the memory is disturbed. From that memory disturbance, we reach buddhinasha, where there is a destruction of the intellect. From buddhinasha, we go to pranashyati, meaning it is a total destruction. Now we get into the generational model, that is the prasava vyuha. Prasava is generational. Vyuha here refers to the model that we are trying to construct. So in the klesha prasava vyuha, we see that, okay, this is a grammatical aspect. This is iteretara dvandva samasa. We are not really sure what is first and what is second. So is it abhyarhitatva or is it anupurvyata based on the Vyakarana concept? We are unable to judge just based on the face value of the sutra itself. So we see that the klesha prasava vyuha can be a flat model where the avidya will be the first one, first, second, and third, fourth. The rest of the 4 kleshas can be either directly coming from the avidya, or it can be something like a mishra model where it can be in any form. Like it can be avidya first, the next 3 kleshas will be after that, 1 klesha will be at the bottom. So you see that there are 6 models which are possible here. Or it can be a vertical model, purely vertical model, where avidya is followed by 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this can be the model also. So it is not very clear. If you were to take the permutations of this, find that there can be a total of 192 permutations which are possible with just these models. But if we look at this model, this is also only indicative, because there can be other models which are possible where each klesha can have multiple parents, multiple janakas, and it is only 1 janaka which we have considered in these models. So if we go to the dosha prasava vyuha, so these different concepts which I have seen in the Bhagavad Gita, if you look at the commentary there, Sridhara Swami and also Madhvacharya call these as doshas. And so we can call them dosha prasava vyuha can be constructed. In the dosha prasava vyuha for the Bhagavad Gita shlokas, 2nd chapter, 62nd and 63rd shlokas, we say that the Panchami Vibhakti Pratyaya is used. So we can understand that there is an order of generation which is very clear. And so we construct the prasava vyuha for doshas like this. From Vishaya Dhyāna we get Sangha, from Sangha we get Kama, from Kama, Krodha, Sammoha, Smriti Vibhrama or Smriti Bhramsha. From that we have Buddhinasha, from that we have Pranashana, total destruction. So we understand that this can also be a vertical model for klesha prasava vyuha. So it can be avidya followed by asmita, raga, dvesha, and adhinivesha in a very sequential form. So if we try to come up with a form which is actually which is a sankirana prasava vyuha, where we are mixing both these concepts, we understand that Avidya comes first, where there is an ignorance. Avidya is that sutra which we've already seen in the Sadhana Pada. Because of that avidya, there is a false unity with the Prakriti. So the Purusha assumes that it is Prakriti. And because of that, there is Vishaya Dhyana. There is a constant constant preoccupation with the objects in the Prakriti, which is part of the Bhagavad Gita concept. And then because of that, there is some sort of an association which is known as Sangha. From that, we get Raga or Kama. Raga is the word exactly used in the Yoga Sutra. Kama is the word which is used in the Bhagavad Gita, which, if lost, when the desired object is lost, we get Dvesha from the Yoga Sutras or Krodha from the Bhagavad Gita. If you go to these commentaries, they're actually talking very straightforward in the context of Dvesha as Krodha itself. It is Krodha according to certain commentaries. And then this is followed by Sammoha, where there is confusion, which is also followed by a destruction of the memory, which is followed by destruction of intellect, followed by fear, which is just before the final pranashana. We will now go and just quickly go through the last 4 slides. So we understand that Prati Prasava, can it be a process or end goal? If we go to the commentaries, we understand that it is both the process and the end goal. Because Prati Prasava is the movement from the later klesha to the first few kleshas, and beyond that, it is the end goal because it leads to Chitta Laya or Chitta Pralaya. And the sadhana for Prati Prasava can be assumed to be many. There are many sadhanas mentioned in the Yoga Sutras. It seems that Kriya Yoga is the best sadhana for Prati Prasava based on the location of the word Prati Prasava right after Kriya Yoga. So with that, we come to the conclusion. We see that Prati Prasava is very important because it is mentioned in 2 important sutras. One in the 2nd chapter, that is Sadhana Pada 10th Sutra. One in the final sutra of the Yoga Sutras itself. And so we understand that we have tried to come at a synthesis of Prasava based on Klesha Prasava and the Dosha Prasava. Future direction could be based on extending this entire concept based on the Rasa theory from the Natya Shastra of Bharata Muni. I have presented this earlier in one of the conferences of Indic Academy with one of my colleagues. So there's a lot of exploration which is possible here. With that, I will finish here. I'll finish with the Guru Vandanam. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation, Abhinavji. As you mentioned, the 4th chapter, the last sutra, Purushartha Shunyanam Gunanam Pratiprasavaha. Gunanam Pratiprasavaha. So there we see the Gunanam Pratiprasavaha. So you have created a concordance with the Klesha and Dosha Pratiprasava. I'm not sure whether this Klesha Dosha Pratiprasava is found in the Yoga Sutra commentaries as such, but Bhagavad Gita, of course, certainly mentions. But the Prasava or Pratiprasava terms are not found in the Bhagavad Gita. Maybe in the commentaries, the discussion may be there. So, from the perspective of Gunanam Pratiprasavaha, so how do you connect with Gunanam Pratiprasavaha with the Klesha Dosha Pratiprasavaha? Because Guna Pratiprasava is the ultimate thing. If that disintegrates, if the Gunas wind back to the source, then everything is managed. Probably the same Guna Pratiprasava is what is intended in the Kriya Yoga context also. Means I don't see a difference of a different Pratiprasava being mentioned in the 2nd chapter Kriya Yoga. Means when I see, because if Guna Pratiprasava happens, the Sukshma Kleshas are also overcome. It is in that sense probably it is mentioned in the 2nd chapter.
Yes. So once that Dagdha Bija stage is attained, no longer is it affected. The Purusha is no longer affected by these 3 gunas. So of course, the Guna Pratiprasava has to be explored. There's a lot of scope for exploration there, especially because the Bhagavad Gita has so many commentaries which are documented and which are made available these days. I think there's a lot of scope for research there. I mean,
But
of course,
wonderful means it's a wonderful way of exploring the various models or the various permutations and combinations that emerge from the connecting the hierarchy of the kleshas. That was a wonderful new kind of approach into this thing. Thank you very much, Abhinavji. We move to the final paper of the day, the first day of the conference. Yes.
Jeremy, can I just make one comment?
Yes, Ji, Raghuji, please.
Yeah.
Right.
See, Abhinav, there is a book that is going to be published very soon, written by Anand Paranjapeji. Yeah, where he is comparing Pratiprasava with Freudian ideas of regression and things like that. Yeah. So
Yeah.
he's done a very,
Thank
very
you,
good
Raghuji.
analysis.
Yes.
Yeah, he's done a very good analysis. So just take a look at that.
Yeah. So this concept of Pratiprasava for this conference was originally inspired by Anand Paranjpe sir's book, new upcoming book. When I was interacting with him, I did get this motivation to look into the Yajñas for the Yoga Sutras and see if I understand what is being represented in the translations. But yes, entirely all these concepts, of course, were inspired by Anand Paranjpe sir. I would just like to make another mention, that is Dr. Shilpa Pandit and Anand Paranjpe ji. Both of them inspired me for doing this because they keep motivating me for this work. I would like to just briefly thank the people who are involved in the makeup or the construction of the websites of KYM's Yoga Vaisharadi project, the Gita Supersite project of IIT Kanpur, I believe, and also the Ashtadhyayi Sutra project, which is also originally a personal project, which eventually bloomed into a beautiful website with so many commentaries to the Ashtadhyayi itself. I think all these websites and all these new initiatives are totally welcome in the world of digital analysis and digital corpus collection making. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhinavji. So we go into the last paper. Before that, there is an announcement. You can see in the chat box where there is an announcement as a follow-up to this conference on Dhyāna. There is going to be a textual immersion on Dhyana Yoga or the Atma Sanyama Yoga, the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Each of the 47 texts of each of the 47 verses of the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita will be textually analyzed, discussed. The words will be split. Inputs from the commentary will be given. There will be opportunity to chant and also discuss the meaning of all the 47 verses of the Dhyana Yoga. So you can see more details about the textual immersion there, and also there is a Google form link given for registration. So now with that small announcement, we go into the last paper for the day. How does emotional regulation during contemplation nurture us? Findings from a hermeneutic analysis of a popular Hindu spiritual text, Jnaneshwari. So it's presented by Kavya Math, Mrigakshi Bhave, and Dr. Arun Pratap Singh ji. Please, over to you.
I request Kavya to present the presentation in front of the panelists. Is everybody able to see the presentation?
Yes, we can see the presentation. Yes.
Okay. Kavya, you can proceed.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirviknam Kurume Deva Sarva Karyashu Sarvada. We salute our Supreme God Ganesha, who has curved trunks and whose radiance is equal to 1,000,000 suns. May you bless our endeavors and remove all obstacles from our path. A very good evening to one and all present here. I am Kavya Moot from the Department of Contemplative and Behavioral Sciences, second year, Sri University.
Hello everyone, I am Mrigakshi Bhave, also from the Department of Contemplative and Behavioral Sciences, Sri University, second year.
The topic of our research paper was how emotional regulation during contemplation nurtures us. Findings from a hermeneutic analysis of a popular Hindu spiritual text, Jnaneshwari. Jnaneshwari, also known as Bhavartha Dipika, was written in 1290 AD by Sant Jnaneshwar. A great philosopher poet from Maharashtra, India, it is believed to be one of the source of ultimate realization. We have used the hermeneutic analysis of this commentary to bring out theoretical underpinnings regarding the dynamics of emotional regulation to nurture ourselves. We notice that the alterations in emotional regulation happens through a graded flux in identity and motives and leads to the realization of consciousness as an essence of our being. The same is further analyzed and presented in this PPT and our paper.
Kavyaji, just this thing, can you make your slides appear bigger because it's very difficult to read?
Is it?
Much more, yeah, a little more, still more. Please
More?
magnify a little more, yeah, a little more, please.
Is it better now?
It's better, but you can still magnify it if it's possible.
Actually, this is the maximum.
Maximum, okay. Are you presenting it from a PPT?
Yes, it is a PPT.
You can magnify it, but the presentation, yeah, it can still be readable. It can be a little more bigger.
However, if you can just in general zoom it a little bit. In general, zoom it.
No, it's not possible to zoom it.
Are you using any tab or iPad like that?
No, it's a laptop and it's a PPT. So it's not being, I'm not able to magnify it anymore.
Is it all right if I present the screen? Give me, I'll present the screen. Yeah.
Yes, it's fine now, please.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's good now, yes.
Yeah.
Please go
Sant
ahead.
Jnaneshwar, at the age of 16, wrote this commentary on Bhagavad Gita in Marathi on the instructions of his guru and elder brother, Nivrittinath. The knowledge of religious texts, which was previously only available to Brahmins and the upper castes and was only in Sanskrit, was made accessible to the general public. Jnaneshwari includes 18 chapters written in poetry format in stanzas of 4 lines known as Ovi. Sant Jnaneshwar has used several similes and examples from nature and the day-to-day activities of the common readers of those days to aid comprehension. At the age of 25, Sant Jnaneshwar walked into a stone-walled room in Alandi and passed away in Samadhi, the state of spiritual liberation, in 1296 AD. The room has still not been opened till date, and Alandi became a revered place ever since. After several hundred years of taking Samadhi, Sant Jnaneshwar and his word is still worshipped and studied fervently by thousands of people in Maharashtra. Now let's look into what is emotional regulation. Emotional regulation can be defined as any action, conscious or not, that either alters the balance and intensity of a current emotional experience or is initiated for the purpose of altering future emotional experiences. It usually involves downregulation or lowering the strength of feelings and upregulation or amplifying one's emotions. According to James Gross's process model of emotional regulation, people can act to control their emotions at various points in their lives, including before they feel an emotion, also known as antecedent-focused emotion regulation, and after they have already begun to react emotionally, that is emotionally focused, response-focused emotion regulation. One very common emotional regulation strategy is the cognitive emotional regulation strategy, which refers to how people think about how to deal with their emotions in response to eliciting events. Cognitive reappraisal, which involves utilizing cognitive and linguistic processes to reframe or reinterpret the meaning of a stimulus or circumstance in order to up or down regulate emotions, For example, one may interpret the significance of a terrible occurrence in terms of personal development, or one may highlight its negative features. The Eastern paradigm has also given a few strategies for emotional regulation, which are as follows. Number one is Maitri, the unwavering acceptance accompanied by a deep sense of gratitude. Number two is Karuna. It is a Sanskrit word which means compassion. It is the desire and the ability to alleviate and transform pain. When we are open and able to fully observe suffering and are compelled to do something about it, we experience Karuna. Number three is Mudita, which means joy. True love provides joy, and mudita is the pleasure we find in the simple things in life. And number fourth is upeksha, or unattachment. It is the ability to feel a connection fully without clutching or possessiveness. Now I pass on the stage to Mrugakshi.
Thank you so much, Kavya. Moving on, let me just change the slide. Yeah. So in this paper, we are talking about Jnaneshwari with reference to the emotional regulation. We have selected few verses, or the OVs that we call in Maharashtra, from chapters 1 and 2, Arjuna Vishada Yoga and Samkhya Yoga respectively, from Jnaneshwari itself, which talks about Arjuna being overwhelmed with his emotions on the battlefield and how Krishna helped him to regulate those emotions during various techniques. In all the Hindu traditions, we start any good event with the blessings from Ganesha. Sant Jnaneshwar also starts compiling Jnaneshwari while taking the blessings from Ganesha. He says, Om Namo Jyadya Veda Pratipadya Jai Jai Swayam Vedya Atmarupa. Salutations to the Vedas' descriptions of the Supreme Being allow the self-known one, the pure nature of the self, to rise to victory. Sant Jnaneshwar has beautifully described Ganesha and his greatness for everything he has provided. Coming back to the conversations that happened in between Arjuna and Krishna, Arjuna could see all his seniors, grandparents and teachers, his maternal uncles, and not just them, his sons, his friends, brother-in-law, and everyone over there. And the thought of fighting with them, against them, with his loved ones, made him feel extremely helpless. Here, Sant Jnaneshwar gives very beautiful similes. Sant Jnaneshwar says, as a highborn woman, virtuous and beautiful, cannot tolerate another woman superior in these qualities, or as an attracted man enraptured by another woman, forgets his own wife and recklessly pursues his passion, or as a man who has been practicing the self-punishment achieves the spirituality, the Arjuna has completely lost his manliness. Moving forward, after looking in the situation, Arjuna says that येणे नावेची नेणे काही मज आपणपणे सर्वथा नाही मन बुद्धी ठाई स्थिर नोहे. Arjuna here thinks himself, all of these warriors are gathered here, ready to battle. The mere concept of it frightens him. His mind has almost lost its equilibrium. He says, my limbs tremble, my mouth becomes dry, my body trembles, and all my hair stands to the end. My Gandiva, that is my bow and arrow, slips from my grasp, and my flesh burns all over. I am not able to maintain my balance. My thoughts are racing. He says that though his heart is tougher than adamant and heroic, his lunacy is even more powerful. Moving forward, Krishna also replies him, हृदयाचे ढिलेपण एक निकयासी नवे कारण हे संग्रामी पतन जाण क्षत्रियासी. The three planets are small in comparison to you, O Parth. Such all is your heroism. Arjuna, the compassion has completely weakened you. Is it possible for the sun to be swallowed by the darkness? Is the wind afraid of the clouds? Pay no attention to these worthless ideas. Instead, wake up and take courage. Get rid of this silliness. Rise and take your bow. Is pity appropriate during the battle? He suggests that pity, please wake up. from the illusions of your mind and fight for what is yours. We'll go to the analysis part of the Jnaneshwari. The above conversation between Krishna and Arjuna on the battlefield of Mahabharata in Jnaneshwari states that just before the commencement of the war, Arjuna felt anxious and suffered panic attacks because he was not ready to fight with his close relatives. He was greatly influenced by asmita, that is fear, just before Mr. Abhinav explained as the 5 kleshas. So here I have mentioned the asmita and also the raga, that is the attachment of emotions, 2 of the 5 kleshas. The root of cause of the suffering. Kleshas are obstacles in the path of yoga and an obstruction to the reach to the state of yoga. Arjuna was engrossed with his fleeting emotions that were stopping his inner potential. And in order for Arjuna to realize his duties, Krishna used various techniques to motivate him to fight against the adharma. Krishna stated that the sense objects give rise to the fleeting emotions, such as misery as well as happiness. And the only way for one to reach self-realization is to not to succumb to those emotions. He also stated that only the material body is perishable, the embodied soul is permanent and is indestructible. What you are going to kill is just the material body. You cannot destroy the permanent soul because it will always exist even after death. So he asked Arjuna to go and perform his duty.
In order to regulate the emotions, Krishna used positive affirmations that made Arjuna aware of his strengths and capabilities. Krishna also states about following the path of dharma, duty and righteousness to uphold, to sustain. He says, if you follow a little bit of dharma, it will save you from great danger. He talks about the mind behavior. Whatever the mind mulls over, it leads to attachment and desires. When the desires are not met, anger rises. When we are deluded with the muda, one of the 5 states of minds where the mind is dull, sleepy, lethargic, and lacks alertness. Before arriving on the battlefield, Arjuna was determined to take revenge for all the insults that the Pandavas and Draupadi, the wife of the Pandavas, faced. However, just before the war could start, he lost his ahamkara, his I sense, and his ego, which considers itself to be distinct or a separate entity. His stand changed from taking revenge to feeling like he did not even deserve the victory because he was surrounded by overwhelming emotions. While Krishna was advising Arjuna, he stated that Arjuna was overwhelmed. While Arjuna was speaking of wisdom, he was mourning for something that was not even worthy of grief. Our senses give rise to constant happiness and distress. Nothing is permanent. We are constantly facing we are constantly facing different situations around us, and it is the nature of us human beings. While we focus on the contradictory thoughts of Arjuna, Krishna further explains that even if self or the soul was subject to constant birth and death, even then this situation was not worth grieving over. In this way, Krishna was aligning with the thoughts of Arjuna. As we conclude, we'd like to put it out there that this is actually currently an ongoing study on Jnaneshwari, written by Sant Jnaneshwar. And in this paper, we aimed to contemplate on the regulation of emotions and self-nurturance that would provide us insight in our day-to-day lives. The complete analysis of this study is, as of now, is not completed. And in the previous slide, the references of our paper has been mentioned, and these are the contact infos, and if anybody has any questions, we're open to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity and having us. We're truly honored.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We don't. So there is a question: how many movies have you analyzed?
Yes. So our main aim was to, since the topic talks about emotional regulations and self-nurturance, we were finding the OVs from Jnaneshwari that would directly connect to the part of self-regulation and emotional regulation and self-nurturance. So nothing is more prompt than how Arjuna was feeling those emotions and how his emotions were fleeting. So we have analyzed that part. However, in the future, we are planning to study the whole Jnaneshwari and gain more knowledge and around emotional regulation to that. Thank you so much for this question.
Thank you very much, Kavya ji, Mrigakshi ji, and Dr. Arun Pratap Singh ji for the presentation. And with that, we come to the conclusion of the day's presentations. So day one of the conference on Hindu meditation traditions and techniques concludes here. And tomorrow at 8 a.m. we will again have the guided meditation session by Akanksha Damini Joshi ji at 8 a.m. Please join. And the regular paper presentation session starts at 9, and we have 3 more invited talks on interesting topics like on imparting dhyana, and then the very important paper on the role of dhyana in Shrauta Yajñas, and then significance of textual inputs from the practice of dhyana. So these papers, invited presentations are coming up tomorrow. And so with that, we conclude the day's activity. So thank you very much to all of you for having joined with us in this day one and making it a wonderful interaction through all these invited talks and the paper presentation. So we end the session with Shanti Mantra. Before that, Nagaraj, do you have any comments? Yeah.
No need of any special comments. Thank you very much in behalf of me also, in behalf of Indic Academy, to all the invited speakers and paper presenters. Let us end it with the Shanti.
Yes. We'll chant 3 Omkaras and the Shanti Mantra. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramayaha, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschit Dukkha Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Namaste.